All right.
Hello.
Morning.
Morning.
You ready?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
Morning.
I'm pretty sure we need more cowbell.
Not enough.
I like.
Oklahoma is here.
What a day.
You guys ready?
Crowd.
Good morning and welcome to Epique Powercon 2025.
Yeah.
We just want to start off doing what we should have done yesterday is thanking all of the people that have helped make this possible. Without them, we could have not done this. Jill Lutz, Anika, LaShawn, Bobby, Ernesto. Am I missing somebody?
Oh, a lot of people.
A lot of people.
Yeah. Dallas, Samantha,
Tim.
Chris.
Melissa, and most importantly, you guys.
Yeah.
You make this
Christine.
possible
Yeah.
every single day. And we're here. I always get caught up in my head because I'm just thinking about everything that we're doing right now. All of us together, we're building a culture that no one has ever seen before. And
We're really excited. This is our second PowerCon. And this is really just the very beginning. So I'm excited for all the things we have to share with you guys today. And thank you to everyone who helped make this show a reality. So thank you guys so much. We're so happy you're here. And we have a lot to announce. So just get ready. All right. Woo! Thank you.
y'all ready?
All right.
In 2024, Epique Realty, the most disruptive real estate brokerage in history, took things to the next level. Epique grew from just under 500 agents to almost 4,000 agents in 2024 alone. Our home sales grew from $117 million to over $4.2 billion. Epique expanded its footprint into 20 additional states, covering almost the entire country, coast to coast. Our revolutionary Area Leader program that ensures no agent is ever left behind expanded over 250 industry-leading professionals across 230 MLS areas in 40 states, supplying over 100,000 hours of free one-on-one coaching and mentoring. Our AI tools and technology grew exponentially. Epique's AI platform became the most recommended AI toolset for realtors in the United States, passing over 350,000 uses in just 1 year from agents all over the country. The AI Pro certification became the industry-leading certification for artificial intelligence, with over 2,000 agents becoming certified in real estate AI in just 12 months. Epique's proprietary AI virtual staging platform staged over 24,000 rooms, which is over 111,000 megabytes of data, saving our agents over $70,000 in tech fees compared to industry averages in just the last 6 months. Our AI home upgrade platform, Redo, introduced in June, has helped clients visualize and remodel over $3 million in renovations, helping sellers generate over $5.5 million in additional revenue for sellers and over $137,000 in additional income for our agents. Epique's enterprise AI through Lofty automated over 100,000 conversations, saving our agents thousands of hours in productivity. Our custom websites and domains gave over 350 of our agents their own personalized and fully customizable website and .com domains, saving our agents over $180,000 in less than a year. Epique introduced 18 new benefits in 2024, most of which have never been offered to realtors before. Our industry-first healthcare program helped our agents with over 1,000 free doctor's appointments, saving Epique agents over $100,000 in doctor's visits and copays. Epique's free prescription program wrote over 500 new free prescriptions to our agents and their families, with life-saving implications for emergency prescriptions and regular monthly prescriptions, saving our agents and their families over $72,000 in 1 year, 593 of these patients being children of our agents. In 2024, Epique took agents' businesses to new heights, supplying over 500,000 free buyer and seller leads from 18 sources across 35 states, resulting in over $1.7 million in additional commission for our agents. Our agents' listing ads on social media garnered over 2 million impressions, creating over 10,000 leads alone. Epique's revolutionary agent billboards, which are branded specifically to our agents, generated over 5 million views for our agents locally across 65,000 digital displays. Our listing billboards, introduced in the last half of 2024, have already generated over 1 million views for our listing agents and their selling clients. Epique agents have taken advantage of our free car wash program over 100,000 times in the past year, saving our agents tens of thousands of dollars a year. In 2024, we paid for and supplied over 15,000 hours of free CE courses, saving our agents thousands of dollars in continuing education. Our number of units sold went from just over 300 in 2023 to over 12,500 in 2024. Our agents made over $87 million in gross commission in 2024. Our free listing photography gave agents over 187,000 free photos, saving our agents over $2.1 million in free photography. Epique's provided free signs, posts, sign writers, and installation amounted to over 11,000 free signs, sign writers, and sign posts, plus installs and removals, saving our agents over $1.7 million in just 1 year. Epique Realty paid their agents $161,000 in revenue share in 2023. In 2024, Epique paid agents over $6.3 million in 1 year alone. That's over a 40-time increase in revenue share payouts. The average agent makes over $18,000 a year from rev share alone. 2024 was an epic end to our third year, and we are just getting started. The future is epic.
That was awesome. What's interesting is I love doing recaps, but I'm such a futurist kind of guy that I'm sitting here already like, okay, the 2025 numbers are 2.7 times faster than it was last year. So yeah, it's kind of cool to recap and to look back at what we did in 2024. In fact, I actually have this cool image you guys can see. This is not from Powercon. This image is actually from an Apple keynote. So why does it exist? Why is this here? In 2021, Chris and I were talking about what we wanted Epique to be and where we hoped Epique would be. And Chris said he wanted to kind of manifest this idea of having an event where we could get on stage and just tell people about our company, things that we were thinking of, things we were working towards. And so I created him this image in Photoshop or Canva or something, and he put it on his Facebook page as his, cover photo. And it was really cool to kind of manifest something and then see it happen. And so we did that last year. Last year we did that at Epique Powercon in Vegas. Were you guys there? Who was there? It was an amazing event. It was our very first event. It was sold out. Well, it was free, but it was sold out. And it was a packed room, and it was just phenomenal. We didn't have any fancy speakers or anything. It was just us and our team, and we got up there and told the world about our vision of something that was just radically different from what we had seen in the industry. And we built some really solid relationships there. If you guys know, we love that part. My favorite part is not being up here on stage, but it's being, afterwards when we're all talking and hanging out and taking pictures and cracking jokes and being able to hear you guys' stories. Those are the best for me, Janice, and Chris. But we got to do that at the Red Rock in Vegas. That was amazing. And this is our second one ever. And it feels to me like we do so much and we have so much going on that it's hard to believe that this is just our second event. We only have one under our belt. We literally are at the very, very beginning of this company. So, these events to me are amazing. I went to these kind of events at other real estate brokerages, I love that we can do this for free. I know when we first started and we wanted to plan the first Powercon, we brought in an expert. She had done all the major brokerages events, right? And the first thing she said to us was, how much money do you guys want to make? And I said, make? Oh, did you say spend? And she said, no, make. I said, make? She goes, yeah, they all make like 7 figures from these events. I'm like, oh, well, I don't need to make anything. And she's like, you don't want to make money? I was like, believe it or not, I didn't start a real estate brokerage to make money on stage. Like, we're trying to sell homes, and so I said, look, we just want to keep it, maybe cost neutral, but we don't need to make anything. I'm happy for us to spend stuff. This is like our company event, and so we came to the conclusion that charging people to come to the company event was absolutely ridiculous. My last brokerage, the last event that I went to there, which happened to be at the Red Rock Resort, by the way, which is where we did our first PowerCon. Sam Rodriguez and I met there and became friends there, and DM, if you guys know DM. But we were on the same. We ended up being on the same stage for our last event that we had met each other at. So it was a very full circle moment for us. But I remember that event, I couldn't afford to go. And so my friend Nicole had to pay for my ticket for me to go, because it was like $1,100 to go, plus the hotel, plus the getting there, right? So it's like, all right, if I can get myself there, at least the event is covered, right? So to me, it was just a little ridiculous, and it was a little ridiculous for a lot of reasons. But you guys don't have to pay $1,500 to meet me, or $1,000 for your ticket, or any of those crazy things. Yeah, it's great. In fact, Epique is the only real estate brokerage in the world that doesn't charge for their events, which is amazing, amazing. But at that event, it was really cool. Janice, Chris, and I, there we are. Janice, Chris, and I got up on stage, and we introduced our vision to the world, what we had envisioned as agents, right? Because I think what makes Epique so different is that Janice, Chris, and I, we were franchise owners. We didn't own territories. We weren't some millionaires who wanted a new venture. We were struggling normal agents. We were doing our sales. We had money when we had sales, and we had no money when we didn't, right? We were rich for 3 months, poor for the other 6. It was a thing, yeah. Do some of you guys know what that's like? Yeah. Thank God for the summertime, right? But we were just regular agents who were looking for something that didn't exist. We just couldn't find it. I mean, we literally tried to find it, right? So we were looking for a brokerage that actually did something beyond just answering our questions if we had them, something beyond, hey, here's your tool, good luck. Here's your CRM, good luck. Here's your, email and your website, good luck. And that's all we could find. It were companies that said they would give you tools. The way I looked at it when I talked to Janice and Chris was that, to me, a tool is something for you to do it yourself. So imagine you were building a house, and I gave you a hammer, and I said, there you go build the house. And then once it's built, I say, look what I built. I gave them the tool. That's how it felt to me when companies say, we give you tools. So the idea was, what if we grabbed hammers? What if we all grabbed a hammer and built together? So it's just a totally different mindset, right? So of building together as opposed to giving you a tool so you can just do it yourself in a faster way, I guess. But yeah, we got up here, we shared our vision with the world, and we released 15 new benefits in 2 days, which was awesome. Yeah. That guy looks familiar. Where is he? Oh, he's not on the screen. You aren't showing the slides? Come on. Every show. There we go. That guy looks somewhat familiar. But I got up there and I told you guys, this is just the beginning. And it is, right? So, I mean, we're just on our second show, and we have 3 years under our belt, and we we had doubters back then since day one, and we still have doubters now, but this is just the beginning. And so this is just our entrance. We did have a lot of people. You guys can just leave the slideshow up on these side things. That's why I built it. Thank you. All right. So, but we did have a lot of doubt. I heard this one every day for 3 years now. It's too good to be true. Who's heard that? Who said that? Yeah. I meet a lot of people who are like, that's what I said. And so it's too good to be true. I've heard this every day for 3 years straight. I heard this since our first year. Let's see if they make it a year. I remember seeing this on Reddit, and it was like 2002. 2022, yeah. In 2002, I was only like a year old. Yeah. Let's see if they make it a year. I've heard that, and now we're entering our 4th year. I think we made it. Yeah. This one for sure. They can't offer all that. There's no way. Do you want to know when the first time I heard this phrase was? You know how many benefits we had then? 5. We had 5 benefits. Like, they can't offer all that. They can't give you all that. That's a scam. It's a bait and switch. You're going to get in there. They don't have all those 5 benefits. We have 72 now, but yeah. In 2024, we launched 18 new benefits in 2024. Some really, really groundbreaking things. And so that brought us up to 72 benefits. With that many, we have a lot of things. So we do have a lot of things that can break. If your company has nothing and nothing breaks, congratulations. What to tell you. So we have a lot of things that, but a lot of times it's like people say things aren't available. And I think you guys know we have our core benefit stack, and then we have some local, what we call bonus benefits, right? So I usually hear this from people who are missing one of the bonus benefits, like our local things that we have no control of, like whether or not a car wash exists. There are some people who are like, how come you don't have a car wash in my town? I live in a cabin in the woods. Well, we're going to send you a hose and some Dawn dish soap. Or some quarters. Maybe you have one of those old school quarter machines. But a lot of people say they aren't available, so I really wanted to look into it and see what we have. So the cool thing is 93% of all of our benefits are available nationwide. So, yeah, which is great. In fact, even with our local ones, it's car wash, billboards, transaction coordinators, sign installation, and listing photos that require these kind of local partnerships and these companies to, exist. There has to be a photographer in your town. We can't fly one in. Even with those, it's 86% of those requests are covered for our 5 local bonus benefits, which is awesome. That number is up, because there was a time when it was kind of 50%, so that number is significantly up. And it's not that you're missing all 5. 99% of agents have 71 out of 72 benefits, which is awesome. So usually it's just one you're missing, like there's no photographer, there's no car wash. It's very rare for you to have more than one that's missing. So I thought that was pretty cool. The last objection I've heard a lot is that their agents don't sell real estate. I don't know what they think we're doing, just getting our car cleaned. I don't know. But our agents definitely sell real estate. So it's kind of weird that that's what has been said about us when we have people like Robbie Johnson, and Jason Lash, and the Haven Group, and Natalie Graham, and just all these amazing, Brooke Brody's team. We have so many amazing groups here, so I think it's kind of weird. Well, when you look at our company, because we're a different size than some of these other cloud brokerages that are all varying sizes, one of the kind of things that I like to look at is units per agent. That tells me what the average agent is doing, right? It's a good kind of equalizer, because if some places say, we did $10 trillion or whatever, it's hard to kind of quantify that because you don't know how many agents they had. So I like to look at units per agent. And so I decided to look at a few different companies. And I am going to show you 5 companies. Now, I didn't choose them just because they made us look good. I chose them because all 5 of them have something very special in common. All 5 of them say on their websites and in press releases that they are where the pros go. So you guys are about to see the 5 companies where the pros go. These are the cream of the crop, the best of the best. Nobody does better than them. They're the most amazing. They all have also claimed the same thing, that they're the fastest growing real estate brokerage in history. So they've claimed both things. That's awesome. So let's look at them. So the first one, 2.4, that's units per agent per year in 2024. That was LPT. So if you're at LPT and you're an average agent, you can plan on doing about 2.4 homes. I don't want to hear some 0.4, but 2 or 3 homes a year. If you are at Fathom, also one of the fastest growing brokerages in history, quote unquote, and where the pros go, 2.6 homes. So just a little less than 3 homes a year. If you are at United, 3.2 homes. And if you are at EXP, it's 4 homes a year. And if you're at Real, it's 5 homes. So how do we stack up, right? How do we stack up against these where the pros go places that are growing so fast? They're the fastest growing brokerages in history. How do we stack up? Where do we land? Yeah. 8.1. Crazy, right? Super crazy. In fact, Epique agents, they do about 3 times the deals of other cloud brokerages. It's crazy. So now, when you think about this, these are also the fastest growing real estate brokerages ever, right? So maybe they're just really busy growing. They don't have time for house sales. Like, there's busy. It's a lot to transition to a new brokerage. You have to pay for your new signs. You have to, like, move all your stuff over. It's very expensive to switch brokerages. So maybe they're just so busy moving and growing that there's just no time to sell houses. That must be it. So they must be the fastest growing real estate brokerages in history. So let's look at that. I think this is negative. That's okay. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. We're going to show the fastest growing brokerages in history, 2024 edition. All right, United, 13% growth. That's actually very solid. If you own a company and you have 13% growth, you can be very proud of yourself. That's awesome. 21% growth. Fathom, fastest growing brokerage in history. By the way, all of these have said we're the fastest growing brokerage in history. But even though they all have different numbers, but that's cool. All right. 50% growth at LPT, 10,000 to 15,000 agents, and 77% growth at Real. So this is it. This has got to be it, right? They're not selling homes because they're growing so fast. This is all most of the 4 out of 5 of these are very solid numbers, right? So how did Epique stack up? Oh, you know what, guys? I did my slide wrong. I'm so sorry. Let me fix it for you. Okay. There we go. Epique got a 600% increase in agents, which is crazy. But we're not the fastest growing real estate brokerage. We're just adding agents. I don't know. And we're doing all this without the normal things. We recently had a brokerage that started. Some of our people went to it, and that's cool. But their very first employee was a VP of growth. And I was like, that tells me everything I need to know about this company and their purpose, right? And so our first hire was a transaction coordinator. That was our very first hire. Yeah, because Janice was tired of doing it all herself. She's like, I need somebody to help me with this paperwork. This is crazy. So it was a support position for our agents, not even a support person for ourselves. It was support for our agents was our first hire. But their first hire was a VP of growth. And all of those brokerages have VPs of growth. They all have growth committees, growth directors. They have usually like a whole department that's just based on growth. And we just have a retention committee. So shout out to my founding member board people. Where y'all at? I see Mary, Jay. There's a lot of, yeah, you are together. They're all over here. And then Kathy Fowler. Where you at, Kathy? Probably over here somewhere. The Oklahoma people were over there, so I'm guessing over there. All right. Follow the cowbell. That's where it is. So that's our focus. And the reason for me, when I talked to Kathy about this new position, and when I talked to the founding member board about retention, to me, it's the most important part. It's not just about keeping people here, it's about keeping people happy. Because I'll tell you who doesn't leave: happy people. If you've ever recruited another brokerage and you called somebody and you said, hey, I want to tell you about our brokerage, and they say, no, I'm happy where I'm at. And you're like, but you're paying twice as much there. And they're like, yeah, but I'm happy. And so the idea is, you know what? It'll be a win for everybody. Everybody will be happy. We'll stay solid. Everything will be great. Let's focus on retention. I just want everybody to be happy anyway. So that has been our growth, but our retention looks even better. In fact, Epique is growing about 30 times faster than the fastest growing brokerages in the country. Yeah. Now, the percentage thing, I thought about this, and I thought, you know what? The percentage thing's not that accurate. Maybe the percentage thing is the wrong way to look at it, right? Because there are also bigger companies. So maybe they added a lot of people and the percentages are off. So I thought, you know what? We'll compare apples to apples here. We're at about 4,000 agents. Let's find out how long it took them to get to 4,000 agents. Maybe it's very similar. Maybe it's very different. 11 and a half years, that was United. So, you know, a little over a decade, not too shabby. 10 years for Fathom, so just a decade, and they got to 4,000 agents. 7.4 years for the trademarked fastest growing brokerage in history, EXP. Then along came Real, 7 years. So where did Epique lie in these super fast growing brokerages? 10 years? These are the fastest growing. I don't know how we could beat that. Oh, 3.2 years. Which is crazy. And we did this with things that no one's done before, like real agent benefits, things that actually change how you work day to day. And treating everything holistically and looking at agents as not just people who go out and do business and give the brokerage their money, but people who are actually human beings and have real lives outside of selling homes, and how do we help them with everything. We did it with local support, not just national support. We have area leaders in every city across America. We're constantly adding them. Thank you to our area leaders. We have state brokers, we have managing brokers, we have a whole concierge support team, and we're just constantly adding people. Our first hire was a support person, and that's what we added. We've done it with groundbreaking technology that's never existed in real estate before. And you know, you join for the benefits, but you stay for the culture. And yeah. And so we really made culture wasn't our focus. Culture was just what we wanted. We wanted to be at a brokerage that we wanted to be at. Let's just be somewhere we want to be at. So having the best agents with the best technology, the best benefits, with the best support has been our goal for everyone. You got a text, by the way. But you know, we haven't been advertising it like these other brokerages. I don't know if you know this quote from Frank Ocean, which is work hard in silence and let your success be your noise. And that's what we've been doing. In fact, I was going to get this shirt made. Sorry, I'm busy walking the talk. No big deal. Maybe for next year. But in 2024, Epique agents, let's talk about total sales. In 2024, Epique agents sold 13,348 homes, which is awesome. I do want to let you guys know, side note, that we are definitely on track to double this for 2025, for sure. Here is the Real Trends report, and here's where we would be if we were on this report, if we actually got on there. But yeah, with 13,348, that would put us at number 24 in the country, which would have been crazy, considering we're just 3 years in, right? In fact, if we look at beyond just the units sold, we actually would have been the top 10 for top movers. We would have made top 25 for volume and top 25 for units. So, and we've done all of that in just 3 years, which is crazy. Yeah. Epic is on track to double our sales in 2025, which is awesome. And in 2024, we did a lot of other things too besides sell homes. We added all these benefits: Redo, AI virtual staging, AirVet, Realty Pro, Thanks.io, Click Offers, Power Academy, Teams division, Global division, Core Commercial, our luxury division, AI Headshots, Epic Cares, Nemo, and just so many more, because it was almost 20 benefits last year. So we had just a crazy year. Yeah. So in 2024, we added almost 20 new benefits, and we will add another 20 benefits in the next 24 hours. Crazy. Bringing the grand total to 92 benefits, which is awesome. And I think that somebody asked me, will there be a time we have over 100? I'm like, for sure. We're only like 8 away. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it might be next. It might be by before the next. You know how we are. It might be by the end of this sentence. It could be any time. But somebody else asked me, do you think it's too many? I have a hard time remembering it, and I agree. I don't remember all of them. I have to go to joinepic.com and like scroll through and like, oh yeah, CE courses. That's what I couldn't think of. You know? And so how do we remember all this? It doesn't matter. To me, I like that there's different benefits for different people, right? So some people don't have a car. If you're in New York City, you probably don't care about the car wash membership, right? You know, some people care about certain ones, some people care about others. The idea is that you can use what you want to use, right? So I did have one agent who, she told me she was thinking of leaving. She goes, I think it's because I don't use all the benefits. I was like, oh no, no worries. How many? And so we went through all the benefits, you know, and she's using 35 of them. And I said, you know, you don't have to use, you're using almost half. You don't have to use all 72 benefits, you know? And I was like, you know, it's like, I have Netflix. I don't watch every show on there. I almost did during the pandemic. I literally think I almost conquered Netflix. But I still have it because I just watch what I want. You know, same thing if you have like a cable subscription or Hulu or something. You're not watching everything on there, but you have it for what you want. And so, but yeah, 92 benefits. Definitely think that we'll be over 100 soon. But we have so many more things to release over the next 24 hours. So I'm hoping you guys are excited. Thank you. All right.
It's okay to be afraid. What's not okay is to let that fear stop you from taking action. The only difference between the person you are now and the person that you can become, the only difference between where you are now and achieving the ultimate success you know you're capable of is taking action in spite of fear. Think about whoever it is that you think is crushing it. Agent, lender, whatever, Oprah, doesn't matter. You might perceive that those people go through life completely fulfilled, always motivated, having no fear, and they know how everything's gonna work out. We all have the same fears. The only difference between you and the people that you deem as more successful than you are they take action despite feeling that fear. God created you to achieve significant and meaningful things in this world. Good morning. Good morning. This is the group workout, right? Okay, I'm in the right spot. Good morning, y'all. I mean, is this epic or is it epic? Last year was epic, and this year is just incredible. If we could just give it up for the founders real quick. It's easy to come here and see everything that is above the surface, but the work that's gone on behind the scenes, just thank you to the founders, AV team, everybody that's put this together. It's amazing. I'm super excited to have the opportunity to speak to you this morning about something that is really important, that really can change your life if you're willing to implement it in a very short amount of time. So let me ask, raise your hand if you know you were created to do really significant, meaningful things in this world, to contribute to a cause bigger than yourself and really make an impact. Okay, cool. If your hand was not up, I encourage you to attend my Mindset Monday session, okay? But here's what I want you to do. If everyone would do this for a moment, just 20 seconds. Just close your eyes for a minute. And I want you to visualize, like you're watching your own movie trailer, your life in its ultimate potential. You being that ultimate person you were created to be, that is truly living your dream life. And think about what you see when you wake up. Where are you? What's the scenery? Who are you with? What are you doing each day? How do you feel when you wake up? Are you stressed? Are you worried? Are you anxious? Or do you feel excited and motivated for what's to come? Are you doing things throughout your day that fill up your battery or drain your battery? And don't be conservative here. Like really, just the ultimate life that you know you could achieve. Okay, thank you. Open your eyes. That's pretty awesome, isn't it? Now, some of you may be there already. That's awesome. Some of you may be on your way there. Many people, I find, feel like there is some type of disconnect from the incredible life that you're living now, yet you know you're capable of more, but you just might not be sure how to access it. Almost like a radio frequency that, like, I know that channel exists, I know that destination exists, I'm just not quite sure how to get there, but I know I have the potential to get there, I'm just not quite sure how to do it. Can anyone resonate with that? The life that you live is a result of the decisions that you make every day. So in order to really just kick it up one more level to become that ultimate God-given potential that you have within you, it simply becomes a result of the habits that you live by. And so this morning, briefly, I'm going to teach you how to become truly unstoppable in your life by mastering the habits that will shape your life. So the question then becomes, what is a habit? So if I were to ask you, what are some buzzwords that you think of if I say the word habit? You would likely say things like muscle memory, automated, I don't even have to think about it, it happens all by itself, no one's got to tell me to do it, right? We can have good habits, we can have bad habits, right? Like, no one has to tell me to drink my coffee in the morning. It's happening, you know? It's happening for a lot of you too. And so a habit, by textbook definition, is an acquired mode of behavior that has become nearly or completely involuntary. And if you have habits in your life, it's because you feel they benefit you somehow, whether on the surface level or really deeply. And so the next question is, how do habits form? How do we form habits? Well, habits are formed by repetition. So a more fancy definition is a behavior pattern acquired by frequent repetition or psychological exposure that shows itself in regularity or increased facility of performance. That's really fancy terms to say something you do a lot and you get better at. You get a lot of reps on something, you get better at it, you see a benefit to it, your performance increases in that habit that you have, and now it's a habit. So, I pose a question for you. If we all agree that there is a level of involuntary nature to habits, one of the things I coach people on a lot, and one of the biggest questions I get is, Rob, how do I form new habits? Who here knows that there are some better habits that you want to form in your life? Right? And that's not to say that you're not happy or not achieving success now, but we can all improve, every single one of us, by forming some new habits. And so the question is, if you want to form a new habit, something that is not involuntary yet, but the definition of a habit is something that is involuntary, on day one of trying to form this new habit, is it actually a habit? Say yes or no. No, not yet. It can be. But if we all agree that habits are involuntary, nothing can be that muscle memory, that second nature on day one. So, to teach you how to form a new habit, the first thing we have to realize is that habits don't start as habits, and you got to give yourself some grace. Because sometimes when I'm coaching people through this and they say, you know, Rob, it's my first day, my second day doing this, and it just doesn't feel second nature yet. Of course not. It's not supposed to. Congratulations, you're human. It's okay. Habits don't start as habits, they start as disciplined decisions. Every habit starts with one simple but very powerful choice, but realize that it does not begin as automatic. It begins as a disciplined decision. Y'all know I'm very passionate about health and fitness. I did not always used to be that way. I used to be very out of shape, and so when I decided to take control of my life in that way, it was hard and my body resisted. I didn't want to eat healthy. I didn't want to go to the gym. I knew I had to, but it wasn't something I wanted to do, but I made the disciplined decision to do it. Okay? Same thing when I got my real estate license. Okay, my family's here, my beautiful wife, my amazing daughter. My wife and I, we were a real estate team when we got started. And we burned the docks. We moved from New Jersey to Texas, new agents, newly licensed. We had no idea what we were doing. And it took us 7 months, 5 months to get our first client, 7 months to have our first closing. And how many of you as a realtor every day do something that you don't really want to do, but you know you have to do? Yeah, I mean all of us, right, for sure. And so it was a lot of disciplined decisions to follow up, to do the open houses, right, to talk to people, to get rejected and keep trying over and over again. And we had a lot of tough nights. Okay, we both used to have teaching jobs. My wife had an amazing teaching job, awesome health benefits, good salary. We left all of that to become commission-only people in a state 2,000 miles away. Yeah, right? Whoa, okay, roll the dice. Okay, but we just kept pushing. We had some scary nights. Anyone ever get the open house blues when you come home from the open house and no one comes? Right? You're like, okay, it's 11 o'clock. I got my signs. I got the water. There's music. There's snacks. Where's the line out the door? And no one comes. And we would look at each other with tears in our eyes saying, what did we do? Like, did we really mess up? Should you get a teaching job again? But we kept pushing through until we actually got some proof of concept. And so if I were to ask you, how long does it take to form a habit? When I ask this question, most people say things like this. They say, Rob, it takes 21 days. Experts say it takes 30 days. No, this book said it takes 60 days. They are all incorrect. They're all incorrect. First of all, I don't know anyone that has formed truly a life-changing habit that is something they've never done to something they can't help but do in that amount of time. But the truth is, it depends. It varies. And anyone tells you it takes exactly X amount of days to form a habit is simply incorrect. It's not like there's a magical thing in your brain where you wake up on Tuesday and your brain says, it's 31 days, muscle memory time, right? So then the question is, how long does it take to form a habit? Well, the answer is, it simply depends on where you're starting from your current state and how far the habit is from your current state. Where your starting point is and how far, right? So to get from Texas to here would take quicker than to get from Texas to California or back to the Northeast. So it really depends on how far you have to go. And it all starts with disciplined decisions. As an example, let's say you wake up at 5:30 a.m. every day and you want to start waking up at 5 a.m. every day. That's not a huge jump. So you make a disciplined decision. It's not super easy, but pretty soon, maybe 3 to 4 weeks, you've got a new habit. Let's say you wake up at 7:30. You get started with your day, but you're like, no, I want to be an early riser. I want to wake up at 5. It's going to take you a little bit longer. You're going to wake up, that alarm's going to go off, and you're going to be like, oh, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I'm going to do it. Let's say you don't set an alarm. You wake up whenever, 9, 10. You have no structure to your day, and you decide, I want to wake up at 4:30. I want to exercise. I want to start the office at 8, right? You really want to overhaul some things. That's going to take a little while. That might take a year. But if you're willing to make the disciplined decision every single day, you will inevitably form that new habit. But one thing you have to say is, well, how long does it take to form a habit? The easy answer is it just depends on the habit. But set yourself up for that going in, because the one thing I can guarantee you with 100% certainty is you can accomplish anything you want. If you can visualize it, it's because that vision was planted within you for a reason. It's because you're capable of it. But the further it is from what you're doing now, just realize it's going to take you a little longer to get there, and that's okay. So then the question is, all right, how long does it take to perform? So if habits start as disciplined decisions, when is that magical point when it becomes a habit now? We all agree that it's not a habit yet. Eventually it is. When is that magical time? The answer is when you start seeing proof of concept. Proof of concept simply means the thing that you're trying to do that you're not sure if it's going to work, once you see it starts working, that's when you have proof of concept. When I was really on that health and fitness journey, it was really hard. But one day I looked in the mirror and saw a version of myself I never saw before and didn't know I was capable of. And that's when I went from, I don't want to eat that healthy stuff, to like, no, I think I actually do want to eat that healthy stuff. And the stuff I liked eating before, I don't even want it anymore. When my wife and I were pushing through, and it was super hard, and we were doubting and fearful and crying, but we kept pushing through anyway, when we had that first week of closing, 7 months without getting paid. But finally, in month 7, we closed our first 3 deals all in the same week. It was a buy and a sell that closed the same day, and coincidentally, a first-time home buyer that closed in the same week. 3 deals, and even though it took 7 months of nothing, that week, we made over $46,000. And that was almost my previous year teaching salary. That proof of concept said, it's not habit for me to do these things yet, completely, but I know it works. And now we don't have that same fear and doubt because we know if we keep doing this is the result we're going to get, and then we dialed it up. So the answer is, well, when does it form a habit? It's when you start seeing proof of concept. How long does it start seeing proof of concept? It depends on how far the habit is. But I guarantee you, if you're willing to make the disciplined decisions that it takes to get there every single day, one decision at a time, you will get the proof of concept, you will form the new habit, and you will change your life, as long as you're willing to do it. So, a couple more tips for you before I'm out. Let me give you a few tips on how to perform habits. Feel free to take notes, take pictures. How to form habits that will put success on autopilot. First and most important is you got to have a super strong reason to form that habit. You got to have a real strong why. This is my why. My beautiful wife, my little angel of a daughter. This is my why. When things are hard, when things are tough, those late nights, those times when I'm like, oh my gosh, I want to do anything but what I'm doing right now. This is my why, to provide them with the best possible quality of life that I can. Personally, just my belief, and I'm not telling you what to believe, I believe God has given me amazing opportunities and responsibilities that I want to steward, and my family is the best one. And I want to do that for them. It's also okay to have more than one why. This is the foundation of my why. But I also have other whys. I'm wired to want to take on challenges. I'm wired to want to win. I'm wired to want to achieve financial success so I can use those blessings to help do good with it. And those are all great things too. And so it's okay to have more than one, but I'll tell you, eventually, there's going to be a time when you start the new habit that you're like, this is awesome. New Year's Day, let's go, right? But then there's going to be a time when you're like, the luster is gone, and I'm not really feeling super motivated to make this disciplined decision today. But if your why is strong enough, that's the thing. Right? When I was building the Power Academy, which is a benefit now, that took 3 years to do. And if you see my family, she'll tell you, it was a stressful time. It was a stressful time. And it was all on me because I had to do it. But in those moments, I had a vision for why I was doing it. To be able to lead to a moment like this, where now we're blessed that they can travel with me and we have control of our time. That was the why that got me pushing through. So in those moments when you're like, I don't feel like this disciplined decision today, that's okay. You won't feel like it every day. Give yourself permission to recognize that. But if your why is strong enough, that will make you make the right decision. It's okay to do something without wanting to do it. It's not okay to let that fear or hesitation stop you from taking action. So just give yourself permission, but do it anyway. Have a strong why. Push through the growing pains. You need grit, delayed gratification, and consistency. If you have all 3 of those things, you can literally accomplish anything you want. Grit. I think some of us, not necessarily the people in this room, but I think the United States in general is kind of on a grit shortage these days, right? In a world of instant gratification, you got a device in your hand, you can get anything you want. You can learn anything you want. You can get food delivered to your door. We live in a society that doesn't really require grit anymore, but I can tell you, there is no AI tool, hack, or app that is a shortcut for hard work. There are things that can make the work a little more efficient. There's no shortcut to just doing the work. And you got to have some grit. Delayed gratification, doing things now to get what you want later. And again, how far that habit is, you might be doing things now that you won't bear the fruit of a lot later. Thank God farmers have delayed gratification. Can you imagine, like, you plant that tree, you go out your next day, you're like, where's the fruit? I quit. You got to have the delayed gratification, and you got to be consistent. And really, I think that's where most people just drop the ball. Some people, when they're like, Rob, I'm doing it, it's just not working. I say, great, you just do it longer, right? You can't shortcut water boiling. Just let it get to 212. If it's at 208, you're like right there. Just keep going a little bit longer. Last one, just do one habit at a time. Don't try to overwhelm yourself. And I recommend you start with the one that's going to make the biggest and most dramatic change in your life. Don't transition too soon. Lastly, I encourage you to learn from those who have been there. Get the blueprint. All the most successful people have coaches, mentors, and guides. I've been blessed to travel in a lot of entrepreneurial circles with some really high performers. And I can tell you, if I'm at a conference that has a lot of entrepreneurs like this, I can go up to any one of them and say, do you have a coach? How much do you invest in coaching? And they all say, yes, very significantly, right? Professional athletes, CEOs, like we all have those people that guide us, and that's a good thing. You need it. So how can you do that? Well, one thing we can do is learn from those who have been there, especially from a contract point as realtors. So I'm happy to say that in the Power Academy now, this is something we launched 6 months ago, we have over 220 contract courses published in the Power Academy right now. And the area leaders and brokers will tell you they get some gentle reminders from me every now and then. But literally, you can get exactly what you need at your fingertips. But let's say you're like, all right, Rob, well, I have different things I want to accomplish in my career, personally, my marketing, all aspects of my life. How can I continue to learn from those who have been there and done that? And it is with great enthusiasm that I'm so excited to announce the Epique Power Coaching Division is launched. This was a vision that we had. Josh called me like 8 months ago. I was walking into Bible study, and he's like, hey, let me talk to you about the Power Coaching Division. And I talked about it at shareholders, and here we are. So what is the Power Coaching Division? It is where we empower Epique agents to become incredible coaches, because there's a lot of people that have a lot to offer. Raise your hand if you know you have a lot to offer, even if you've never coached anyone. Absolutely. You bring the expertise, we do the rest. We will literally build you your own turnkey coaching platform in about 2 weeks, start to finish. We build you, I'm going to show you everything we build you. It's live, you can apply today. So what do you get when you want to become a power coach? First of all, I'll tell you, you don't need previous coaching experience. You can go to the website and see the real estate experience that you need, but this is really ideal for people that have a desire to help the agent they used to be, to help the person they used to be, and you need zero coaching experience because I'm going to coach you in being a coach. So what do you get? Literally everything you need to succeed that I'm going to overview briefly here, okay? The first thing we're going to do is build you a beautiful website. Now, these are some websites that we've already built because we have 6 beta tester power coaches in the room that helped us build this out. We're going to build you a beautiful website. By the way, you can coach Epique or non-Epique agents with it. So you can literally send someone to coachwithjohn.com, and they're going to go to this awesome website. Rob, I don't know how to build a website. Of course you don't. We're going to build it for you. Don't worry about it. We're going to build you an amazing community. This is literally your coaching platform where you're going to host your courses if you want courses, your live calls, your one-on-one calls, whatever it is that we're going to build out for your coaching methods, we're going to build you the place to do it, okay? We have a Power Coach Command Center. This is where I coach you. So you're going to get in there and get support from me. You're literally going to get coaching calls from me on how to be a coach, how to build your offer, how to price it, how to get people in there, how to market, how to help people meet their maximum potential, make sure that your business is profitable and successful. We also have a boot camp in there, a series of videos to teach you how to take it up a notch and customize things if you want to. You're going to get your Power Coach dashboard. So when you get people in there, by the way, we're integrating your payment processing. So we're going to build you a website that someone can click on, give their credit card info, and now their money is in your account, right? Now you're helping them. They're in your coaching community, and you're being their coach. We're going to do that all for you. You get your dashboard, so you can actually track your business. Just like we have Lofty, right? Just like we have transaction management, we have that for coaching. So you can run your business like a boss. You get an awesome embroidered Power Coach jacket with your name on it, the official Power Coach logo with a big fat Epique Realty logo on the back. You can even add on an app, your own custom app with push notifications that can say things like, hey, Power Coach Rob is about to start this session, or you posted a question, Rob just answered it. You can send people push notifications. You get those every day. Imagine if those were your notifications helping others achieve their success, okay? You also have an opportunity to be featured in Epique. So this is a really big game changer. Who here came from another brokerage and you saw hundreds of coaches competing with each other? Like the Hunger Games, right? Okay, so the Epic Hunger Games is a new benefit. No, I'm just kidding. But you can be promoted within Epic. So live today, this morning, if you go back to your room and go into the Power Academy, you're going to see the Power Coaching course now, where every single Power Coach, you have your own course that goes in there. Agents can take your course, your free course. They leave better than how they showed up. You pour value into them, and now they know what it's like to coach with you. And you say, hey, if you want to learn more, go to empowercoaching.com and check it out. And you can actually also have opportunities to teach Epic company-wide classes. So we are working with leadership to facilitate literally daily calls that are going to integrate the Power Coaching community. So imagine Epic sending out an email to all 4,000 plus agents saying, hey, you are coaching a session today for all of these agents. Make sure you're there. And we're promoting you, and you have an opportunity to teach them and make an offer on your coaching at the end. This is all what we're doing. There's a banner over there. You can scan the QR code. You can go to powercoach.io. And I can tell you that we did have some beta testers that got in for super discounted pricing. We're extending that pricing through the end of PowerCon. Now, you don't have to pay anything to apply. You only pay if you're accepted and you want to do it. But you can go to the website, get your application in by the end of the day tomorrow. We'll do our interview within a week or two, but you will be grandfathered into the beta tester pricing if you want to apply anytime before tomorrow. Lastly, before I get off stage here, I would like to recognize the 6 beta tester Power Coaches that are making history with us, because there's no other brokerage. Yeah, give it up. There is no other brokerage in history that is doing this for its agents, to literally create leaders from within to promote them. So if these people could stand up real quick. Okay, Jay No with Attraction Autopilot. Barkley Romero with Real Gratitude. Robbie Johnson with Empower Coaching, who can't be here because her first grandchild is being born, so pray for successful delivery there. Mr. Chuck Wells with Thrive Coaching. Matthew Graham with Matthew Graham Coaching. And Colin Jacobs with Avant-Garde Agent. You can talk to them about their coaching services. You can take their free courses in the Power Academy today. They've been instrumental. Thank you all so much. Again, the Power Coaching division is live. We build out your coaching business for you, and we are here to support you every step of the way. God bless y'all. I love you. Let's continue being epic.
I can give you anything you want to get that cake. To get that cake. You would say anything to get that cake. I got that. I got that. I got that. You would say anything to get that cake. Like what? To get that cake. To get that cake. To get that cake. You would say anything to get that cake. Like what?
Hey, everybody. I can't hear you. Ah, feels good to be with family. What's up? I'm bringing it. I hope y'all are ready. No, I'm serious. Today, that is the wrong slide. Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties. I'm not having the difficulties, but they're happening. Hey guys, can y'all change it back to my presentation, please? Why does this always happen to me? Let's see. So we're all going through this together on the screen. Let's see. Well, I love you too. As soon as this gets pulled up, I am going to blow y'all's mind. But until then, Until then, I'm going to take a moment while everybody reconvenes and gets everything together. I want to personally tell you that I'm thankful every single morning. I tell the brokers when we have our weekly meetings that every morning I wake up, I brush my teeth, because God knows my breath stinks. And then the second thing I do is I look in the mirror and I realize that how genuinely lucky we are to be in this moment at our second Powercon. And I try to, well, I don't think that every day because it's not Powercon every day, but what I'm saying is that I think about how Epique has been so incredible to all of us, and we truly are a family. And I think that a lot of times people get caught up on this idea of maybe growing their own personal investments, and those things are important. But you guys, we're so deeply invested in you, and I want you to know that every single waking moment that Josh, Janice, and myself, the three of us, are just thinking about you constantly. What more can we do? And right now, I'm ready for my presentation. I'm ready to blow your minds. Can you all pull? Okay, maybe that's it. There we go. Oh, well. Okay, there we go. Well, that's okay. A lot of questions are sent to me every single day about car washes. And I just want to tell you, I am just as stressed out about you having a car wash as you are about me making sure you have one. Last year, in 2024, I pulled this up from my Facebook. You guys can go, I think it was in July. This was our initial map. Now, I can't do this alone. I used to do it alone, but I have one of the best, most talented teams working hard for you guys. And Josh, Janice, and myself, we often say a phrase, it's when available, where available, but that's never stopped us from wanting to expand. So, with that being said, I want to show you 2025's car wash map now. This is crazy. I want to tell y'all how this happened, because this wouldn't have been possible a year ago. It's you guys. Your relentless emails. No. I'm totally teasing. No, as we continue to grow, my team, I'm sure many of you have spoken to Excel or Zion, or maybe even Brandy. As a lot of people know that Brandy started out as my assistant and then moved up through the ranks. She's built all of this. She's built this infrastructure with me. She's known exactly how my mind's worked. And I just want to give a shout out to Brandy and Excel and Zion. You guys make this possible. And our entire benefits team, mainly our car wash team. Now, I just want to say that when you're looking, y'all's right. Yes, I get kind of confused. When you're looking at this map, you'll see that it's a little bit heavier on one side. You guys got to talk to your congressman on the left side. I can't do anything about it. What happens is that these are regulations. Did you know, probably didn't, that there are actually several laws, mostly in Nevada and Utah and Oregon, and some parts of Washington, and definitely a huge part in California, they actually prevent new car wash companies from opening. And if you already have a car wash, that's great, but new legislation happened. And I want to thank Dallas, who spent 2 weeks searching every single law for me, because I wanted to come with facts. I don't want to just make excuses. I want to be accountable to you. And I hope that this will help. So we probably have more car washes than any other real estate brokerage in history. And I truly mean that. So, all right, guys, let's get into the meat and potatoes. You guys know we started in Texas. It's our favorite state. No, I'm just kidding. I'm from Texas. I have to say it. We all love Texas. Then one man gave us an opportunity. And then I gave myself the go back. Caesar Tow Bar in Nevada, the Tow Bar team. I remembered this day so clearly. I can see you in the back, Caesar. There you are. I can remember Josh and Sam, they had joined me into a group text, and they said, hey, we want you to meet Caesar. He's really great. They had spent weeks, probably months, talking to Caesar, and they were like, we think he's finally going to do it. So, of course, I'm just like, okay, let's get this over with. So this is my first state. Texas, sorry, excuse my language. Texas was a hot mess. Nevada was worse. It was the worst state, not because it's not a great state, but it has a lot of regulation. You have to do a lot of different things. And it was my first mess up. And I always like to admit when I do fail at things, and I messed up royally. But Caesar was so amazing, and he really walked me through it. So, Caesar, I owe you a lot. You taught me everything, and I'm so glad it was done with you, man. Thank you. We went into Florida and Arkansas, and I'm just going to keep lighting up the map because this is kind of how it happened. It happened so quickly. Man, I didn't realize when I was making this presentation I have to click so many times. It happened fast because people believed in our brand. You guys believed in us. But you're probably asking us, where are we going next? And here's when you find out. What if I told you that we're open now in Alaska? What about Hawaii? I think that's Montana. And Maine. And I'm just going to go through it. I'm here to tell you that today we are officially open in all 50 states. It has been my joy to open up these states with you guys. It has been my joy to work with my team, to Excel, to Brandy, to Zion, and Janice, and Josh, and Jay, and Sam, and everybody who's been a part of this journey. It doesn't stop here just because we're open in all 50 states. Doesn't mean that we're not still growing, because today you're going to find out where we're headed next as we dominate our global expansion. But it's only the beginning, guys, and I'm so glad that you guys allowed me to share this with y'all, and thank you for helping.
Thank you. Good morning, buenos dias. That's Spanish 101. I'm so excited to be here and represent Epique en Español, along with my committee. Yay, woo! Woo, woo, woo! Epique en Español, it's not about real estate in Spanish. It's about community collaboration. It's about reaching into our communities. And for that, we need all of y'all to collaborate along with us and join the mission. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Our vision and purpose. So at Epique en Español, our vision is simple: to remove language barriers when it comes to home ownership. Okay. Our purpose is to create opportunities and eliminate obstacles when it comes to Our purpose is to create opportunities and eliminate obstacles, making real estate accessible for our Spanish-speaking clients and also our Spanish-speaking agents. And of course, our commitment is strong. We want to bridge those cultural and language gaps so that we can have more Spanish-speaking homeowners in the U.S.
Yes. Woo!
And then our current initiatives that we're working on, Epic Translations, we're using our document translation service. So when agents come in, we're able to translate. Join Epic site, we've been working diligently to translate and streamline our onboarding to fully translated in Spanish. All benefits fully explained in Spanish. And our welcome materials also we're working on those to translate them for those new agents that are coming on board.
Awesome. So, welcome to Epique en Español. Who is my people from Latinos? My name is Jacqueline Hafer. I am very honored and deeply honored to be part of this fantastic movement. And we are here to announce to you guys our open office hours is every Thursday from 10 to 10:30 Central Time. And if you have in your team or in your state any Spanish-speaking agents, send it our way, because language is not only about communication, it's about identity and about a community, and that's who we are. We are an Epique community.
Success stories. Excuse me. This is Jasmine on the screen. She just onboarded to Epique Realty on June 1st. Her background is from Mexico. She's actually born in Mexico City. She had never been lived in the US. She's been here for 10 months. So while she tested and passed her test, she started looking into brokerages, one where she felt where she belonged, where she could find community in her language, native language. Remember, she's only been here for 10 months. She does not speak English. She's starting to get it, but we're here. This is why we're here. This is the face of Epique en Español, to be able to support agents like herself. And not only that, by default, she will be able to help all these Spanish-speaking potential home buyers that would love to be able to own a home and don't know where to start because they feel so intimidated by not speaking the language. Now we are able to support Jasmine, she's out of San Antonio, to be able to help her also be able to help others in becoming homeowners.
Bravo.
Jasmine, if you're watching, gracias, bienvenida a la familia Epique y estamos muy contentos de que estés aquí.
Yay.
So as you can see, guys, there's a lot of work going on at Epique en Español with our project, right? But we're super excited to now let you guys know that every single meeting at Epique is going to be transmitted into Spanish. So Power Wednesdays, Meet the Founders, even Epique Explained are going to be translated into Spanish, right? It's going to be awesome. Also, we know we have a lot of branded graphics at Epique, right? So every single graphic at Epique is going to be in Spanish, en español, along with every marketing material, and also any document, any non-contract document is going to be accessible to us to reach the Hispanic community today. Yay. So one last thing. This is all because of our founders, our committee, all of you guys working really hard at Epique en Español. So a huge round of, un buen round de aplausos a Janice, a Josh, y a Chris.
Well, that was part of my part. Because I am here to thank you all, guys, our awesome members in our committee. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here. Also, Janice, Josh, and Chris, they really have us, all of us, in an awesome leadership, and we could not do this without them. And to finish, we want to invite you guys. You don't really have to only speak Spanish. You are welcome to our committee, and we are very happy to have everyone
Everyone is welcome. So you can contact us at hola@epiquerealty.com.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
This is your free CE class this afternoon at 1 o'clock for our breakout session, completamente en español. You don't have to speak Spanish to attend. This is your free class. We're not going to charge. There's no CE credit for it, but we invite you to join us today. It's at 1:30 our breakout, but we're going to start with mariachis at 1 o'clock and networking.
Yay.
Also, I want to invite you to please go by the merchandise store. We have Epique en Español merch, hats, pins, and I don't remember what else. But there's a few items out there by popular demand that we, you guys wanted in Español. We have them at the store available for y'all. Also, the translators. We have 2 translators translating this whole convention to Spanish. So if anybody needs the translators, we do have them available for anyone that needs to hear the whole convention in Español.
Very good.
And our t-shirts. T-shirts for our breakout.
Thank you, guys.
And lastly, be sure to attend the breakout.
Yes, because we will have t-shirts while supplies last. You want to show your t-shirt? Thank y'all. We'll see y'all this afternoon.
That was funny.
Are you still selling real estate like it's the 1900s? Cold calls, open houses, listing fees, time-consuming negotiations? Wake up. The world has changed. It's 2025. This is Base, a listing revolution built for the future, so you can stop playing the past. It's time for you to stand out. With Base, your property isn't just another listing. It's an interactive, immersive experience, a fully integrated marketplace that lets buyers dream, plan, and act, all in one place. Embedded services? Done. No more chasing contractors or wondering what's next. Base takes care of it. Embedded financing? Of course. Because in 2025, buyers shouldn't have to beg banks for approvals that can take weeks. With Base, it happens in minutes. Or you could keep doing things the old-fashioned way, the way that wastes time, the way that kills deals before they even start. Your call. Let your buyers dream. Then let them bring that dream to life on Base. Because selling real estate isn't about selling listings anymore. It's about selling possibilities and bringing dreams to reality. Base. Sell the future, not the past.
Thank you very much. That's actually our last slide. So if we could go to the beginning of the presentation. Who's ready to touch the future of real estate? I'm really excited to be here. This is our second year here. Very pumped with what Josh was saying. But first, I have a question for the audience. Who here is married? Good majority of us, myself included. Little bit of statistics around marriage. The average marriage, if it goes to divorce, will last about 8 years. If you do not hold your home to maturity of the mortgage date, on average, somebody will sell their house at 12 years. You are longer married to your house than your spouse. And I want you guys to think about that wedding. Think about the planning, think about the run-up to it, and all the stuff that went into it. Think about specifically the wedding cake. How many layers did you guys decide to go with your wedding cake? What was the flavor of the wedding cake? Did you go with 2 flavors? Did you have like a special bunting around the edge of the cake? What'd you put on top of the cake? All of this customization that you can do for a wedding cake for $500, but on a house, you're stuck with somebody else's decisions that they made. And really, that leads to why we've got 80% of home buyers last year regretting their purchasing decisions in some form or fashion. That's not something to be proud of. Like, the only thing I know that's got a worse approval rating is Congress. If that's our benchmark, we're doing something wrong. And it's not your guys' fault. It really is technology's fault. Technology has changed the industry so much. Think about what it's done to cell phones in 50 years. We went from the rotary phone where we're spinning things around to smartphones and smart computers basically in our pockets. But we've got a company called 21st Century Real Estate, and this photo from the turn of the century, last century, is the same. We're still basically moving real estate and just saying, hey, deal with what the previous owner decided for their design choices. And we've all been through these tours where we sit there, we go through, who put shag carpet in the bathroom? Fun story, I actually grew up with shag carpet in my bathroom. But, and then I've got another question for you guys. Don't need to answer this, but do you actually know who chose your bedroom wall colors? Do you know the name of the person? Most people don't. That's weird. That's your most intimate room in your house. You change in that room, but you don't know who designed that room? That's odd. And then we've all been there as well. What's it gonna cost? Buyers tour in the house, they're really excited, it's the neighborhood they like, it's the floor plan that they like. They're sitting there saying, hey, how much is a kitchen remodel gonna cost? You're not contractors, you don't know. On top of that, your buyers, they're feeling really rich after they buy a house, right? How are they gonna come up with that money for the changes for their house? Again, very frustrating for that buyer to go onto the American dream. And then we've got the vision boards. I love the vision boards, where we're holding up that 1-inch by 1-inch paint swatch on the living room, and we're like, is that paint gonna look good on that wall? Is it gonna match my couch color? Nobody knows. You guys do a great job helping your clients dream, but bringing that dream to reality can be challenging, which is why we created Base, where you compromise nothing, and you can now customize every single house in the US. And there's 3 easy steps for us to do this. The first step is you base it. No crazy hardware that you need, no $6,500 LiDAR cameras or anything like that. Guess what? Every single one of you already have the technology in your pockets right now, your smartphone. You take out your smartphone, you do a cell phone walkthrough video of the interior and the exterior, grab a 2D floor plan of the house real quick, submit it to us. 72 hours later, we're turning around the base to you for your listing or for your buyers. Second step, your buyers start to chase it. They get to see this immersive customization experience where buyers can see and take their vision and actually visualize it in reality. And then that winning buyer, guess what? We replace it. In the background, while you guys are closing escrow, we're changing that house out so that homeowner, that new homeowner, is moving into the home of their dreams and really getting on to the American dream. I'm gonna have Zach come up and he's gonna tell you a little bit more about where we're going with the future of Base.
Hey guys, hello, can you hear me? Great. Hi, I'm Zach Arrington. I am head of product for Base. This is my baby, and I'm super happy to be up here talking to you guys about it. So Ryan told you a little bit about where we are with Base. Right now, Base is a listing tool and a digital twin that can help remove the objections from sellers during the sales process. It's a competitive advantage for you guys, and it is a great place to start conversations about moving folks into their dream home and customizing the space that they live in. Everything that Ryan said, that's great. That's all happening right now. If you want to see what that's like, come talk to us. We'll be hanging out at that booth back to the back left over here. We'll want to show it to you. But what's really exciting is where we are going with the platform. So let me show you a little bit about what that is. This is the marketplace. And as Ryan said, he was talking about smartphones. And a smartphone was revolutionary because it put an app store into your pocket. We're doing the same thing with real estate. What you're looking at right here is going to be a command center for homeowners, not just during the point of sale, but during the entire life cycle of their home ownership. And that's important for you guys because your relationship with those buyers and sellers doesn't just end with the point of sale. And so every person that you get into Base is going to have this permanent command center for their home. And this actually was born from a conversation that Ryan had with Josh back, I think, in January. And so we have moved really fast on this. We're really proud of where we are right now, and it's going to be super exciting in the coming months. That's going to break down into 4 categories. We have basement, baseboard, base camp, and database. And that all fits into that dashboard that you just saw a second ago. Basement is going to be our financing center. So this is where users can come in and interact with our financial strategic partners. But what's really important for you guys is that you will be able to get commission advances directly through Base. Yes. Also baseboard. So we talked about the inefficiency sometimes of mood boards. It's kind of a tone poem for the home, but it doesn't get you exactly where you want to go in terms of really being able to visualize what that new space is going to look like. With Baseboard, we're going to have digital assets that are going to allow your clients to go in and choose appliances and furniture, materials that they can visualize within their own home to take it from that mood board space to, no, this is really the space that I'm going to be living in, and I'm excited about it. Next is Basecamp. That's going to be our vendor marketplace. This is where folks can come in and actually purchase appliances, furniture, services, contractors, anything that they might need during the life cycle of their home to improve it, to ensure it, and to make sure that they're having the experience that they want. And this all leads to database. And this is going to be our long-term data play for the product. Basically what that means is we're going to be creating Carfax, but for homes. And it's amazing that this doesn't exist yet. I can go buy a car basically out of a vending machine with my phone. I can go to Carfax and I can see who's owned the car, what they've done to it, and what the specs on it are. We're going to be providing that for homes. And additionally, as they purchase goods and services and have those, when they move in to have the house completed under the redo program, all of that information is going to be entered into our database, and we're going to be cross-referencing that across the entire platform. That's going to allow you to come back with actionable insights to your clients. For example, my parents had their water heater explode and fall through their ceiling twice in 2 different homes. Wouldn't it have been great if their agent had been able to call them and say, hey, we're looking at our data, we show a 75% chance that your water heater may fail in the next 2 years. You guys want to look at that? From our perspective, that's a much stickier transaction than a Christmas card. And best of all, for you guys, Base is free, totally free. We want you to base every single listing, and it's not going to cost you a dime. Free's good, right? So compare that to Matterport, where you're running costs of $4,200 per year, and that's even without the hardware, the camera. That's just 12 listings at $350. Doesn't matter how many listings you do with us, 12 times 0 is 0. But don't take my word for it. I want to show you guys some interactions from folks that have actually been on the platform, and I'm going to hand it back to Ryan.
I think especially being first-time homeowners, I never thought we would be able to customize any aspects of a house. It would just be projects we'd have to do down the line. So it was really exciting to know we could pick out flooring, some paint colors. Yeah, so I think we looked at some others in this neighborhood too, so we knew this was the area.
So we got super optimistic because especially single story and in the budget and you know the area that we liked and all the things on the list is just, yeah, really lucky to have found this one. And then to be able to customize it was really cool.
Having Riet be a part of us purchasing our home was a very easy decision. We've been searching for a home for nearly 3 years now. So the fact that we were able to customize our home was a big deciding factor for us.
I'm usually the picky one, but having the options to customize this home and pick and choose what we wanted is what really sold me.
Having the floor plan and having the digitization of being able to change the cabinets, change the floor, change the countertops, and having the buyer be able to see that, I believe it was really key in helping the buyers feel comfortable with what they were going to be receiving as an end product. So I do believe that was a really great benefit.
That's how I want my clients talking about their transactions, and it looks like we've lost the slide deck again. But I was actually talking with Lisa last night, the agent that you saw at the end of that video. She's actually submitting another base to us for her listing that's going live this weekend and wants that customization for her buyers. Who's ready to embrace base? So we're going to get into some use cases real quick. So this is fun and exciting. So again, we want to put the fun and excitement, take it to that wedding lifestyle where it's like, let's enjoy purchasing the American dream. So for your buyer's side, when you're in your last 12 minutes of a showing, whip out your cell phone. Tell your buyer what you're about to do. You're about to make this home customizable for them. It doesn't have to be the listing agent who does this. Whip out your cell phone, take that cell phone walkthrough video, grab that 2D floor plan real quick, submit it to us, and then you've got an awesome customization experience for that buyer to sit there and really see what that home will look like in their dream home. Bonus points, and this is going to be important. I'm going to share with you in a little bit. But bonus points, send that base actually to the listing agent and tell them what they can now do. There's going to be a big benefit for you here in a moment. Selling agents, I got two ways for you. I got the easy way, and I got the easier way. Ready for the easier way? Boulevard photography. You guys are already based. If you guys use Boulevard as your photography company, this is going to be included in every single one of your listing packages. If you are not with Boulevard, definitely get with Boulevard. They're awesome. But if you're not with Boulevard, scan the QR code. Again, there's two things that we need. We need this cell phone walkthrough video of the interior and the exterior, and then we need the 2D floor plan. All can be gathered with your cell phone, and our team will be there to help you make sure that you actually have everything that you need to base your first house. Submit it to us, and we'll turn that around so it's ready for your listing, just like Lisa. Pretty exciting stuff that we're doing here at Redo with the Epique platform, right? Epique was the first company to embrace and be the first AI certified company in the world. We're about to be the first all digital broker in the world as well. But I have one more thing for you guys. The downlines here are pretty awesome, right? Yeah? Awesome. Recruiting top talent, bringing that in and benefiting from that. We got downlines now for the digitization. Introducing base pay. This is only for the first person who actually bases the house. So for every single house that you digitize, that becomes part of your digital property portfolio. Every single time somebody makes a purchase on the platform, whether it's for onboarding, changing out, or modifying something through the marketplace, you guys are going to get paid for that. Not only are we free, but you now have an ability to build your digital real estate portfolio. And again, it's the first person to actually digitize that house. So again, benefit to those buyer's agents as you're touring that house. Send it over to that listing agent to help them sell that house faster. Who's ready for the base race to begin? Thank you very much, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the event.
Good morning. You will be so happy to know that there's a break right after this, so we're in a good place right now. But yes, welcome to what is effectively the new luxury. And we will so affectionately call it Epique Estates Luxury Collection. Not to be confused with your grandfather's luxury division, but uniquely Epique. Luxury is no longer linear. Today's luxury consumer doesn't follow tradition, they redefine it, right? They move fast, they think globally. And luxury is no longer defined by a price, it's mostly defined by leverage, technology, and presence. Uh-oh, here we go. So, the Epique Estates difference. This is where sophistication meets strategy for our luxury membership. powered by access, reach, education, and AI-driven tools. This is a luxury platform built not for appearance, but for advantage. Join our gated network of global luxury agents and certified agents. Tap into our international luxury portal spanning major markets and 6 different continents. Enjoy intelligent client nurturing and automated listing ads as they adjust in real time. And empower yourself to create a bespoke brand that resonates in your very specific luxury market. Enjoy our curated luxury-only LMS that features high-level masterminds, premium content, downloadable tools built to accelerate your business and your growth. Learn directly from proven luxury leaders through expert mentorship, and hopefully unlock your own ability to become a coach and specialize in helping top luxury agents around the country and around the world. Starting today, the Epique Estates waitlist is live. The first 1,000 agents to sign up will have an exclusive luxury welcome gift, early access to our platform, and front-of-the-line certification. So raise your hand. This is your invitation. Sign up today. Thank you guys so much.
What's up, Epic?
Yeah. All right. Welcome back from the break. All right, guys. Who likes free stuff? All right. That got your attention. Okay. Pay attention here at the end. We're going to share some things. Guys, my name is Kristen. Hi, y'all.
My name's Ben Cunningham with Cutco.
And 360 Branding, guys. So what we're going to do today is we're going to share some ways, before we share really what it is that we do for you, we do want to share why we do what we do. I'm sure you guys, as you were walking around, you saw some knives back there, and you're like, what the heck do knives have to do with real estate? Guys, I promise we will get there in a second, and it will make sense here in a moment.
Yeah, so show of hands, does anyone follow the NAR stats on buyer and selling experiences at all? So there was actually a stat that 80 to 90% of homeowners said they would use their realtor again a second time. But if you fast forward a couple years later, 10 to 20% actually use their realtor again a second time, right? So, and the thing is, the problem we found out is most people are forgetting y'all's what? Y'all's name, right? So, according to Forbes magazine, it costs 5 times more expensive to add on a new client than to keep an existing one. And people know anywhere from 5 to 10 agents off the top of their head, right? And we found out people, as stated before, people stay in their house 12 years or longer, right? So, what does that mean for you guys? It means it is harder and longer to stay top of mind with your clients to maintain that loyalty and repeat business with them.
So guys, what we do for you is we help keep you top of mind through strategic gifting. So guess what? Today is June 26th. I don't know if y'all know this, but we had the holidays 6 months ago. And if you haven't done the math, that means we have the holidays in 6 months again. All right, so I'm curious. I can see y'all. Quick show of hands. How many of y'all in the room can remember all the gifts that you gave or received this past holiday season? Okay, I see a couple hands. All right, what about last year?
Pretty impressive.
I know, fat chance, Kristen, right? Okay, so here's unfortunately the reality of gifting. So if I were to give each and every one of you a gift here in the room, even if you didn't like it, what would you all say? Thank you, yeah, that's right. Guess what? Same thing happens in our business. No matter what we give people, they always appreciate the gesture. But what we found is, unfortunately, 80% of the gifts that we give in our personal or professional life, I'm glad y'all are sitting, most of you, re-gifted, consumed, or trashed in the first 90 days that they're received. Again, most of the gifts that we give are re-gifted, consumed, or trashed in the first 90 days. 80% of them. Because when you think about most gifts we give, it's wine or some sort of alcohol or baskets or gift cards or dinner out or something like that. Or maybe every now and then it's something cute for a wall or shelf, which is great, but maybe it's there in a couple of years, maybe it's not. But the likelihood people remember where that gift comes in a couple of years is pretty slim to none. So what we do is focus on practical, quality luxuries we know each and every one of you guys are going to use, and same with your clients. So I've got 3, if you take away anything, take away this right now. There are 3 key tips when gifting from a business standpoint. Number 1, ask yourself, is the gift that I'm giving my clients, is it something useful? Number 2, is it something of quality, right? You guys provide quality service, right? Yes or yes?
There you go.
Guess what? Your gift should align with quality as well, too. And you guys do want to brand things, but in a very classy, subtle, tasteful way. You never want it to affect the usability or the durability of the gift that you're given, all right?
So the number one area in the house that people congregate is the kitchen. Glad none of y'all said the bathroom. That's great. So that's why a lot of people, so the cool thing about us is that y'all just tell me, like in the last week, who has used a scissor or a knife at all in their kitchen? Okay, awesome. Everybody, right? So what we focus on is, like Krista said, quality, practical gifts that your clients, whether they cook or not, they're going to use this every single day. So we partner with a company called Cutco. So raise your hand if you're familiar with Cutco. Just raise your hand. Okay, keep your hands up if you've ever purchased Cutco, given out as a gift, or have in your kitchen. Okay, look around, guys. Look at all the sexy, intelligent people raising their hands. I love that. So, so if you're not familiar with us, we're American-made, forever guaranteed, like Snap-on tools. So if it breaks, rusts, melts, or dulls for you or your clients, we replace it for free forever. And we're like the Rolex in the kitchen. So what we do is we take our products, we engrave your information in a very classy, subtle way that stays top of mind with your clients, where every time they pick up the piece, when you're not there, they're gonna constantly talk about you and think about you for years and years and years to come. So it gets you multiple impressions and long-term legibility with them as well.
Which also creates a tax advantage for you guys too. I know we all love the IRS, I know. They allow you and I as a business owner to write off a lovely $25 per client per year on gifts. Anything branded like what you've seen on the screen and back there, it's now advertising, so it's 100% tax deductible for you guys.
Yeah, you can clap.
Yeah.
So, and as far as a system in place, what we do is we make everything really easy for y'all. So we get you a full year supply of gifts or a half year based on your business. We can bill you over 6 or multiple months interest-free. Makes it really easy on cash flow. So imagine not flying down your street 10 minutes before closing, freaking out if they like red or white wine or they allergic to peanut brittle. You have the box and the bow, it's ready to go. Makes it super easy on you, super easy on your business.
Yeah, guys, and some people just give our gifts by themselves. Some people toss them in a basket. It's really about you and your business and what suits you best, right? And we don't just do, the Cutco. We do other practical quality things too that you'll see back there as well. And then I personally also have a branding business myself where we're like a travel agency. We do anything and everything branded for you guys in your business. So yeah, you name it, we brand it.
All right, awesome. So really quick, everybody pull out your cell phone really quick. We all like free stuff. Pull out your cell phone. Go ahead, scan the QR code. Go ahead and scan that QR for me. This is our first time ever being at this conference, so we're going to do some drawings and giveaways for y'all as well. Fill out all the information. We'll put you in for the drawing. We're also doing some exclusive specials today and tomorrow exclusively for you guys as well. So also, really quick, if you have a flyer in your seat, grab that flyer for me really quick. You may have gotten it at registration. So if you have that flyer and you know you need to get some gifts, go ahead and fill it out. Bring it to our table in the back. We'll help you guys get started with your order. Don't run over there. There are sharp objects, okay? Just walk over there. We'll hook you guys up, okay?
Yeah, guys, and check this out. This is extra special today only. The first 10 of you that get good gift system in place, you're going to get an extra special free Cutco gift today only. When? That's right. Cool, guys. We'll be back there. Thank you so much for engaging with us. It was awesome to see you all participate. You guys have an incredible day today. We'll see you back there. Stay sharp.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Provides the most benefits for productive agents.
Epique Realty offers cutting-edge technology, innovative marketing tools, and collaborative team environment that better supports our clients' needs.
They're providing benefits that I feel like are truly helpful in my business and my personal life.
Sorry we're a little late. I brought a bunch of friends, so I had to round up my friends to come up here. Yeah, that's okay. It's okay. It's okay that we're out of order. We're good with technical difficulties. Can we bring that slide down,
Play
please?
musical chair.
Yeah, it's all good.
Who's on first?
No slides.
I'll be first.
Well, I guess we could leave it up. Well, let me just do the intro. Hi, guys. DM with the Teams division. I brought some friends, as you can see. Pretty exciting event. Glad to see everybody. And pretty floored that the Teams division has not even been around for a year yet. We announced, if you remember, back in October that we were opening. So it's been great to meet all the teams here, welcome a lot of the teams and brokerages, and also bring to fruition some of the promises that we made last year, that we would start building out some team benefits. And so I've been working with my friends, who are our lovely partners, on some benefits. So I'm gonna hand it off to them and let them share what they've built for teams.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the introduction, DM. So my name's Daniel. I work with Canopy Mortgage. And one of the things that we have really kind of started to create and cater towards on the teams side of things is what we call qualified teams. And what this allows you to do as being part of a team, if you meet certain qualifications, and that's 50 buy-side transactions a year or 100 transactions total, regardless of buy or listing side, it allows you to create an opportunity where the profitability on the mortgage side of the business is really taken and reinvested back into your real estate business, whether that's being done through sponsorships of events or marketing materials or lead generation opportunities. It really is somewhat an open book as long as we follow RESPA. That's a big thing because that still exists. And so what this is designed to do is really allow you to invest into your team and grow it and continue to create a much bigger sphere of influence and allow you to go out and continue to succeed with Epique. And so what that looks like is out of the profitability on the mortgage side, it is split 85% of that going back to the team and then 15% going to Epique, which allows us to help sponsor events such as this and keep that free for you guys to attend. One of the big things that has changed since a lot of you know us from when we were over at Clear Mortgage last Powercon. We've since moved over to Canopy, and allowing us to make that change, or because of that change, it has allowed us to
open up and be a little bit more flexible on how much of that profitability is actually earned and invested back into you guys. So previously it was at a per file basis, and now because of this transition, it removes that per file basis and opens it up to be, there isn't really a cap. It's really dependent on how profitable the loan is of itself. So instead of being, let's say, $1,300 or $1,350 a file, it's now, hey, if we're profitable enough, it could be substantially higher than that or potentially lower than that, but it opens up a lot more flexibility and in turn is going to allow us to invest more back into your business. So I think next is going to be Rob and, oh, Sam. Oh, that's right, you don't have a slide.
No slides.
Oh.
Yeah, so in a similar fashion, we actually, if you guys remember watching the live stream or if you were at shareholders event, we announced Epique Title, and that's part of our RevShare Plus initiative that's getting rolled out. So we're getting closer to getting that introduced. Part of that has been a delay in getting that set up, but we are launching Epique Title. We'll launch in Texas first. So in a very, there's Texas. So in a similar fashion that you just heard from Daniel talking about the qualification, we're going to launch with some of our teams first in Texas. So if you're already doing, again, the similar 50 buy-side transactions or about 100 transactions annually, then you can qualify to set up your own joint venture partnered with Epique Realty in this exact similar fashion where it's an 85-15 split. So even if you already have existing title partnerships, as a reminder, what's really great about this is that the title company that we're going to be working with has actually created other partnerships currently with about 17 others in Texas that are live now. So if you're already used to working with a certain title company in Texas, that relationship continues. You don't have to change and find a different title rep. Nothing there changes at all except for you start getting to participate in some of those revenues alongside the company. So as that gets started, as we start introducing the area leader portion of it, the all agent portion of it, this will all contribute into our RevShare Plus initiative.
Awesome. All right, y'all, let's talk about a new optional add-on for teams. So, bam. Bam.
Come on, Rob, you got it.
Whoop-ow. Bam, I'm hitting the...
There we
go, okay. I had to say whoop-ow, that was the thing. So we already know that the Power Academy, the Epique Power Academy, is the most advanced training system in the industry. And the reason that Epique chose that we partnered together on it is to provide the training that you need instantly at your fingertips, whether it's sales training, contract training, agent attraction training, onboarding, luxury certification, all those things that are going to be going in there. It's literally what you need instantly. Why? To create leverage for the leadership so that they can focus on being leaders using their superpowers for what they do best. We give agents instant access to what they need. Well, teams, who here is on a team or runs a team? Okay, a lot. Teams need that also. I know when I was running a team, we did things very uniquely, and we have a lot of amazing teams here at Epique that do things very uniquely. So we're offering a new optional add-on for team-branded Power Academy. Yeah, give it up. It's awesome. It is your own team-customized learning management system. We have a couple teams that have already engaged on the ground floor. I'd like to showcase one of our most powerful teams here, the Power Players Elite. Give it up for the Power Players. Right, Justin, Mike, Stacy, so they are the first to engage in the team LMS. And so what it is, it's the Power Academy, but the first and foremost thing is it's going to be branded for your team. So we can see it's the Power Players Elite, powered by Epique. You can call it whatever you want. They're calling it the Power Players Elite Playbook. They could have called it Power Players University, Power Players, brokered by Epique, whatever you want to call it. But we are going to brand it and customize it for your team. Now, obviously, you wouldn't engage with something like this just for the looks. You're going to do it for the leverage it creates for you, for the team leaders and for the team members. So some of the biggest benefits are custom team onboarding. So the biggest benefit of you engaging with your own customized team LMS is just like we do for Epique. You can actually create and import, and we will house your own specific team content. Yeah, right? You know how much of a game changer that is. Now, you will still have access to everything in the Power Academy. You're not sacrificing anything. You still have all of my Earth to Orbit sales training, Epic onboarding, area leader training, agent attraction training, contract training. So literally everything in the Power Academy, you get that, but then you can also submit your own training, right? Like team onboarding. How many teams here like kind of have your own processes, right? Things that you want your agents to do. Imagine that the day an agent joins your team, you email my team, we hit one button, now they log into the Power Academy and it says, hey, welcome to Power Players Elite, here's our onboarding course. By the way, you can't access anything else until you complete the onboarding course, just like we do for Epic. We can create custom learning paths for you. So if you have a take these courses to launch on our team within the next 10 days, we can have that plugged in, ready to go. The benefit is it will save you hours and hours and hours of time. There's nothing wrong with manually onboarding an agent, but there is something wrong with it if you can do it, evergreen and use your time as a team leader to go do your team leader thing, focus on growth, and still give your agents the most incredible quality content and education. So we can streamline that for you. Hours of time. Beautifully designed LMS. Now, we completely do it all for you. We hold the keys. All you do is submit your content to us. We're going to design it. We're going to implement it. We're going to make it look beautiful for you. And we have full-time support during working hours. Custom file vault. So if you have your own team documents, team checklists, team resources, PDFs, resources, spreadsheets, we can upload them for you and only your team will see it in their location. So like this team won't see this team stuff. Only people that log into your LMS will see it. You can assign training. Imagine being a team leader and you have an agent that says, I'm really having trouble with open houses or contracts or objection handlers. Log in, assign the training to them. They're going to get an email that says your team leader just assigned training to you. You can see in real time their progress. They can get an email 3 days before it's due saying, don't forget this training is due. It all happens automatically for you. So we are empowering you to create your own customized LMS that gives your team not just everything in the Power Academy, but anything that you want to create for them to, number one, allow them to be more successful instantly because you're a busy team leader with things to do, and that you can create your own leverage to go scale your team, go grow. Maybe you're still in production and you want to create some more leverage. We do it all for you. If you're interested in this benefit, just come talk to me or shoot me an email at powercoachrob@epicrealty.com. We will be sending out a mass email to all team leaders letting you know about this. We have some awesome discount pricing going on right now to get it in there. And thank you to Epic for getting behind this vision because it's going to take our teams to another level. It's going to be awesome. Thank you.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the system that you guys use to manage your business. And how did you do that? That was a kapow?
Kapow! There you go. Yeah.
Wow, it worked. My name is Brandon Brigada. I'm here on behalf of Lofty. And I want to talk about how we can now manage your business after everything they've talked about in terms of getting your teams built out and onboarding them. What are you going to do once you have those team members performing inside of your team? You want to be able to manage them, right? Who wants to know if their team members are following up with leads, right? I'm sure I'll see a lot of hands with that. So what we're going to do is we're going to roll out a bundle that allows you to take advantage of our team add-on, which gives you a team website, a team standard website, which you could capture leads on that website and route those to your team members. We're also going to give you the ability to implement our sales AI assistant on that team site, someone to nurture those leads, get them prepared, and make sure that we're getting you in front of the right people at the right time. And additionally, we're also going to include an office virtual phone number. So this allows you to brand your team with its own phone number, market that out there. When someone calls in, you can get those calls routed to your team members. This is all great. This is only going to cost you $299 a month to add that. Hold on. Wait a second. I think this is a newly added benefit that Epic's including. Whoa. It's one of those 92. Right. Waiting to do that. Sounds good. I knew I was going to get some applause with that one. So if you're interested in taking advantage of this, I know I saw a lot of people raise their hands when Rob asked about those team leaders out there. You're just going to email teams@epicrealty.com and we'll get you started. So we got a booth back there. Shameless plug. Come see us. Thanks.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Hello. All right. Oh, we're coming. We're running late. I had to pull him from the bar. No big deal. Awesome. All right, so we're here to talk about some new technology, and I'm going to let you introduce yourself and go for it.
My name is Rick Hennessy. I am the CEO of a company called HouseAmp, and we are powering Epique's new program called Elevate.
Whenever I first met the team at HouseAmp, I was really, really impressed because it takes a lot to impress me for technology, because to me, anybody can make something complicated, anybody can make something, just really diluted or convoluted, and I was really impressed about how simple HouseAmp was. And when I look at a benefit, and I get pitch benefits all day long so you guys have no idea, I'm swatting them away like flies. Like, we get pitch stuff for agents all the time, but to me, it actually has to provide a real benefit to our agents and to their clients. It has to make everybody's life a little easier and help them do their job better and make more money. And that is exactly what we found with HouseAmp.
Well, thank you very much, and I'll talk a little bit about it if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, yeah.
But before we get started, first of all, I have to say we're thrilled and grateful to be part of the Epique family. I've had a chance to talk to people, and there's just so many awesome human beings, and I love human beings, so that's good. And when you talk to Josh, you realize, hey, there's this really good human being trying to grow something special, and now I see it here. So congratulations to everybody, because really great. Can I do something real quick?
Sure.
So, it's all about growing. Our job is to help you grow, and we get to grow together. Obviously, social media is important.
Yeah.
Can I just, I kept saying these people are awesome, and our awesome people back there on our booth at HouseAmp, that is Elevate, are, they're not awesome, they're epic. So I just want to hear an I'm epic. I'm going to go to 3, so I have something to post. Is that okay?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Ready? On 3, I want to hear I'm epic. 1, 2, 3.
I'm epic.
Awesome. Oh, wait, sorry. I took a picture, not a video. We're going to do it one more time. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I'm epic. Awesome. Okay. Now I'll tell you what HouseAmp does. So Elevate is your new program. And what it essentially does is it allows you in a very simplified way to go to your homeowner and enable them to get capital to make improvements, do staging, do painting. We've seen people use it for moving into retirement homes and not have to pay until the house sells. It's super simple. It adds incredible tangible value. It helps them present a move-in ready home, which sells faster. And you probably all know the benefits better than I do. It's a really, really great program. What we're seeing also is agents use some of the tools as part of the program. We have something called Equity Estimator. And what Equity Estimator does is it allows you to look at a home, type the address in, and understand how much equity is in the home and how much the person might be able to get in order to make those improvements before selling. So if you have a listing that maybe is going a little bit longer, like we see that a lot of times, something that's been on the market for 60 days, they'll come in, they'll get it takes 90 seconds, and they get capital, and maybe they put $25,000 into paint or something. We go up to $250,000.
Yeah.
So it's a really, really great program, and they can use it to also prospect. So you could type in information, you can understand how much equity is in the home, and maybe go to that person and say, hey, listen, we have a program, we can help you fix up paint, this and that. You don't have to do anything until the house sells, or pay it back till the house sells, and you get a move-in ready home.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah, thank you. So, super simple, super easy. There's a link over there at our booth, and if you scan it and sign up, it doesn't cost anything. We're going to pick one person, one of you epic people. We're going to give you $1,000.
Nice. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. I don't know why Josh won last year. It's kind of weird, right?
I know.
Yeah.
It's like I win every year. It's weird. This is, and he kind of just mentioned it, this is one of our free benefits. This is something that you guys would normally pay to have access to this kind of data. This data is amazing, and you can use it for, like you said, prospecting. Your clients can use this, kind of keep track of what's going on with their home. It's just an all-in-one tool that's going to help you and help your clients get more money from their home, help you sell homes faster. It really is absolutely amazing. So I'm excited for you guys to learn more about it as we roll it out.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah,
Hey, one of the craziest things, and this is the last, is that we also see when people use programs like Elevate, that their homeowners they'll tell people, hey, wow, I just got capital. I don't have to pay it till the house sells. And they're getting more referrals as well. It's an offshoot we never realized we would get, so.
Absolutely, yeah, awesome.
Thank
you
you
so much. Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you for having us here.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
You're the best, man. Thank you. Awesome. All right. Thank you so much, buddy. I really appreciate you.
I need a mic. Hello, hello. Here I am. I might not need a mic, but I have one. So, hi everyone. I'm Dawn Loading. I am with Epique Realty. I have been here since almost the very beginning, and I just want to say when I saw this company, I knew I had to be on board because I knew it was something different. I knew it was going to be big, and I'm so proud to be a part of it. And one of the things that I've noticed today is all the stuff talking about the coaching, right? Y'all, I've had a coach in my business since 2012. I've spent thousands of dollars on coaches because if you've seen any of my information, it's about the journey from living a life of scarcity to living a life of abundance. And we can't do that when we don't know where we're going. So I love the coaching platform. However, not everyone these days can afford a coach. And so we are going to bring to you now Epique Essentials. It's a daily training for our agents at Epique Realty, led by some of our amazing leaders. And it is, it's going to consist of some of our power coaches. It's going to consist of our leaders, area leaders, all kinds of things. Every day at 2 o'clock Central on epiqueessentials.io. I'm waiting for somebody to turn my slides. So I'm gonna just give you a little overview of what this looks like. So we have Marketing Mondays, which is all about marketing yourself. This is about teamwork too, y'all. This is not me putting this together. This amazing team of leaders here, look at this. Like, look at these people. Like, this is so amazing. These leaders come to the table with a servant heart and are ready to just help people. So this is all going to be free to you guys. And you're going to get to know these coaches so that when you're ready to hire a coach, you're going to know what you need. But we got you covered until then. And so that's Marketing Mondays. This team is led by Alyssa Stalker, Renee Johnson, and Rachel Dyson. So this is our team at the end. So Tech Tuesdays is all about system focus. You know, we're at a technology-based company and we need technology. So our tech team consists of Walt Key, Kelly Wheeler, Sylvia Dana, Axie, Correa. I don't know how to. All right, and then we have Win It Wednesdays, lead generation focus. This is with our team, Ashley Kimball, James Fuller, and Matt Graham. Woo! And then we have Touch Point Thursdays. We're gonna elevate the client experience. We're gonna teach you how to use the systems that we have at Epique for free to implement into your own business so that you don't go, oh, we have 90 benefits and I don't know how to use them. We're gonna teach you how to use all of this stuff. These are the agents who are using our systems for their business and finding success. So that's Thursdays. And I love Friday. Friday We all need more of this. We need financial freedom. This is what this is all about. This is so that we can all have a retirement plan, right? So financial freedom is led by Lee. Oh, did I miss Amy? You did. I'm sorry, Amy Garland. I did? Oh, I didn't even announce them. Shauna Murray, Angie Davis, and Amy Garland are the ones that lead our Thursdays. Thank you. All right, and then financial freedom, where we're going to teach you how to build wealth and financial success, is Robbie Johnson, who's, as we all know, at home with her first grandbaby today. I don't know if they're born yet or not. Yay! Awesome. And Lee Garland, our very own Lee Garland here. So that's Financial Freedom Friday, and here's the schedule. And here's a QR code that will lead you to the group in the cloud where you could join us and make sure you're up to date on everything. Also, we are going to have, it's going to be on the calendar. So starts July 1st. So July 1st at 2 o'clock, we want to see you in the cloud and we want to get to know you. It's also going to be a place where if you have questions, we're going to point you in the right direction because you have a room full of leaders. So that is Epique Essentials. Awesome. And that's it. Thank you. Good job.
Imagine more moments for what truly matters. A new dawn of opportunities awaits. Stay focused on what moves you and run towards the future full of possibilities. Get ready, something epic is on the horizon.
Let's see if this thing's on. Hey guys. It feels like I love you too. All right guys, this is a big moment. I know I laid it out for you earlier about the states, and I just want to recap on that. We talked about car washes. You know that we love our benefits here. We love what we're doing. We love how it brings you value. So today, some of you will see maybe a little similar presentation to before, but there's big wins at the end of it. So let's get started. Roadside assistance. So I know it's taken a little while. There's a lot of intricate details that come when you're negotiating. I'm negotiating, Josh and Janice, and the team, Excel and Brandy and Dallas and Melissa, we're all negotiating to a point, right? So we have to get people, we have to bring, there's a certain price that companies want us to pay, and we come in, and we say, no, we're not gonna do that. We have people that, but we're gonna be paying for it. So we know that what roadside assistance will cover will be auto, vans, pickups, SUVs, and if my presentation will ever work, there we go. And who it'll cover you, the agent, your spouse, your dependent children. Those are important things, right? We don't want you to feel like your office is your car, right? We're all in our office. We're all agents here. And the worst thing that could possibly happen is that you get a flat tire. Or you could be me and just like hit things randomly, and like I did a couple of months ago. God, I go on for it. Josh likes it every time we pass by a rock, he goes, oh, watch out for that boulder. Insurance should be watching out for that boulder. So it's gonna include unlimited miles, vehicle lockout service, battery service and jump starts, and of course the flat service change. That is essential. It is the bare minimum that we could absolutely give you and make sure that you're taken care of. It'll also include emergency fuel and fluids, which is huge. Anything else? Of course. You'll get AAA discounts, hotel discounts, rental car discounts. It's also available in the US, Mexico, Canada, Puerto Rico, and the US Virgin Islands. and it costs you nothing. That's important to us. We want to make sure that when we're negotiating, we're bringing things down so that we can offer it to you for $0. We don't want you to pay for anything. We seriously don't want you to pay for anything, that's why. But here's the thing, it's available today. And I want to thank Samantha and Jesse, because I know we've been breathing down their backs. So if you guys are out here, thank you for being a part of this and making this available. So you'll go on right into Epic Cloud and you'll be able to do it today and request it. Let's talk Urban Sitter. This one is really, really important. I think it's one of our, it's my personal favorite, but I also believe that it's one of our most important benefits because most of you have children or someone that you care for, and real life happens. For me personally, it's my pets. You guys know this about me. That's all I care about is Mr. Pickle and Louie. That's it. Everything's about them, what hotel, where we travel. If I can't bring them, I'm not going. And when people come over to our house, the mat says, all pets are welcome. Humans, we don't know. We don't know how we feel about them. So what is Urban Sitter? It's going to be child, senior, and pet caregiving services. What's included? You'll get your Urban Sitter membership, a Kinside access, and a $250 annual care credit, which is huge. That is unbelievably huge because you won't often use it as much as maybe you think you will. But when the time is right and you do use it, it'll be there for you. The available services are backup and ongoing child care, daycare and preschool, pet care, and senior care. But don't forget about virtual tutoring. That is a game changer. Also, $0. And it's available today. There you go. There's the QR code. You'll scan this. Make sure that you're using your Epic Realty email. So if that's an epicrealty.com or epic.me email, that is the only way that the enrollment's going to get set up properly. So I'll leave that up there for a few seconds before I move on because I know we're running a few minutes behind. But thank you guys. Thank you for everything. And thank you for allowing us to bring you the best benefits.
Michael Pellegrino is a powerhouse of purpose, passion, and resilience. With a distinguished 25-year career in law enforcement, Michael has spent his life on the front lines, not just protecting communities, but learning what it truly takes to lead through adversity. When he retired from the badge, he didn't stop serving. He stepped into an even bigger mission. Michael is the founder of Resilient Minds on the Front Lines, a nationally recognized nonprofit helping first responders, corporate teams, and professionals across industries build mental wellness, emotional strength, and the kind of mindset that creates real, lasting success. He's also an author, real estate investor, licensed agent, and business owner. Michael and his wife Dee have launched multiple companies from the ground up with no investors and no shortcuts. Michael knows firsthand the pressures, the burnout, and the mindset challenges that come with building a business. And today, he's here to share the tools that helped him turn crisis into opportunity. He's a man who shows up with heart. Get ready to shift your perspective, fuel your purpose, and walk away with tools to take both your personal and professional life to the next level. Please give a warm welcome to Michael Pellegrino.
Hello, Epic! How are we all doing today? Everybody doing okay? All right, I hear Oklahoma over here. They're in the house. Fantastic. So I just want to start off with two questions. I want to ask you two questions. How many people have heard the term or heard the phrase, "it is what it is"? Yeah. I want to shift that perspective today. I want you to shift that perspective and change that thought process from "it is what it is" to "it is what I make it." I could make it garbage all day long, or I can make it something good all day long. So the thought process here is to make sure that we shift that mindset and think about making sure that we take care of not only ourselves, but one another. The second question I want to ask you in here is, how many people are burned out? How many people are burned out? I want to ask this question. Is it burnout or is it arson? I want to challenge you with those two questions. So how many people have seen this logo before? Anybody see anything in this logo before? There it is. Once you see something, you can never unsee it. And these are the things that we're going to talk about today, because trauma, no matter what profession, is not categorized as a competition. We have all experienced whatever that is in our lives. So for me, I like to do a little brain buster. If A through Z equals 1 through 26, then knowledge will give you 96%. Hard work will give you 98%. Both are important, but short of the 100%. Anybody give me a word in their daily life that will equal 100%? Attitude. Attitude is so important. And that really is the culture here at Epique. And I'm so proud to be a part of it. Not only as a realtor, but as a team member, family member, and a part of something that is very disruptive. So for me, I want to thank the leadership. Jay, Sam, Chris, Josh, Janice, thank you so much for letting me be a part of this. I want to take you on a little journey. I want to talk about finances, health, divorce, and all these things. Life is coming to a theater near you, if it's not at your doorstep already. So it's important to make sure in carrying these bags, you have the tools, what we like to call pre-boom, pre-event. Because going through the event in your life is not the time to change your belief system. It's important to have those skills, whatever those tools are, so that you can put these bags down and not forget about them, but roll them. It's a lot easier to do this than it is to carry those bags. How many times in life are we carrying those bags? It's important to make sure that we take care of number one, and that's ourselves, because we cannot pour from an empty vessel. So understanding right here that real estate agents have a 1.38% higher than the normal person suicide rate. Now, I don't want to talk about all the bad stuff here, but, obviously, we have to talk about real life. For me, my partner and my good friend on the job committed suicide in our police car. He was suffering in silence, and nobody recognized that. It's important to understand that these tools, and we're going to talk about just a few of them, because I want to take the time and really dive deep into some of what we call those things in life to protect ourselves pre-event. the ability to disconnect. Think about real estate and think about all the times in 365 days a year. And if you're not selling real estate, you're not making money. And if you're not making money, that's hard to support your families. So having these concepts, being where your feet are, having that financial freedom, and thinking about this. When's the last time you attended a retirement party for a real estate agent? It doesn't happen. Why doesn't it happen? We need to set ourselves up for the future. And understand, and Dr. Martin Seligman, he said you need 5 things to have a well-adjusted, well-being life. He talked about positive emotion. He talked about engagement. He talked about relationships. Having those relationships in our lives, meaning, what do we want to accomplish? Into accomplishments. And I like to say winning and losing is not part of the equation here. It's about living and learning and understanding what resilience is and how we can withstand, recover, and grow. These things are all important in resiliency. And we talk about pre-boom, pre-event in life. And taking this and understanding, recover, grow. But the most important part of it is to keep moving forward. Having that ability to keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. No other way. So this looks like an opportunity right here. If I had to describe resiliency in one slide, this would probably be it. And I want to take the event in life, whatever that is. If there's 3 things going good in your life, you're probably going to be okay. What are those 3 things? First is probably your health. Second, your relationships. And third is your finances. If one of those 3 things go awry, what's going to happen? Where's it going to go? So what resiliency is everything left to that event. So that when you do go through the event in life, you're going through the adverse portion of it and not the traumatic portion of it. And when you get to the other side, you're in that growth side of things. You're thinking about growing and not going down that stressful red line. But even if we do go down that stressful red line, can we come off of it? Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's where we can have those limited, facilitated interventions. We may drop down to what we call rock bottom. But can we come off of that? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you yes. That's what life's all about. The harder you get hit, the harder you get up. The faster you stand up. It's important to keep going and keep moving forward. And that's what this slide is all about right there. Now I'm going to go through a couple of these slides real quick because I know my time is limited. And I really want to do a deep dive into a lot of this stuff with you, but I want to go into The Body Keeps the Score here. Anybody ever read this book? Great book. Bessel van der Kolk. And the body, in this book, I want to just highlight, trauma comes back as a reaction, not a memory. Think about that. I am my father's son. Whatever that equals. The good, bad, the ugly, whatever that is. The body does keep the score. And understanding what we can do and how we can live in this green zone. We're constantly in that emotional roller coaster. We have to get all this stuff done. We have to get the contracts done. We have to get the, you're constantly calling people back. You're trying to get the bid in. You got 3 other bids you're trying to do. And then all of a sudden, you're in that lull. And then you got to come back up it. And then, after doing that all day long, for 10, 12, 15 hours a day, you have to be mom, dad, aunt, uncle, brother, sister, and live in that green zone and play Barbies and have a catch and do all the things a parent or a loved one has to do with their children. So being able to live in the green zone, understanding the window of tolerance, and being able to live in the moment. And that's important right there. But this right here, changed the game in my life. I was down that downward spiral. I understood what it was to be in that dark hole. But I knew that I didn't want to live that way. I knew that not having money, starting businesses, and doing all that stuff, the reason why I feel significant and a little bit successful today is because I failed over and over again. And that's what Michael Jordan said. He failed over and over and over again. That's why he succeeded. Given the opportunity to take them winning shots and failing over and over again. Gratitude. What I want you to do right now is I want everybody to take out their cell phones. I want you to send a text message to somebody that you're thinking about right now and just tell them how grateful you are for them. And what I want you to do is raise your hand when you get a text message back and read that text message to me or to the group here. So just take out that text message, just send somebody a gratitude note and know where that's going to go. Now, doing this, I know for me, I do my 3 gratitudes every morning. And not only, and I listened to Rob earlier, and Rob said it, it's repetition. It's not just doing it one day and thinking, everything's going to be okay. No, it's doing it over and over and over again. That's how you want to do it. You want to burn that new neural pathway in your brain. You want to be able to not only burn that new neural pathway in your brain, but be able to live in your prefrontal cortex, in the front of your brain, where all your logic is. So many times we live in the back part of our brain, in our emotional state. So being able to do that and living in a life of gratitude, because science tells us when we're happy, we can't be sad. When we're depressed, we have to be able to change that. And that's the interruption of the neural pathway in the brain to be able to get into that prefrontal cortex. So, is somebody got their hand up right there? Did anybody get a text message back? Yes, go ahead. You got 4 back? Just give me one. You're grateful? Oh, fantastic. I'm grateful. Cancer. Give a round of applause. Grateful for cancer-free. I want to hear the text message that says, are you day drinking? What's going on at that conference? Because that tells me, or that tells us, that we don't do it enough. When we show gratitude, and when we give those random acts of kindness, and we do that stuff, it's not for anybody else, it's for us. Being able to give. And that's what I love about this company so much, the giving portion of it. And that's really, really the key. So understanding how and going through accomplishing goals and going through the clock and the compass. There's so many different things. But one of the things that I want to talk real quickly about is the cumulative effect of trauma. Now, this is a great illustration. We have a past trauma in our lives. And then we get some bad news. We get a pandemic. We get a couple of deals that fell through. And then all of a sudden, we got all these bags that we're carrying, all these rocks. And then what happens? We get cut off on the road and we go ballistic. Now, it wasn't all those big things that were happening. It was that one little thing that sent us over the edge. Being able to understand the secret sauce, the formula right here. This is our Resilient Minds on the Front Lines formula, the ABC plus D&E. And I'm going to give you a great example right here. Stories. My wife and I were watching our 7-year-old nephew. And my niece, who's 18 years old and the world revolved around her, came home and ran right upstairs. Didn't say anything to us. So for me, that was an activating event. Like, why couldn't she even just say hello? My belief was, is she drunk? Is she high? What's going on? Why did she just run upstairs and just totally ignore us? Understanding the consequences here. Now, there's two sets of consequences. I can handle this and go up and bang on that door and say, what is going on? Or knock on that door and just say, Gianna, what's going on? What's happening? I chose that one. Now, she was bawling, crying. So what's going on? She said, had her boyfriend just broke up with her. Now, if I had taken it the other way, do you think I would have the relationship that I have with her today? Absolutely not. And that's understanding how hitting that stop sign, disputing that belief before you go into the final effect. And the effect is now the relationship could be gone. But understanding how we can control our mind, get into our prefrontal cortex, where all our logic is, and understand that maybe she was just having a bad day. Or maybe that deal didn't go through the way we wanted to go through. Or they just wanted out of it. So being able to dispute those beliefs. And right here, Viktor Frankl, who was in a concentration camp, wrote the book, Man's Search for Meaning. And in that book, there was a line that really stands out. He said, between stimulus and response, there is a space. And in that space is our response lies that growth and freedom. He did not say between stimulus and reaction. He said between stimulus and response, there is that space. And being able to think about that and having that pause button, having that stop sign in our lives so that we don't go from 0 to 60. Because we want to have a belief system that takes us there. Because that's the easiest way to go. Just like getting called into the boss's office. You get called into the boss's office, you're like, oh my God, what did I do? Not what did I do good. Understanding strengths here. Leaders who emphasize strengths increase performance by 36%. Give you an example. I could remember my last performance evaluation. It went something like this. You did this good, but. And finished with 2 good things. Everything after that but stinks. That's the truth. Being able to change the wording there. You could be able, and when you're dealing with clients, this is such an important way to understand. Being able to eliminate certain words. Word but to now. Now let's do it this way. If this ever happens in the future, let's see if we can go this way, but let's do it together. Let's do this together. Emphasizing strengths. Emphasizing weaknesses will decrease a team's performance by 27%. So leaders who emphasize strengths and not weaknesses will have a 63% better person, better human. And this is not me, it's sourced. This is not Michael Pellegrino Unplugged, it's just not. This is all stuff that we talk about in the course. Board of directors. We talk about board of directors. Now, board of directors in my life, my personal board of directors, my professional board of directors, the people that I can go to in a time of need, that are going to give me a 360-degree view of my blind spots. We all have blind spots. We just don't recognize them. Being able to recognize the blind spots right there. And I even have people on there that are negative. Because I know I want them on my board because they tell me everything that I'm not supposed to be in life. Having those people in our lives. One of the things that John Maxwell, this is my mentor right here. Rob talked about mentorship. I have 3 coaches. I have a speaking coach, I have a writing coach, and John is the one who really taught me to really dig into my why. And he said, when you find your why, you find your way. And I will say, once you know your why, it doesn't matter how. It really doesn't. These are the things in life. Book, I get nothing for them. But this is a great book. the Why Cafe, understanding what your why is in your life. And this is I always like to finish with a happy thing. This is a conversation between my wife and I.
It's just, there's all this pressure, you know? And sometimes it feels like it's right up on me, and I can just feel it, like literally feel it in my head, and it's relentless. And I don't know if it's gonna stop. I mean, that's the thing that scares me the most, is that I don't know if it's ever gonna stop.
Yeah. Well, you do have a nail in your head.
It is not about the nail.
Are you sure? Because, I mean, I'll bet if we got that out of there...
Stop trying to fix it.
No, I'm not trying to fix it. I'm just pointing out that maybe the nail is causing...
You always do this. You always try to fix things when what I really need is for you to just listen.
Yeah, see, I don't think that is what you need. I think what you need is to get the nail
See,
out.
you're not even listening now.
Okay, fine. I will listen. Fine.
It's just, sometimes it's like, there's this achy, I don't know what it is. And I'm not sleeping very well at all. And all my sweaters are snagged. I mean, all of them.
That sounds really hard.
Thanks. Thank you. Ow!
Oh, come on. Ow. If you would just...
Don't.
Try to see things my way. Do I have to keep...
I know I have to finish, but you know what? Here are just some life hacks. If people want to take a picture of these next few slides, I don't want to hold anybody up, but I'll be more than glad to talk to anybody off the stage or anything like that. So couple pictures right here, some life hacks that you could use in your life right here. One for me is the journaling. Journaling has changed my life. I love that one. 7 questions to ask your kids and family. These are discussions that you might want to have with your kids and family there. Also, 9 questions to ask your partner. Life-changing. That's who we are, that's what we do. This is who we are, Resilient Minds. There. I am an author. If anybody wants to buy my no-nonsense book right here, I'll be more than glad. And that's who I am. Thank you so much, each and every one of you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bobby with Home Warranty of America.
And I'm Molly. And we are thrilled to be here. This is our 3rd Epique meeting and our first Powercon.
Yeah, we are stoked to be here. And I think we can all agree that buying a home is one of the biggest investments that our clients are going to make, we're going to make in our entire lifetime. And when we think about protecting that home, oftentimes we think about homeowners insurance, but those are for the bigger disasters. But what about the stuff inside the home and protecting that? Things like electrical, plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and even cell phones.
And that's where home warranty comes in. You all spend an incredible amount of time and care selling and finding the home, right? That's what you do. And so that care continues with the home. When your buyers move in, that home is full of costs. To replace an air conditioning unit can cost up to $11,000. Plumbing is our second most called in claim. That can cost up to $5,000 out of pocket for your clients. Heating systems, up to $8,000 out of pocket. Electrical appliances, it's a lot of money. So add the warranty conversation to your portfolio. Take the 60 seconds and have that value add conversation.
And we're not just there through the listing period of the home. We're going to be there for the entire 13 months. We're going to stick around. We're going to take some things off of your plate and provide the support for your client to make you look good. So we'll be there in the winter when the heater goes out, and in the summer when the pool's not working and you're having a big party. We're going to show up and just take the stress off of you, and we're going to help your client out.
Yeah, and while your clients are settling into their homes, HWA, we're behind the scenes. So every day we're in the claims and we're helping your clients save time, stress, but most of all, a ton of money.
So that's all we have, and we're so excited to be here. We're over at the Orange booth. We'd love to talk to you and find out how we can support you better and support your clients.
And any team leaders that are in the house, please come by. We'd love to have a co-marketing conversation with you.
And we have one more thing to share. We just found out, and you guys are the first brokerage to hear this, and we are so excited to share that.
The U.S. News and World Report just named Home Warranty of America as the #1 home warranty company in the United States of America.
So we're super stoked. So give us a try. And I know you have your people that you're loyal to, but throw us one and see how we do. I think you're going to love us. So thanks for having us.
Have a great PowerCon.
Come see us.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, guys. Y'all having a good PowerCon? So many awesome things presented here today. The teams thing, I hope if you're a team leader, you're really listening close, because those are some huge benefits, actually. And Chris's announcement, by the way, I found out about the 50 states thing 48 hours ago, just so you know. So that was huge news. Chris is really good at keeping secrets. Me, not so much. This is why I don't drink around a bunch of people, because I'll tell you everything. So I want to talk to you guys a little bit about something I think that you guys have heard a lot about, and that is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is not just a chat bot, if that's what you think it is. If you're just now getting into ChatGPT, you're actually a little late. About 2 years late. That may be a shock to some of you guys who are hearing about it for the first time this year, but you're about 2 years late if all the AI you know is ChatGPT or Claude. That is not where AI is going. AI is a blue ocean technology. Blue ocean technology means that it is going to be in everything. There is no limit to what AI will be in and how we will use it. The very first blue ocean technology was electricity. It became in everything. It started off with just a few homes that had electricity. It was just powering light bulbs. That was it, so you could see. And now electricity is in everything. It's in your toothbrush. I'm at this hotel and it's in the toilet. I walked up and the seat opened. I was like, oh, whoa, okay, that's fancy. But now it's in everything. You almost expect it, right? If you walk into a dark room, you immediately reach in for that part of the wall where you know the light switch is going to be, right? You expect it. We have electric everything now. Toilets, toothbrushes, cars. It's in signage. It's in everything, right? And it was the first blue ocean technology where we can just put it in anything and do anything with it. And everything can be amplified by adding electricity to it, right? Signs now glow, right? Everything is just amplified by electricity. That was really the first big blue ocean technology. The next one was the internet. This is the computer we give all employees at Epique. This exact computer. No, the next was the internet. Do you guys remember getting on the internet? Do you remember that being a thing to say? Oh, I'm gonna go look it up on the internet tomorrow. I'm gonna get on the internet. I don't really hear that as much anymore. But now we expect it, right? When you got to your hotel, you probably looked for the Wi-Fi, right? And you just knew it would be there. Nobody had to tell you because you just expect it. And now you have Wi-Fi in everything. You have Wi-Fi in just random stuff, in your dishwasher. Your washing machine and dryer might tell you when it's done. You know, so it's now in everything. And there's just, imagine doing your business without the internet now. That's just crazy. But it wasn't always this way, by the way. When the internet came out, it was seen as a fad. And some of you guys, I remember when it was a fad. And there were a lot of articles about it. This one's from the Statesman. I actually am going to read this quote from this article. It says, visionaries see a future of telecommuting workers, interactive libraries, and multimedia classrooms. They speak of electronic town meetings and virtual communication. Commerce and business will shift from offices and malls to networks and modems. This was mocking that. I don't think that I named a single thing on there that we don't use almost every day. And that wasn't the only one. There are plenty of these articles. Internet may be just a passing fad as millions give up on it. This may look like an old picture. This was December 5th of 2000. In 2000, people were still calling it a passing fad. Maybe it is. And then there came, with the internet, came social media. This is me. No. I remember when social media was a fad. Do you guys remember when social media was a fad? I remember before MySpace was like LiveJournal and Friendster and whatever. But then I remember when it went to Facebook, it was like, oh, it's just a fad. The average person has 6.8 accounts on social media, 6.8 different social media accounts. It makes up 80% of all internet traffic, and the average person spends over 2 hours a day on social media. 2 hours, right? Definitely not a fad. It's not a blue ocean technology, but it's definitely something that permeated our culture for sure. So these things that are fads that are brought out by visionaries end up being stuff that we end up using every day. And now we're dancing on TikTok to get leads, which is awesome. I love seeing that. But social media is huge. Goldman Sachs estimated that it will be a $480 billion industry by 2027. That's 2 years away, in case you didn't know what year it was. And think about how many of these, young Gen Alpha, millennial people, you see they're millionaires now from just a TikTok account, right? And I want you to think about, though, your business. When you get a listing, where's the first place you put it? The MLS. After your required MLS posting. Social media, right? You're putting it on Facebook, you're putting it on Instagram, you're putting it wherever you think there's going to be the most views, usually where you have the most followers, right? So you're putting it on your preferred social media platform of choice, and so it has just become a part of our daily lives. Now, when the internet change happened, about 70% of agents survived the internet change. 30% did not. They clung to these. And I just want to say, no, this is not Compass's new listing book they're coming out with. This is the original one. But they clung to these, right? They said the internet was a fad, nobody's getting on it, and they used the scapegoat of the news promoting these, dot-com busts and the booms and the bubbles, right? That was permeating the news at the time that, the dot-com bust, the dot-com boom, it's just all a fad and it's going to go away. And they use that as their excuse to quit real estate, to leave it, right? So how did the 70% survive? Because it could have been much worse, right? We could have lost half the agents. How did they survive? They didn't know how to build a website. Raise your hand if you know how to build an IDX website on your own. No one in this room. How did you? One person. There we go. One person. Put your hand down, Jesse. You're not a realtor. So how did the 70% survive? Well, the 30%, they were skeptical. At least that's what they would say, is that they were skeptical. But really, is that they were scared. They didn't understand it. The whole world was being disrupted. They longed for the simpler times. They were maybe doing okay. They had fear, and they were comfortable. Fear and comfort are the enemies of progress, right? And so they had fear, they were comfortable, and they just wanted it to be simpler, and they didn't know why this was happening to them. Not for them, to them. That's how they saw it. So the question is how did agents survive? Because they don't know how to build a website. We still don't know how to build a website. But there were companies that came out that helped them. Companies like Zip Realty, probably don't know about them, but they were the first online cloud brokerage in 1999. They were acquired by Realogy and just their technology implemented into Realogy's tech stack. But then there was companies like Remax. Remax launched not IDX websites, but agent profile websites, so you could go learn about your agent. Agents had a website that could share with people, and like, oh, come learn about me, like little profile websites. That was in 2000, by the way, 2000. Era was one of the first companies to put homes online in 1995. But you didn't need, because of companies like this, you didn't need to learn how to build an IDX website, right? You just had to associate yourself with the right people in order to get it. So there are 3 ways to survive big tech changes. 3 ways. One of them is you can marry a nerd, like Chris did. He's so lucky. You can marry a nerd. That definitely helps. When you're at home, you're like, I don't know how to do this. Somebody can help you do it. They're right there. You have a live-in IT person. This is great. So you can marry a nerd. You can take courses. You can learn it yourself, which is great. It's a great way to approach it if that's what you want to do. Or you can do like agents did for the internet. They aligned themselves with companies and organizations that had those things. So when we're talking about artificial intelligence, it's aligning yourself with company and organizations that have AI, that know AI, that do AI. We've been doing AI for a while. This was from 3 years ago. 3. This was probably before you ever heard the term ChatGPT. We released Epique.ai open to the public before anyone knew what AI even was. Epique launched Epique AI, which is a revolutionary set of tools for its time. And it helped people do things like write their bio and like do a property description, stuff that we now kind of expect our iPhone to do for us as soon as we start typing these days. But it was pretty revolutionary for 3 years ago. We definitely were ahead of the curve with that. In fact, this is a post from 2022. It's like, do real estate like it's 2022. And it was all about our AI tech at the time. Real Trends named us the #1 tool, AI tool for realtors. And now we still have companies that are still talking about, we're building our chat GPTs. We're building our own in-house GPTs. Now, in 2025, and we were doing this 3 years ago. We took a little bit out of the chat box, and we introduced things like AI virtual staging. So we talked about that in the video. We've done thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of rooms now. These are actually all the rooms of my hotel. No, it's not. AI virtual staging, AI headshots. We all look so great. We are the best looking brokerage for sure. I want to thank Jesse. Jesse, where are you? Thank you, dude. AI headshots. Oh, it's the new glamour shots, isn't it, for realtors? It's great. We all look awesome. I loved when we first got it and everybody had these Hawaiian shirts. It looked like we were all on an island, at the same island together. It was great. I had like 2 drinks and 12 fingers. It was awesome. By the way, not all of these are AI headshots, so the guy who made my slide, some of those are real. All right, but AI headshots, so we can all look great. And then we released Broker AI and Coach AI. And so you guys know Broker AI. This is where you can go and you can type a message, and it's your local broker, and you can type in questions like, which forms do I use to sell a condo in Texas? And then it's going to go ahead and it's going to fill it all out for you and tell you exactly what to use and tell you all the laws, and it gives you advice, and it's been trained on all the laws for your state, your city, and your neighborhood. This is revolutionary, by the way, because so many companies still don't have anything like this. And we've had it for a couple of years now, which is amazing. But it's time for a little bit of an upgrade. So we're going to be introducing Epique AI 2.0 this year. We're going to be thinking outside the chat box. Get it? Clever. I know. You're welcome. But Broker AI is going to change a little bit. So I have, do you guys know Laquita Martin, our Texas broker? I want to thank Laquita so much. She's been my guinea pig for our AI trading. And so I want to show you a little bit about what we're already able to do with Broker AI. So we're going to.
Hi, I'm Laquita Martin, the state broker for Epique Realty in Texas. How can I help you today?
You know what, that's cool, but you know what? You know what would be even cooler? Is if we just talk to Laquita, don't you think?
Hi, I'm Laquita Martin, the state broker for Epique Realty in Texas. How can I help you today?
Which form do I use to sell a condo in Texas?
Certainly. You'd use the Trek Form Residential Condominium Contract. You can find the form inside of SkySlope. I have also put a link to the form inside the chat box. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Yeah, that's awesome, right? Love it. We want you to be able to talk directly to your broker. In fact, we're going to be getting every single broker across the country set up as a broker bot for you to talk to, and they're going to feed it the information they know. So not only are we going to feed it the laws and the forms and all the stuff you come to expect from Broker AI, but we're also going to have your broker feed it information that they know, things that may be specific to your state, to your area, to your region. So it's going to be, they're going to be able to add and edit information live and be able to add new things, whether it's about Epique or about real estate, which I think is going to be amazing. We're not just going to do just the brokers, we're also going to include your area leaders too. So imagine being able to talk to your area leader 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Maybe. We'll get there. Hold on. But imagine being able to talk to your broker, your area leader, and you're talking to them about the information that they know. They're sharing their story, what works for them. And being able to talk to them, I think, is going to be really critical, because I think sometimes we are working outside regular business hours. Are we not? Yep. Anybody on my 2 a.m. contract people like me? Anybody else? Just me? All right. So Broker AI is going to be transformed. But in addition to Broker AI, we thought it would be really cool if you guys could talk to a few other people. Maybe you want to talk to me about tech, business, whatever. Maybe you want to talk to Chris about benefits, expansion. Maybe you want to talk to Janice, our CFO, about transactions, stock. Maybe you want to talk to Sam Rodriguez about networking, agent attraction. Chris talks to me every day, and I'm awesome. Now you guys can too. But maybe you want to talk to other people, like a power agent, like a Natalie Graham or Lee Garland or Robbie Johnson or Jason Lash. Imagine being able to talk to someone like Jason Lash or Robbie Johnson about creating a team, how to run a team. Maybe you want to talk to Rob Stein or any of our power coaches that we're going to be building AI twins for. And these AI twins are going to have all the knowledge of that person. In fact, we're going even beyond that, and we are bringing people who everyone in this room has heard of that we're paying to create AI twins here, so you can talk to the best in the industry, which is crazy. Anytime. So, yeah. Now, we're not getting rid of this guy, Eric. Eric is coming back, Eric 2.0. Eric is our lovable little chatbot guy. By the way, his name used to be with a Q-U-E, but everybody kept calling him Enrique. And I was like, it's Eric. Epique? It's Epic. Eric 2.0. Eric is coming back. Now, Eric's still going to be around, but he's going to do so much more. Right now, Eric is great at answering general questions. How do I sign up for a free car wash? Who do I reach out to in benefits about this? Those kind of general questions, we've had that for years now. But Eric is going to be able to do so much more. So let's run through a little bit of what Eric's going to be able to do. Write an offer for 123 Main Street in Houston, Texas. For my lead, Janice Delsid, use all the information from her profile and make the offer $350,000 with 1% earnest money and a 10-day option period, and put that in my inbox for me to review.
The offer form has been created and sent to your inbox for a review. Would you like to add any addendums or special conditions?
Yeah. You know what? I don't need to add any special addendums or special conditions, but which forms do I use to sell a condo? In Texas.
You'd use the TAR Residential Real Estate Listing Agreement. The downloadable form is in the chat box. Would you like details about seller disclosures, condo resale certificates, or timelines for delivery of documents? Or do you have a specific scenario? Let me know.
No, but I have a different question. When does my listing on Sullivan Street close?
Your listing on Sullivan Street is set to close on the 23rd of July. Would you like some suggestions for a closing gift for your clients?
No, but can you call my area leader for me?
Calling Dawn Loading, Texas area realtor.
This is stuff that we're already building. And this is something that will come out this year. We will be able to, imagine after, imagine after a showing, being able to get in your car, pull out your Epic app, and it'd say, how was the showing? And you say, it was great. They loved it, they want to put it in an offer. It already knows where your showing was. And you'll be able to tell it, they loved it, they want to put a full ask offer, and you give it all the details. And by the time you get home, the contract is mostly written. You can fill in the blanks and submit it. So. More cowbell. Come on, get the cowbell going. Come on, cowbells. I think we need more cowbell. That was my best Christopher Walken. You're not getting better than that. But that is where we're going with AI. AI is going to be able to help you do a few things. Create transactions. You're going to be able to get your reports from Eric. If you want to know how much commission did I make this year? How many units have I sold in the last 12 months? Compared last year to this year. You'll be able to do all of that inside of your Epic Cloud app. It'll be answer general questions or questions about real estate and so much more. This is where AI can take us, where your time is not spent researching and comparing and filling out contracts at 2 in the morning. So you actually get real help in real time, 24 hours a day, anytime you need it. And that's the future that we're hoping to build here at Epic. Yeah. All right, that's it. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
All right. Well, first of all, how's the morning been for everyone? Awesome. Do you love this latest stuff Josh and the team have come up with? Amazing. Just want to give a quick, we're going to be going to lunch. Once you leave from lunch, we're gonna move the schedule back to 1:30 is when we're gonna come back. From there, then, we have our breakout sessions that begin. They will happen right here. We'll start first with Epique and Espanol. Then our team from Lofty will have the next half hour. Then it will be realty.com the next half hour. And then Power Girls have a speaker coming to bring us home. So those are ones that, we'd love everyone to attend. If you are, even Hilda has told me, even if you can't speak Spanish, there's a mariachi band. So I need to show up to dance anyway. But we're going to be headed out for that. The last thing I'll tell you, there was a book in your bag. If you bring it back with you, the keynote speaker is the one who wrote that book. And he has graciously said if anyone wants an autographed book, he will gladly sign your book. So go enjoy lunch. We'll see you back here 1:30 for Epique and Espanol, or into the Lofty group to follow. Have a great lunch.
Certain things you just can't refuse. She wanna ride me like a cruise, and I'm not trying to lose. Then you're left in the dust, unless I stuck by you. You're a sunflower. I think your love would be too much, or you'd be left in the dust, unless I stuck by you. You're the sunflower. You're the sunflower. Every time I'm leaving on you, you don't make it easy, no. Wish I could be there for you. Give me a reason to. Oh, every time I'm walking out, I can hear you telling me to turn around. Fighting for my trust and you won't back down. Even if we gotta risk it all right now. I know you're scared of the unknown. You don't wanna be alone. I know I always come and go, but it's out of my control. And you'll be left in the dust, unless I stuck by you. You're the sunflower. I think your love would be too much, or you'll be left in the dust, unless I stuck by
Son los nervios.
Where's Daddy? Are we ready?
I guess so.
Yeah, right now.
It's 1:40 a.m.
I know.
So, el mariachi cantó 5 canciones and that's it?
Barely anybody here. Because everybody went to lunch.
Yo nomás escuché 2, no sé.
Solo cantó 5 canciones el mariachi, o 4.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit in the other one, right?
Welcome, bienvenidos. Buenas tardes a todos. No. Buenas tardes. Ya se me durmieron. Ya se durmieron. Comieron y se durmieron. Qué bueno que están aquí con nosotros acompañándonos. Tenemos un panel formidable esta tarde para que compartan con nosotros sus experiencias y conocimientos en el aspecto de educativo, cómo hacerse sus propiedades de portafolio para nuestras familias hispanas y en el aspecto de eventos y cómo alcanzar a nuestra comunidad. Oh, that's not it. Tengo dificultades técnicas.
Yeah, you have to say it in English.
This is not our slideshow. Ese no es el show de mis panelistas.
It's got the wrong slideshow.
The slideshow, yeah.
Tag, please.
Cosas que pasan generalmente.
Sí, cosas técnicas.
En vivo.
En vivo. En vivo y a todo color.
En vivo y en directo.
En vivo y en directo.
Can we please get the slideshow for the breakout session? Por favor.
Is Jill here?
Gracias, Janice. Sí. Bueno, pero voy a hacer las introducciones ya que estamos aquí del panel. Primero vamos a empezar con Lilia, que nos visita de Michigan, Top Agent, y nos va a explicar en el aspecto educativo. Tenemos a Guillermo Ley, representante de Canopy, y él nos va a ayudar en el aspecto de los préstamos hipotecarios que nos pueden ayudar para nuestras familias. Freddy, que nos acompaña de Georgia, y él nos va a platicar en el aspecto educativo de cómo se pueden hacer nuestros clientes hispanos de múltiples propiedades y de inversión. Y el señor César Tobar, que nos visita de Nevada, es el broker del estado de Nevada, y él nos va a platicar un poquito de cómo podemos acercarnos y alcanzar y a penetrar en nuestras comunidades con eventos de alta magnitud. So, vamos a comenzar mientras nos ponen el slideshow, si nos lo ponen o no. Vamos a empezar con Lilia en el aspecto educativo y platícanos cómo ha sido...
Me voy a parar, ¿verdad?
Yeah, como tú quieras, como tú te sientas más a gusto.
Sí.
En el aspecto educativo, ¿qué es lo que te ha funcionado a ti para alcanzar a esa comunidad hispana que solamente habla español?
Gracias, Hilda. Antes que nada, pues muchísimas gracias por la oportunidad de estar aquí. Estamos muy contentos de poder hacer esto en español y me encanta poder hablar de esto, de lo que es mi comunidad. Para mí al principio fue un poco difícil porque pues no encontraba mi niche y fue un poquito difícil poder empezar a trabajar con la gente que habla español, y entonces mi idea, empecé a tener que tener muchas ideas. Y empecé precisamente a unirme a grupos en la comunidad hispana para poder empezar a hacerme propaganda, que supieran qué es lo que yo hacía y pues estando con la comunidad es como empecé a tener más contacto con la gente de habla hispana.
Thank you. Gracias, Lilia. Y platícame un poquito de cómo organizas ese tipo de eventos y cómo llega el mensaje a esas personas en la forma de invitación.
Sí, eso fue exactamente como yo empecé a trabajar. Fue, primero que nada hice una página en Facebook y donde empecé a hacer cuenta, se llama Mexicanas en Michigan. Y de ahí empezamos a tener empecé a hacer eventos como por ejemplo ser el sponsor para una cosa de Easter o ser el sponsor para el Día de las Madres o ser el sponsor para cualquiera de estas cosas y de esa manera la gente empezó a conocerme más. Yo en cada evento les hablaba de lo que yo hacía y entonces así me empecé a dar a más conocer a la comunidad y fue más interesante cómo empezaron a buscarme, ¿no? Un poquito más. Ahora ya son como 15 realtors que hacen lo mismo.
Wow.
En español, así que está
Qué
padre.
inspiración, entonces
Sí,
te inspiraste.
Exactamente. Me han hablado por teléfono y me dicen, oye Lilia, por favor, ayúdame.
Qué bueno.
Entonces, muy padre.
Entonces has servido de patrón, no solamente para las personas que estás ayudando, pero influenciar a otros para que también...
Y lo importante de esto, Hilda, qué bueno que lo mencionas, es que nos damos cuenta que al ayudar, creces. No puedes no estar sin estar ayudando, siempre hay que tener una mano arriba y una abajo para poder sobrevivir en este mundo. Y yo estoy muy agradecida con lo que me ha tocado vivir y lo que he podido hacer en la comunidad hispana en Michigan.
Gracias, Lilia, te agradezco. Te agradezco mil por tu trabajo en la comunidad y por tus ganas de compartir y de inspirar.
Gracias.
Mi próxima pregunta es, platícanos cómo ha impactado tus acciones en la comunidad, pero cómo ha impactado en tu negocio y en el crecimiento de eso.
Sí, eso fue lo que es importante. Al principio, el primer año, creo que tuve 1 o 2 transacciones. El siguiente año tuve un listing de una amiguita de mi hija, todavía una persona americana, y cuando empecé a hacer todas estas cosas del Facebook, me empecé a anunciar en español en el periódico de la comunidad. Entonces empecé a tener muchísimas llamadas, ya no me podía yo ni dar abasto, o sea, creo que pasé de 3 transacciones a 25.
Oh, wow.
Y el siguiente año 31, y el siguiente año 21 otra vez, y luego un poquito, o sea, ha estado así. Y como les digo, o sea, ya hemos unido más grupo, que ahora me las quiero traer a Epique, a Epique en español.
A Epique en español, gracias.
Entonces ahora que nos la traigamos, así es, estaremos pues, estoy feliz de poder tener este impacto en la comunidad y que me puedan seguir siguiendo y como tú dices, seguir inspirando a gente, que eso es lo más importante.
Gracias, Lilia.
De nada, de
Muchísimas gracias por colaborar con nuestro comité y siempre estar dispuesta a ayudarnos a inspirar.
Gracias a todos.
Round of aplausos. Mi siguiente panelista, este señor es súper humilde. Cuando lo conocí el año pasado en Powercon, bien callado, y le dije, ese chico se me hace que es bien buena onda. Y donde iba pasando, dije, tengo que conocerlo. Y lo conocí el año pasado y hemos tenido varias pláticas y me ha platicado de su porqué, de por qué hace lo que hace. Él nunca anda haciéndose propaganda y que yo hice es el calladito, pero este señor es un powerhouse en su comunidad. Y no nada más en su comunidad, todo lo que ha logrado y apoyado a Epique desde el principio. Gracias, César, por todo lo que has hecho por nosotros y por todos los agentes aquí que estamos contigo en Epique Realty.
Gracias.
Ahora, platícame un poquito en el aspecto de cómo empezaste tú a acercarte a la comunidad. Uno de los slides dice el tema de nuestro breakout session y se llama Bienes y Raíces. Bienes y Raíces al alcance con impacto y corazón. Pero pues no. Platícame cómo alcanzas tú a llegar a esa comunidad hispana. ¿Cómo te involucras en tu comunidad? Y el porqué de eso.
El porqué viene siendo pues para nuestra gente, ¿no? Y el cómo es tener un equipo. Tener un equipo, la verdad yo no puedo hacer nada solo. Tengo un equipo que me ayuda, me inspira a mí para poder hacer lo que yo hago. Sean nuestros hijos, sean nuestros clientes, que siempre nos dan eso para poder hacer más. So, cuando hacemos cosas para nuestra comunidad, siempre viene siendo pues para ellos. Será para los niños que vienen de la escuela. El año pasado aquí con Epic hicimos backpack drives, hicimos de todo, de tantas cosas. Y gracias a Dios yo llegué aquí a Epic y le digo, puede ser ya no es mi familia ahora, porque estas cosas yo ya las hacía antes de Epic. Y cuando me uní a Epic, ellos hasta más lo empoderan a uno, que hasta más quiere hacer uno para poder hacer más para nuestra comunidad. So, eso se los agradezco a todo el leadership, todo el ownership de Epic, que para mí es mucho más grande que nada más nosotros. So, somos una comunidad grande, no nada más de latinos, somos de todos, porque antes, como dijo Lilia, que hacemos para nuestra gente latina, yo les voy a decir que comenzamos con nuestra gente latina.
Wow.
Pero después llegan más, llegan los americanos, llegan todos. Y el año pasado, yo les voy a decir con Emily, que está aquí, ella hizo un evento el año pasado que llegaron casi 350 personas a un parque local.
Wow.
Hace dos días antes que eso, había nevado. Pero llegaron, regalamos bicicletas, regalamos backpacks, de todo, habían face painting, había de tantas cosas. Pero llegó la gente y eso es lo que me encanta, me gusta y eso por eso hacemos lo que hacemos.
Gracias. Thank you. Gracias, César. Ahora, platícame tantito de si algunos de los agentes quisieran empezar a hacer ese tipo de eventos en su comunidad, en 2 oraciones o 3, ¿cómo pueden empezar ellos? ¿Cuál es el primer paso para poder empezar a hacer ese tipo de eventos?
Lo primero que puedo decir es que siempre hay alguien que está buscando hacer algo, es unirse con otras personas. Siempre hay alguien en la comunidad que quiera hacer algo, que quiera ayudar o estar ahí para apoyarlo, como sea, pero siempre hay alguien y es lo primero, que se asocian con grupos. Yo presentemente estoy con la organización NAREP, si la conocen, me uní con ellos. Yo soy el vicepresidente de Northern Nevada, del local chapter, me encanta eso y por eso me uní con eso. Y les voy a decir algo, Josh, nuestro founder, él, cuando yo hablé con él, y si se acuerdan, maybe no se acuerdan, no estaban aquí, pero una de las primeras cosas que yo hablé con él, o más bien él me dijo a mí, hay que hacer un grupo. Y él le puso Epic Latino Network. Y la verdad, así es como comenzamos. Of course, ya lo hacía, ¿verdad? Pero es algo que otra vez se siente más el apoyo,
lo
el poder.
Lo integraste ahora, lo que ya hacías lo integraste a Epic Realty.
Exactamente, y es
Grande.
con el poder de Epic, ya sabemos todos el poder que tiene Epic y el poder que vamos creciendo en eso. Entre más hacemos, más apoyamos y más los vemos.
Gracias, César. Yes. Muy cierto, porque el poder es en la comunidad. A pesar de que César ya estaba haciendo eso, el involucrarse, el asociarse con Epic Realty y tener esa magnitud de solamente poder llegar a su comunidad, ahora lo puede duplicar en todo el país, no solamente en su ciudad. Y te agradezco mil por esa inspiración. Y si no son miembros del grupo de Epic Latino, en la nube, intégrense al grupo para las sesiones, para las juntas y a ver cómo se pueden involucrar, porque no es de que nadie quiere, no, hay gente que quiere, pero no sabe dónde buscar. Ese es un lugar para empezar donde podemos encontrar este tipo de tribu, ese tipo de gente que quiere colaborar de corazón. Sorry. Se me olvida que trae el micrófono. Gracias, César. Te agradezco otra vez infinitamente que estés aquí. Me siento muy honrada de que nos acompañes y compartir el escenario contigo. Gracias. Mi siguiente panelista nos acompaña de Georgia. Freddy, cuando conocí a Freddy, tengo un poco de conocerlo, pero he tenido varias pláticas con él y se ha involucrado en nuestro comité, es miembro del comité de Epic en español y entre plática y plática me estaba platicando de cómo él ha podido crecer su portafolio de bienes y raíces, cómo ha encontrado estas oportunidades, no solamente para él, pero para sus clientes también. Platícame, Freddy, ¿cómo empezaste, ese desarrollo en ti y cómo ayudas tú a tus clientes a hacerse de esas propiedades? No solamente de su vivienda para vivir, pero también poder crear un legado.
Correcto. Pues gracias, Hilda, primero por la invitación y por estar a todas las personas que están acá presentes Pues sí, así, tal como lo dices, ha sido un camino lleno de aprendizajes, pero un camino también lleno de mucho valor, de mucho conocimiento importante, inicialmente para mis clientes, como agente, para poder brindar más valor, más información a mis clientes, pero eventualmente se fue haciendo esa espinita en mí como, oye, yo quiero hacerlo para mí, a la par de poder llevar valor y poder dar esa propuesta, aparte del tradicional, compra tu casa o vende tu casa, poder tener este otro elemento que es, sabes, si ya tienes tu casa, igual puedes entrar en el mundo de la inversión, aún teniendo tu casa puedes comprar una segunda. Y sabes que me quedé en su momento bien asombrado porque reconocí que muchas personas, no voy a decir la mayoría, pero muchas personas no tenían idea que teniendo una propiedad podían comprar una segunda propiedad.
Sí.
Y es increíble, algo que puede sonar elemental para muchas personas o como de lógica, mucha, y no solamente la comunidad en español, sino en líneas generales, desconocían que podían tener. Entonces eso me dijo a mí como, ok, acá hay algo, acá hay un niche que definitivamente hay que aprovechar y esto me da pie a mencionar digamos, el centro de mi presentación con las láminas, que es la educación y cómo a través de la educación podemos empoderar a nuestros clientes, a nuestra comunidad y en líneas generales a todas las personas. Y pues de ahí nació esa espinita de, ok, necesito entonces empaparme de todos los procesos que tienen que ver con la parte de inversión, ok, y a través de este conocimiento, pues tratar de hacerme lo más fuerte en esto posible y poder de esa manera brindar valor. Pero de verdad que ha sido todo un camino, todo un camino.
Platícame un poquito de cómo tu primera propiedad de inversión, ¿cómo fue ese proceso? ¿Qué fue lo primero que hiciste?
Claro que sí, mira, mi primera propiedad fue una escuela, aun cuando ya había yo tenido varias experiencias con clientes, ¿okay? Y en las que yo intencionalmente me involucraba en el proceso de obviamente la compra, pero también la remodelación y el post, por supuesto la venta, pues cuando ya me tocó a mí estar en primera persona, pues definitivamente entendí, ok, toda aquella experiencia fue solo una parte. Ahora yo en este lado, en el escenario,
lo experimentaste personalmente.
Oh, totalmente, y no solo eso, sino que también entendí, Guillermo, que el mundo de la inversión no es como algo flat, como que aprendiste esto y ya lo aplicas. No, prácticamente cada experiencia es un mundo completamente distinto.
Cada
y de
cliente,
repente,
siempre lo he dicho, cada cliente es una cabeza, es otra cosa y es...
Cada inversión.
Y es un aprendizaje también para
totalmente.
nosotros.
Y lo mismo pasa en el mundo de la inversión.
Así
Cada propiedad, por más que uno la visualice como, ok, pues lo mismo, la compro, quizás necesita ciertas reparaciones, lo hago, luego la vendo, obtengo un profit. No, hay muchos más elementos en between. Entonces, fíjate que para esta presentación iba a poner un ejemplo bien práctico. Yo me llevé a mi hijo hace un tiempo atrás para una de las propiedades en Atlanta y él me decía, oh, porque estaba hablando yo con el contratista. Ajá. Y pues mi hijo tiene 6 años y estaba, oh, como, mira, falta esto acá, ¿por qué no hacemos esto acá? Y escuchando también el feedback del contratista y me dice mi hijo, oh, papá, pero esto es fácil, la compra, ya la están arreglando y ya la vende y hace dinero. Y yo que fue buena su analogía para un niño de 6. Exactamente. Entonces yo le dije, no, y si compro un ticket de lotería y me saco el premio, pues mucho mejor, decía yo. Pero el tema es que aun cuando en teoría funciona así, hay muchos otros elementos. Hay muchos otros elementos que hacen que al final del día tú realmente obtengas el profit o el logro que tú requieres para esa específica propiedad. Y en esta primera inversión, créeme, fue una universidad, no fue una escuela, fue una universidad.
Yeah.
Hubo...
Masterclass.
Oh, yeah, hubo toda clase de situaciones que no me esperaba cuando escogimos la casa. Y eso al final del día te da ese conocimiento extra que está para compartirlo con todas las personas que estén dispuestas o que quieran.
So, si tienen preguntas acerca de inversiones, contacten a Freddy, por favor.
Sí, ahí te voy a estar hablando.
Súper, con todo gusto. Claro que sí.
Gracias, Freddy, por
Y
compartir.
déjame interrumpirte, una cosa bien importante que yo no dije cuando uno de los impactos que he hecho en mi comunidad es precisamente lo que tú dices, Freddy. Cómo educar de cierta manera a la gente sin que les digas que los estás educando, pero que sepan, o sea, cuánta gente hay que ha pagado renta por años y solo porque el compadre o la comadre o el primo o el tío les dice, no puedes comprar, se quedan así. Entonces, es muy importante. Yo hago workshops. ¿Qué necesitas saber para comprar tu casa?
Correcto.
Y eso es lo que me ha dado a mí muchísimo éxito, porque es educar sin quererlo decir, ¿no? Sin decir, ven, te voy a educar.
Sí.
Entonces,
y eso que mencionas es muy cierto y se ve tanto en en los clientes tradicionales de compra y venta como en la parte de inversión.
Efectivamente.
Tuve un cliente hablando específicamente de la renta, no de inversión, que llegó a este país en 1976 y lo atendí en el año 2023, creo que te comenté a ti.
Wow.
Hasta ese entonces había rentado 1976 y compró su primera casa año 2023 en septiembre.
Claro.
Y fue para mí como, oh my goodness, como que fue un choque. Cuando yo me entrevisté con él, me acuerdo que fuimos a un café y cuando él me dijo, oh no, yo llegué acá en el 76, antes de que él continuara, mi mente dijo, ok, ya debe tener como 4 o 5 casas al menos. Entonces, pero ya estoy cansado de rentar y yo quedé como, what? 1976,
sí,
yo no había nacido.
Por eso es tan importante que decirles, porque nosotros no podemos asumir, desafortunadamente, que nuestra gente lo sabe. Sí. Hay gente que está rentando, como este señor, por años y ni se les ocurre que podrían rentar. Y porque es que como tengo ITIN, número de ITIN, o porque no tengo esto, no saben.
Espérame tantito, ahí vamos para allá.
Qué bueno.
Ahora,
abrió la puerta.
Ahora sí, ahí vamos. Ya hablamos de cómo involucrarnos en la comunidad, en el aspecto educativo, cómo educar a los consumidores para que se hagan de su propiedad y propiedades de inversión. Ahora, ¿y el dinero? ¿Dónde lo conseguimos el dinero? Tenemos a Guillermo de Canopy Mortgage que nos va a platicar un poquito de los productos que pueden usar para poder comprar su primera vivienda y propiedades múltiples para nuestra comunidad hispana. Platícanos.
Hola a todos, muchas gracias por la invitación. Bueno, la forma más tradicional para comprar una casa de inversión, si es tu primera casa de inversión, puede ser que compras una second home y conviertes tu primary, tu casa primeriza, en la casa de renta, ¿no? Ahí pudieras tener que poner solamente 10% de enganche y la tasa de interés sería más o menos un poquito mejor que una casa de inversión. También obviamente está la casa de inversión, que es el investment property, que tiene que ser un préstamo convencional. Pero lo que viene pasando es que cuando un inversionista comienza a llenar su portfolio de propiedades, típicamente son gente que tiene su propio negocio, entonces hacen sus impuestos y declaran muchas pérdidas en su ingreso personal, porque cuando haces un préstamo convencional, todo es basado en tu net profit, ¿no? En lo que queda después de que declaras todos los gastos de tu negocio. Después de ahí, lo más fácil de hacer para un inversionista es un préstamo que se llama DSCR loan. Básicamente en el préstamo DSCR, no sé si lo conoces, Freddy, tienes que tener el 20% de enganche, que es lo mismo que se requiere en un préstamo convencional, tienes que tener buen crédito y después de ahí no te pedimos nada de documentos de ingreso. Solamente si la renta de la casa, y cuando se hace la evaluación de la casa, hacemos un rent survey, se llama, forma 1007, si esa cantidad es igual de renta, es igual a la hipoteca, calificas por el préstamo. Entonces, ese nuevo préstamo es buenísimo para los inversionistas porque puedes comprar casas de single family home, o sea, de una unidad, o puedes comprar casas hasta de 12, 14, dependiendo en el broker, unidades. Entonces puedes comprar un multifamiliar con un préstamo de eso, considerando todas las rentas esas.
Gracias, Guillermo. Y también les quería comentar que Canopy Mortgage ahora nos puede atender a nosotros y a nuestros clientes completamente en español.
Correcto. Nuestra plataforma puede cambiar el cliente a lenguaje en español. Podemos hacer las divulgaciones, o sea, los disclosures que le hicimos en inglés, completamente en español. Yo cuando hago todos mis préstamos, yo nunca le mando el link al cliente. No me gusta hacer eso con un cliente latino porque es una demográfica completamente diferente. Si uno le manda un link a un cliente, no lo va a llenar.
No.
Entonces, ¿verdad que no?
No.
Entonces,
es esto. Sí, o sea, oye, ¿y lo tengo que hacer en el teléfono o en la computadora? ¿Y por dónde empiezo?
Sí, hace cuenta que yo les hablo y estoy tomando una conversación con ellos, tomando la conversación, o sea, una conversación normal, y estoy llenando la mayoría de lo que necesito. Ya para la mitad de la plática, ya tenemos la mitad de la aplicación y ya le digo, hey, te puedo revisar el crédito, todo se ve muy bien, y así es como hago la mayoría de mis aplicaciones. 90% del tiempo agarro la aplicación y puedo revisar el crédito, aunque sea un soft credit pull, puedo tratar de ver si le puedo ayudar ya viendo completamente la aplicación entera, ¿no?
Perfecto. Gracias, Guillermo. Hemos llegado casi al final de nuestra sesión, pero voy a tomar un minuto para agradecer a nuestro panel. Les agradezco que se hayan tomado el tiempo de acompañarme, de compartir con todos nosotros su experiencia, su conocimiento y su inspiración. Gracias, Lilian, Guillermo, Freddy y César.
Muchas gracias.
Les agradezco.
Gracias, Hilda, por siempre estar ahí.
Y que se puedan llevar algo en su corazón de inspiración para poderse involucrar en sus comunidades y ayudar y educar a nuestra comunidad de habla hispana. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Hilda.
Muchas gracias. Gracias por la invitación.
Oh, perdón.
Y tenemos...
Vamos a cerrar con broche de oro. Únete a la revolución.
Sí.
Únete a la revolución.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Wait, la música.
Hubiera estado bien. Oh, yeah. La Viquina. Esa es mi favorita.
¡A bailar!
¡Mariachi!
Solitaria camina la Viquina, la gente se pone a murmurar. Dicen que tiene una pena, dicen que tiene una pena que la hace llorar. Preciosa y orgullosa.
Eso.
No permitan que quieran consolar. Y está luciendo su gran majestad. Pasen más. La preciosa y orgullosa.
Muy buena la labor que hace, brother. Muy buena la labor que hace.
Gracias. Alguien ya vino y se fue. Dicen que pasa la vida llorando por él. Conoce el amor, altanera, preciosa y orgullosa.
All right, all right. Hopefully you guys got some lunch and you're awake out there because we're going to have a riveting conversation about AI right now. All right, I like that energy. Keep that for me. Keep that for me. Hey, listen, if you're already in this room, you get it, and I like that. I'm honored to be in this room, and what I'm talking about when I say you get it is that you understand technology. You know, this brokerage is led by tech first, and it's important to embrace those kind of things. So happy to be here in sticky Nashville. I got in here about 15 minutes ago, and I'm finally able to pull my jacket off. So I come all the way from Phoenix, Arizona, where it's dry. We don't deal with this stickiness, so I'm getting used to it. You know, I went a little fast here, so I'm going to back up for a second. But it's fitting today that the title of the talk that I'm going to give you is The AI-Powered Agent, Leveraging Automation Without Losing the Human Touch. And I think it's important to stop right there for a second because a lot of people think of AI as someone that's going to replace their job, right? Insert profession, and obviously here the agent. And that's not going to happen. AI is never going to be able to replace the human touch. So what I'm going to talk about today is how here at Lofty and the system that you guys have, we're putting the human touch back into AI so you can do that. But before I get started, a little bit about me. That's me there on the screen. Yeah, me. My name is Brandon Bragada. I've been in the real estate tech industry for just about a decade, and I've spent all of those years trying to understand how does a real estate agent do hundreds of jobs and still come out sane every day? Anybody, right? It's like you're not just a real estate agent, you're a psychologist, you're a therapist, you're a parent to kids that aren't yours and they're adults, right? All of those things. So tough world to live in. But what we do at Lofty and what I've been learning over the last decade is that we are creating technology that puts more time back in your pocketbooks, right? Time, the most expensive commodity out there. So you want to make sure that you're using your time wisely, and we're going to give you more of that time back. I don't know if you guys can get these notes up here, but I've noticed today that everybody's had a little trouble with the PowerPoint, and that's okay if they can't get the notes there. I'm not new to the stage, but I am new to the stage when it comes to giving a presentation. A little bit about me also, when I'm not working at Lofty, I'm a musician. I sing on my worship team at church. I'm a man of faith, but I'm also a musician. Thank you. All the glory goes to God that I'm on this stage. But I'm also a musician in a band called the Optimistics. And I can tell you right now, talking on a stage is a lot different than singing on a stage. And I am the lead singer. But that's okay. I'm a proud dad. I saw earlier today Rob Stein was talking about you got to have your why, and I believe that's important no matter what you do, that you wake up and you have a why. That's what gives you your grit, your resilience to keep moving. So mine is I'm a proud dad. And I'm also really passionate about learning and teaching. I went to school to be a music teacher. Never happened, but that's okay because I still do music and I'm still teaching people every day, especially about growing their business. So what I want to talk about, like I said today, is AI. And if there's anything that I learned about technology, is that typically new technology is always met with some resistance. And it's not because people don't believe in the technology or that they don't want to use it. It's just change. And it's changing how we work and what we do every day. And, you know, you could think back to PayPal, because I just recently watched a documentary where they were talking about PayPal, and they were going into these banks saying, we're going to create an app where you can send money via email. And they were getting laughed at. Like, no one's ever going to do that, right? It's just not going to happen. But now here we are today, relying heavily on Zelle, Venmo, you know, you name it, sending cash through whatever you can. So I think what that did for us is it just made us more efficient. And I know that for a fact because even my 9-year-old son texted me last night and said, Dad, I need some money. So I just sent it through him on Apple Pay. Anybody else deal with that? Their kids calling them for money? Yeah, they're out there. And I'm sure they're older than my kids, so they ask for more than $5. So I think that AI is also going to allow us to be more efficient and allow us to power through those things. And a quote that I pulled out here is, AI hasn't just added convenience, it's redefined the word hustle. And for me, that brings me to the evolution of hustle. And what does hustle mean, right? Like, in the past, I think, if I really think back to my first career when I was in sales, it's like more calls, more dials, talk to more people meant you were more successful. Or so we thought, right? The more you worked, the more successful you were going to be. That's what we thought hustle was. But nowadays, you have to really think about how are you going to hustle but do it efficiently, because we're all being asked to do more with less time. You got to do this, you got to do that. And no one knows that more than the real estate agent. Like I said, you guys are doing multiple jobs at once. Marketing, lead generation, conversion, sales, all of these things. You have to learn all of these professions in one, and you're doing it usually without the right tools. And if you're going to be able to do more, you've got to have tools that are going to help you do more with the time that you do have. So what I believe AI is going to do, is going to help you do more, do it better, and do it with more of a human connection. Because ultimately, it's all about building a relationship, not a business. People are buying from those who they actually trust, know, and believe in. So, I'd like to talk a little bit about this in a story, because when I really first got started in doing this, I was going to events and talking to agents about how are you using technology today, what are the challenges that you deal with, so I can understand what it's like to be a real estate agent, since I didn't come from that background. And I was talking to someone, and they would tell me that their days start at 6 a.m., they're writing listing descriptions, and this was before ChatGPT could do all that stuff for you, right? Taking kids to school, showing up to open houses, showing up to a showing, someone's not there, driving around town, picking the kids back up from school, going back, looking through your pipeline, making some cold calls. And I mean, the list was just going on, and I'm sitting there trying to take notes like, wow, is there a process for all this? Is just what you're doing? And one of the things that I heard was, and I'm paraphrasing here, is that I'm not building a business, I'm surviving one. And I think it was something more along the lines of like, I'm not working on my business, I'm working in it. And that hit home, because I had also tried to start a business before. I used to own an ice cream shop, also while working a full-time job and being a full-time dad. And I wasn't really building the business. We were working in the business, showing up, serving ice cream, doing all these things. And I was like, wow, I know what that's like to be overwhelmed, but I don't understand what it's like to be overwhelmed as an agent. And even in the last 24 hours, as I talked to a few people in here, I've come to realize that it's not that you don't have the tools, right? I mean, you have all of them, but it's just overwhelming. Like, where do I start? How do I do this? I know that Lofty can offer all kinds of benefits for my business, but I just don't know where to start. And that feeling of being overwhelmed can really put you in a state of anxiety or just not moving, right? You become, paralyzed to doing anything. So I do believe that AI is going to help you get out of that overwhelmed feeling, that state. I'm a true believer in AI. I use it almost every day for multiple different reasons. And I'd like to show you today with Lofty how we're going to be able to help you do that. Now, don't get me wrong, before you implement the AI, I do want to make sure that I speak to the person in here that's still like, well, that's great, I'm glad you have AI, but I still don't even know how to get started with Lofty. And that's kind of what I've heard over the last 24 hours in here. And this wasn't part of my presentation, but I like to stop and just say that, if you're overwhelmed, we are here to help. You know, we've got Jessica Cooper in the back, this account manager for you. Got Adam Frank, who's a Lofty expert. I've known Adam for 7 years that I've been at Lofty, even before Lofty and we were at Chime, and he truly believes in the system and implementing it. But for those of you that are still wondering, like, well, what exactly does Lofty do? I know we get it. I'd like to break that down just a little bit for you. Lofty does 3 things really well. The first one is lead capture. And I don't have to say this to this room, but you got to capture some leads in order to run a business, right? And that's not just your sphere of influence. So we're going to help you with lead capture. We're going to help you with lead capture by giving you a beautifully designed IDX website. Connect it directly to your MLS so you can drive traffic there and keep them off the big box sites, even though they're still going to go there, right? But ultimately, you want to drive them back to your site where you're able to capture what they're doing. So lead capture, number 1. If you're taking notes, write that down. Lofty's going to help you with lead capture. The second is after we capture those leads, we're going to help you with converting those leads. And listen, I came from a different sales background, so when I first found out that a real estate lead takes, and again, 95% of stats are made up on the spot, but they told me that it takes about 25 months for a lead to convert that you capture on your real estate website. That's a long time. I'm over here talking about sales process when I'm leading a sales team of, let's get that closed in 30 days. But that doesn't happen, right? It's rare. So you have to be able to stay top of mind. And one of the things that Lofty's going to help you with when we talk about lead conversion is staying top of mind. You want people to know who you are, what you do, and how you're going to help them make the biggest decision of their life most of the time, right? So in order to do that, you've got to make sure you're staying in front of them, and not just staying in front of them with surface level stuff. You want to make sure that you're providing value. I talked to a guy 2 weeks ago who's working on a first-time home buyers program where he walks them through what it's like to buy a home before they even buy a home, almost like a scenario thing. So that way they can understand all of the things that they're going to go through. Now that's value. Yeah, I still haven't bought a home, but that would be valuable for me to go through that just so I could remove the nerves that you might get when thinking about buying your home for the first time, right? That's the kind of value. So we're going to help you with converting those leads by staying top of mind, by staying in front of them, so you're talking to the right people at the right time. That was number 2. Number 3, lead traffic. So there's so many different ways to generate traffic to your website to capture that. And obviously everyone immediately goes to the paid stuff. Like, what am I going to do to get paid leads? But there's so many other organic ways, and I'm going to show you how AI is going to help you with that organic ways. So you drive that traffic to that beautifully designed IDX website. We're going to help you capture that. We're going to help you convert that by staying top of mind. Those are the 3 things. So if you remember that and you're like, okay, I still need to get started, what do I do? Well, you take those 3 points and you say, Lofty, Adam, or anyone else in the brokerage that's an expert with Lofty, help me with my lead capture. Brandon talked about an IDX website. How do I get that going? Because that's step 1. Let's make sure that you've got a brand online and that you're standing out. Once you get that set up, help me with my lead conversion. How am I going to stay top of mind? Here's what I'm an expert at. Now, I come all the way from Phoenix. There's a neighborhood there that I live in called Coronado. I know the people who own the dry cleaners down the street. I know the schools. I'm familiar with everyone there. Maybe I should be a real estate agent because I know the neighborhood, right? I can walk around the neighborhood. I know a lot of my neighbors, and that's what I would say I'm an expert at, this neighborhood. So find out what you're an expert at. Focus on building some automation that drives value to your leads so you stay top of mind, they know you. You get those things set up, you're ready to hit it. Okay, like I said, that wasn't part of my presentation, and that's okay, because I still got 15 minutes here. But what I want to talk about now is some actual tools that we have that we're going to provide you so you can start to implement these things once you get to step 2. And what we're talking about is the shift from being overwhelmed to empowered. And that's what happened with this agent that I was telling you about, who said they were really busy, just overwhelmed with their business, working on it, working in it and not on it. And we talked about shifting from being overwhelmed to empowered. And that's not unique to just this person. That's something that everyone can experience when you start to leverage tools that are going to make your life easier, more efficient, right? Take you out of the mundane task so you can work on those relationships. So if you feel like you're playing catch up, you feel like that you've missed a lead because you were busy doing something else, if you're struggling to stay consistent on social media, right? Are you posting enough? What are you posting? Does the content match your brand? If these are some of the things that you struggle with, the next 3 things that I'm going to tell you about are going to help you solve those problems. So, now, speed alone doesn't do it anymore. I'm sure people in here have heard the whole thing, speed the lead, right? Like, faster you get to the lead, the better. But it's no longer just about speed. It's about timing and the tone. So again, I am a believer that relationships are what are taking your client from being someone searching or wanting to sell their house to actually doing it with you. And side note, I tend to hop off track quite a bit, but I hope you guys don't mind. Like I said, in the last 24 hours that I have been here, there is one thing that I have noticed, that every last person I've spoken with is extremely humble, and businesses aren't built on having the best product and the best tools. They're built on great people implementing the right product and right tools, and that's what I've noticed here. So like when I talk about this human touch, I feel like everyone in here is just like, yes, I get that for sure, because that's what I've taken from everyone that works here, and I'm really grateful to have gotten to meet a few of you that put others first. That's really amazing. So, what am I talking about when I say timing and tone? So, some of you may be using our AI sales assistant today. If you're not, what exactly is our AI sales assistant? Well, the sales assistant works in a couple different ways. The most common way is it's on your website sitting there like a chat bot. And I don't like to use that term chat bot. I like to use the term sales assistant because our AI uses large language models like ChatGPT and Gemini to be more empathetic, to actually listen to when someone's asking or giving information, to get away from just being surface level of asking, where are you looking to buy a home? How many rooms? How many baths, right? That stuff is important, but think about having a sales assistant on your website that functions just like another human being would. Well, you would hope that they're being empathetic and listening to these potential sellers and renters, right? We used to have that, and this is similar to a lot of other AIs. You can see there's an example on here where someone says, hi, my wife and I just got married, and we're thinking about our future home. Right now, we live in a small apartment, but we like something that works long term. Our old AI would say something like, hi there, thank you for reaching out. That right there already sounds kind of AI, doesn't it? Anybody agree? Yeah. May I have your name? Interesting. Now, you can see on the right-hand side, our new AI sales assistant is using a large language model so it becomes more empathetic, right? It's going to respond with something like, congratulations on your marriage. Sounds like you're planning for a wonderful future together. Starting to actually listen and respond based on what was given to it versus what we think it needs through a script. So that's the most common way that people use our AI sales assistant. It's on your website. It's going to help you get those new leads brought in. But it's not just about automation that pushes people into it. This is going to be AI that pulls them in through empathy and curiosity, right? So, meanwhile, while the AI on the website is capturing all this information, it's pushing it into your CRM. Remember, the first thing I told you Lofty does well is lead capture. So when someone is communicating with the AI sales assistant, we're capturing that information into the CRM, so that way it can continue to work on nurturing them, staying top of mind. So that way, when you're ready to reach out, it's taking you from a cold outreach to a warm outreach. The sales assistant is doing all of this follow-up, essentially trying to get that person on a property alert if they're a potential buyer, right? If they're a seller, offering them things like a CMA and giving them information to help understand their market. So while the sales assistant is working for you on the front line, it's also doing some things inside the CRM as well. Like I said, it's nurturing them and trying to push them to the right moment to speak to you. This goes back to my theory of we want to make sure that you're talking to the right people at the right time. I don't know if that stat was real or not. Like I said, 95% of the stats are made up on the spot, but someone said it takes about 27 months for a lead that you capture on your website to convert. So during that 27 months, what are you doing to stay top of mind? Well, good news. Introducing the next sales assistant AI workforce that's going to help take those leads that are inside your CRM that our AI sales assistant captured and push them into ready to speak to you and to convert. It's going to be there to help you when you're not sure of what you should or shouldn't do. So you've got somebody on the front line capturing leads, and then you've got our Lofty co-pilot that's going to be there with you, working really as like a personal strategist, almost like a personal coach. Let me give you another way to think about this. So you start your day, you log into your CRM, you got 10,000 leads there, and it's staring back at you like, what are you going to do? You're really not sure. You don't have any tasks, you don't have any follow-ups, so you're like, what do I do next? Well, the Lofty Copilot, you could go in there and you could think through a filter. Maybe something in the past that has worked for you is that you want to talk to every lead that's in your system that is pre-approved, they attended an open house, but you haven't spoken to them in over 6 months. They're just cold in your system. Now, searching for those in the past would be a lot of manual work. You'd have to build some filters. You'd have to export that. You'd have to come up with some, content that you plan on sending to them. Maybe you're thinking about, should I text them? Should I email them? What should I do? Should I just cold call them? All of those things are going through your mind. Well, with Copilot, you can simply type in what you're trying to do. Moved a little fast there, sorry. Type in what you're trying to do and then say, help me build a plan. The Copilot will roll out a plan for you saying that I've located all the 832 leads in your system that have attended an open house that you haven't spoken to in over 6 months, and they're pre-approved. Now you've got all of those leads right there in front of you. Then it can ask you a few questions. Would you like me to put together a workflow? Would you like me to create tasks? And you could say, yes, please do that. You could also say, you know what, please write an email. And I want the email to talk about why they should look into buying a home again, because today the rates have gone down a little bit, right? And it will write that email for you. You can go in and edit it. I will always recommend that anytime AI writes something for you, read it. Be an editor. Go in there and make some changes. Actually give the AI feedback so it can learn from you. Remember, this is not a scripted AI. This is a learning AI. So it's there to learn from you to understand your brand and how you want to show up for your clients. So now, we talked about our AI sales assistant. It's working on the front line. We've got Copilot that's working right next to you as your personal strategist and giving you ideas of what to do and helping you create content to push those leads through to the next stage. And there is one area that typically gets left behind. I know for me and my business, it definitely gets left behind because I'm not really that creative when it comes to writing social media posts, and I'm not on social media that much, don't have the time for it. So the marketing always just seems to take the back seat. Everybody okay back there? See, I get distracted easy, right? So marketing ends up taking a back seat. And the AI marketer that we've created is here not just to keep you visible, but to make you unforgettable. Because remember, branding. So many people buy brand over product. They want to know what you stand for, and they want to know what your brand is. And if today you're thinking about that, I'm not really sure what my brand is. Well, this is where the AI marketer comes in. It's going to help you create that. It's going to help you stay top of mind on social media. It's going to make sure that your online and your offline brand match. And the AI marketer isn't just something that's there to create blog posts or social media posts for you. It actually is there to help you put your business on autopilot. Some of the things that this AI marketer can do is as soon as you have a listing hit the market, it can automatically post that for you without you doing anything across multiple social media channels. It can also, like I had mentioned earlier, help you create blog posts, and you can automate that stuff as well if you want to make sure you're being consistent online. And what you want to understand about the AI marketer, just like I had said about the Lofty Copilot, when it writes these things for you, read them, make sure that it's coming across as you would come across. And the more you make edits to those things and the more feedback that you give to your AI, the more it learns how you want to show up. So, really cool. Now, I know some people are here like these tools are great. Well, we have actually been measuring the success of these tools, and I want to talk a little bit about the success of those tools. You can see here on websites where we have implemented the new AI sales assistant, lead capture has increased over 107%. I might as well just round up to 108%. But I know somebody might call me out on that. So 107.69. And how is it doing that? Well, it's there when you're not there. How many of you have clients that are searching on your website and you get a lead at like 3 in the morning? Well, yeah, there goes one right there. Following up to a lead right now. It's good work. Like that. And here's the thing about all of these workforces. They're like hiring an employee that you don't have to actually follow laws with. You don't have to give them a break. They're working 24 hours a day. And believe me, I want my 15-minute break. AI sales assistant doesn't need it. Marketer doesn't need it. It's always working for you. They're constantly staying in touch with your leads. So follow-up time reduced. You got boost in engagement. So when the AI marketer is actually creating these posts, they are engaging more with them. So what does this all tell you? AI just isn't a trend. It's a multiplier when you're utilizing it the right way. And when you're taking AI and you're putting it into more human-like AI versus scripted, it's actually making a difference. And all of this, like I said, is about empowering yourself to get back to doing what you do best, which is building relationships and growing your business. You don't want to be working in your business, you want to be working on your business. So that way you can get back into closing more deals, right? And here's the truth, AI is not going to replace agents, that's for sure. There are some professions out there where people are like, AI is going to take my job. That's not going to happen here because it can't replace that relationship building. But what it can do is it can make your lives more efficient by giving you time to focus on building that business. So, how do I get this? Well, we have created an AI bundle, so that way Epique agents only, another one of those benefits, can actually get all 3 of these AI tools bundled right into their system for one price. If you were to log into your Lofty account today, go into the marketplace, you'll see it's available right now for $29 a month. And that is available for you the entire show, and I believe a week past the show as well. This retails for $69 a month. The AI bundle is there and ready for you. If you have questions about how you can truly utilize the AIs, each one of them, there's a booth in the back. We're there to help answer any of those questions. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Be sure to tell all your friends.
Hi, I'm Joshua Miller, the CEO of Epique Realty. Our relationship with Realty.com has been transformative for our entire company. We've always believed in putting the agent first, and Realty.com is built exactly for that purpose. They're unlike any portal or lead provider we've ever partnered with or used. The lead flow has been steady and abundant and has increased our agent's GCI into the 7 figures in just the first 6 months. We have now onboarded our entire company to the Realty.com platform, and has been one of the single most important relationships for our brokerage. Support for our agents has been next level, and with thousands of our agents using Realty.com on a daily basis, it has increased our ability to support them as a company by leaning on the expertise of Realty.com. It's obvious to us that Realty.com cares for our agents as much as we do, and truly wants to support agents in the industry and create success for agents across the globe. Thank you to Lance and Adam and the entire Realty.com team for being next level supporters of our brokerage and for working to truly move the industry ahead for all agents.
Sure, I'll sit on the couch. Hi.
Yeah, we'll couch it. Okay. I guess I'll sit in the low chair. Okay.
All right. Hey, everybody. Are you guys awake after lunch or still asleep? Okay, sounds like we're still asleep. So let's wake up a little bit. We're super excited to be up here today. We do have a whole 30 minutes to chat with you guys. And quite frankly, I said, guys, we can't get up here and just start spitting out stuff about Realty.com. We gotta give them some pieces of value. So today we have put together a panel for you guys of actively using Realty.com agents. So we've got Brian Bell, who is in Kentucky and Ohio, state broker. We've got JJ, who is the Iowa state broker, and then we've got Holly, who is in Missouri. Right. So yes, yay, we can clap. Perfect. Awesome. Lance and I today, we're just going to kind of be chatting with everybody on stage and really talking about best practices for your leads. We understand lead generation is an extremely tough game. We know that it can be defeating, so we want to help you guys with best practices and how to navigate that, how to not get burnt out at the end of the day. But let's talk about also how do we turn a lead into a relationship. It's so much more than just, oh my gosh, I got a frenzy lead, let me claim it, and then let me call it and get it to the closing table, right? It's truly supposed to be a relationship. So that is kind of what we are going to discuss today. If we can move those slides on over, then we can get rolling with our questions. And then also, of course, we have Lance, the CEO of Realty.com. You want to say anything before we go with the questions?
Yeah, of course. Hi. How's everyone doing today? Everyone have a good lunch? Yes, I'll give you a little bit of the history, why we're here, why we're on stage. You know, I met Josh a couple years ago, and we started working together. And probably about a year ago now, Josh is just like, I want to buy Realty.com for every single one of our agents. And we had a call, and I was just like, that's amazing. Let's make it happen. And here we are today. But no, there's a lot more to that. I have a couple questions for you guys. I'd like you to make some noise if you've ever gotten a frenzy notification. That's great. That's good to hear. Now, if you've ever been able to claim a lead, make some noise. That's good. All right, so I'm happy to hear that. And now here's the more difficult one. If you've never logged in before to Realty.com Pro, and it's part of your Epique stack, make some noise. Never logged in. Great. I was going to teach you guys how to log in live, but it sounds like you guys don't need the help because most of you have. So one of the things I do want to say is I want to thank Josh, Janice, and Chris. I've been walking around the hotel now for about 24 hours, and so many agents are walking up to me saying, thank you, Lance, for what you guys do. Thank Josh. Thank Janice. And, you know, I've had agents walk up to me. I've got listings. I've got closings. I know Blake's here somewhere in the audience. He's got a listing going live tomorrow, I believe, from a Realty.com Frenzy lead. And think about this, guys. At Epique, you are the only real estate brokerage receiving referral-free seller leads. Think about that, guys. The only real estate brokerage in America getting a referral-free seller leads that don't cost you a penny. And as an industry first, because of what Josh and Janice and Chris do for you guys. So, you know, we're going to get to the questions, but I just want to thank the Epique family. Anything you guys need, come to the booth. We'll help you with your account. We'll help you with anything. If you don't want to be part of the frenzy, you want your own sellers like the people on stage here, you want your own buyers, you can come to us. We do have other packages for that. But one thing I'll say, we are not Lofty support. So we will help you with Lofty, but everyone thinks we're Lofty support.
Guilty.
And we are not.
And they're great.
We are happy to help you guys, but if you have any questions like that, non-Lofty related, feel free to come with us. If they are Lofty related, you could still come to us, but we might walk with you to the Lofty booth. So we love Lofty. They're an amazing partner too. And then one of the other things I want to announce is Realty.com Pro, it's getting more benefits. So you guys just got a total of 92 benefits, but here's something cool. Coming soon, we're going to be releasing benefits within benefits. The Pro membership you get, the lead nurturing, the frenzy leads, the blogging, the AI search site, all the Pro features that you guys are utilizing every single day, there's going to be more. And as those features come, they're going to be free for all Epic agents. So now you've got 92 benefits, and now your benefits are adding benefits. Think about that, guys. So once again, we'll get to the questions. I'd like to thank the entire Epic team. You guys are like a family. You are my favorite partnership, so I look forward to seeing you guys all over the hotel saying hello. Anyone who needs any help, just feel free to ask at any time.
Awesome. All right. So thanks, Lance, for the good intro and getting everybody a little bit more excited, even though we're still asleep. But let's go ahead and get the ball rolling, guys. So, Brian, I'm going to start with you, and you guys can see these questions up here. Okay. So if you were starting today with no database, what would your 30-day lead gen plan be?
So what I tell a lot of my agents is it's going back to basics in real estate 101, whether that's, developing a sphere of influence, thinking of all the people that you currently work with or you have interaction with, writing them down, reaching out to them, asking them if they have anybody that's buying or selling. Focus on the neighborhood. Become that expert in that neighborhood where people are calling you to answer questions about the HOA or you can research for them. I always tell people, like, sometimes you have to go back to basics, even if that's door knocking, especially if you don't know anybody in the area. So you want to get yourself out there. You want to be known as the expert in the area. So that people are calling you and not your competition.
I love that. I love the door knocking approach. I actually had a call with an agent a couple weeks ago. She got a seller lead from us, and she literally hopped in her car, went to the door, and said, "Hey, I got your cash offer for you. Let's chat." Now, sometimes that can go and be scary, right? But door knocking is definitely a staple that we need to get back to.
Yeah, and they say the hardest door to open is your car door. So if you can open your car door, you can knock on those doors.
100%.
Love that. Holly, what about you?
So if I was, let's just say, moving to a new market, there's several things I would incorporate. And one, like what we just talked about, going back to the traditional basics. When I first started selling real estate, it was in Hawaii when I was 25 years old, so it's 35 years ago. And I joined a bunch of groups. Ended up getting in with the human resource teams at the observatories on top of Mauna Kea. Not contingent on the what's going on in the government, the economy, any of that. So I had engineers every month coming in that I was able to sell homes to in a market where the Gulf War had broken out and the Japanese stock market had crashed. It was a horrible market. That was the market I grew up in. And no market has ever scared me. Like the rest of the markets, I'm like, no big deal. Even 2008, even though that was not fun. So I highly recommend getting into the community like we were talking about, whether it's B&I or you're going into businesses and talking to their human resource people. Realty.com, I'm sorry, but the leads I've gotten from Realty.com have been the best leads I've ever gotten as far as purchasing or using the leads that are coming in for free, whatever it might be. I currently have closed, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 or 5, and I have another 4 or 5 that are in process. So that's, if you have 10 extra closings in a year, let's just call it that, and I will be completely honest that over the past few months I've been very busy and I haven't done a great job. That could be part of the problem. Of, calling those leads, following up, all those things that we're supposed to be doing, correct? So, but I absolutely think combining traditional with the AI technology, hello, did anybody see the Epic AI technology that I'm like so excited about that. Those would be the things that I would highly recommend.
Awesome. And we're going to get to the AI stuff, don't worry. I did not leave it out. We can't leave out the buzzword AI. So next, and JJ, I want to go to you for this one because I think you are really good at this from the moment I've met you. How do you balance your short-term lead wins with long-term relationship building?
For me, you know, one of the things I try to focus on is building relationships. And we were talking last night that I don't even like the term leads. I use it because that's what everybody says. Everybody's a potential client to me. So when I'm talking to someone and I get a lead that comes through Realty.com or any platform, I try not to be focused on how do I get them to convert to get a closing. My focus is on how do I build a relationship? How do I serve them? Where are they at? So one of the things that I think a lot of agents could get better at that is to ask more questions. You know, ask more questions and listen where they're at. A lot of times agents on cold calls especially, they're all focused on, or not all, a lot are focused on the end objective. And to me, if you focus on the path that that buyer or seller is on, you will get to your end objective. But don't focus on yourself first. Focus on them. So, you know, how I balance that is it's all potential clients to me. Every person I talk to is a potential client. Any agent I talk to in an agent attraction is a potential client. If I talk to an agent and they don't want to come to Epic, I'm happy that they found someplace else. If I talk to a buyer or seller not ready yet, or they're going to move, you know, use someone else, I'm happy for them. Like, you have to genuinely serve people, and then the rewards will come from that. So that's how I kind of balance that.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you fully. Like, too many agents want instant gratification these days, and it's not an industry with instant gratification. Like, we're in an interesting time in the world, and, you know, home buyers and home sellers, they're nervous right now. And if you're that person that gives them great information, that nurtures them, that becomes their friend, that understands the value of a long-term relationship, you're going to win in the future, because when they're ready to sell, when they're ready to buy, when they're ready to make their move, they're going to be like, wow, I spoke to Caitlin. She gave me some great advice. Let me give her a call. Like, that's the way to do it. Even this, people have been asking me what the shirt this is. This year, because of the Epic partnership, it helped us get a NASCAR team. And people think we're nuts. Why would we sponsor NASCAR? Yes, thank you. Why would we sponsor NASCAR? One, I thought it was pretty cool. We did it with my last company, HostGator. But two, it's long-term relationship building. People see the car. People see the press releases. People see the advertising. I'm not going to go get 50 seller leads because a car ran around the track a bunch of times. But I am going to do some brand exposure, some brand building, and that's me building long-term relationships, not short-term relationships. So, you know, it's just like, if you understand the long-term game, you're going to build yourself the foundation for the future. If you're going just for the instant gratification, the short-term wins, it's not going to work. It will work if you work a bunch of homeward leads and click offers, but if you're looking to build a lifetime business, you got to be a nurturer. There's a great nurturers in here. I know Dana, if you're here, you could stand up and say hi. I don't know if she's at lunch or not. She's an amazing nurturer, and a couple other agents in here. Not sure where she is. She's somewhere here. And like, there's quite a few other agents in here that when I speak to them, I know they're building a lifetime value in the leads that they receive from us.
Yeah, that's perfect. What I tell all my agents is to go in as a real estate advisor, right? There's so many pieces of the puzzle that most consumers just don't know anything about. All right, Holly, I'm going to go to you for this one, because you did talk about how you've been really busy and you've had some things change, right? So how has your lead generation approach changed in the last 12 months, and what's really driving that shift for you?
Well, truthfully, last year was my worst year, and I think a lot of people struggled. I know there's agents who are struggling more this year. This year's been a really great year for me. I do think that the Realty.com leads, once again, has really made a difference. Back to the conversation about nurturing your leads, I actually teach a class on that and how to, take a cold client that you're talking to on the phone, and by the time you hang up, turn them into a client for life. And at my previous brokerage, I was the #1 agent with OpCity throughout the United States. They actually called me and said, your conversion is 25% compared to the average agent of 3%. What are you doing? I said to them, well, if you want to pay me to go around the country, I'm happy to share. So they didn't. Thus, you didn't hear about it. But that is the key, I think. Obviously, the follow-up, which I was openly saying I've been dropping the ball, but the key is turning those clients or turning those cold calls into clients and then turning them into friends. Referral is the next step, right? You want referrals from all your clients. You're never going to get it from all your clients, just the nature of people. But if you have 10 good clients who are referring regularly to you, you know, and then getting some great leads, you constantly will have business. So I think that that's the important piece.
That's amazing with Opcity, guys. Like, make some noise if you ever got an Opcity lead. There we go. Has anyone ever converted at 25%? That's like unheard of. Like, you know, I know 1 to 5 is the average there. So I think you're doing a job interview with me right now. Want to be a coach for me?
I didn't know that I was at 25%. They called me and told me that. I'm like, oh, well, you know.
So that's a true accomplishment. 25% on a referral-based company. That deserves a round of applause right there.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Yep.
That's awesome. And Brian, I want to hear from you on this one too, because I know as we've been working together, you do use other lead sources to feed your agents. And so how has that shifted over the last year with the change in the way the market is going?
Well, I think we've diversified, which I think any smart business person is going to do that. So, you know, we get Zillow leads, we do the Realty.com, we do have Opcity as well. But one thing that I instill in the agents and try to explain to them is that when you get a lead, you can't just call them once and expect them to become your client. Like, you have to nurture that lead. You have to be consistent in trying to get them, you know, to either list with you or, you know, utilize you as a buyer, or use, you know, help them buy something. So I always say be consistent in your efforts, even if you just dump them in your CRM and, you know, put them on a drip campaign. They're constantly being in contact with you. And, you know, the automated AI CRM is doing the work for you. So why would you not just drop it in there? So that's what I've always told the agents, is being consistent with your endeavors. It's kind of like with your systems that you do. If you can't just do it for a week and expect to get excellent results. Like, you have to be consistent in what you're doing. So one thing that I always tell people is just being consistent in your efforts.
Right. We coach to a minimum of 14 to 21 touch points. Now, a lot of people get scared when I say that. That's just touch points. That's text, email, and phone, not 14 to 21 phone calls. Don't freak out. But that's what we coach to. It is all about consistency. So I love that. JJ, what is one thing or one lead gen campaign that surprised you with how well it works? Don't say Realty.com.
Well, I'll answer that. I want to go back to the last question because it's something I'm curious of the audience out here. So I've been in real estate for 22 years now, aging myself, but I keep track of every closing. I know where it comes from. I know buyer, seller, statistic by past client sphere of influence. I was consistently at about 60% year after year. That has gone below 50% the last 2 years. And right away, I was like, oh my gosh, what's going on? But for a lot of my clients, I feel like I've advised them well, using that advisor word. I've advised them well, and they're kind of holding this market. So I don't know if other people are experiencing that, where my past client sphere of influence has kind of slowed down because some of them aren't going to buy when rates are 7 or 7.5%, right? They're waiting for the market a little bit. And that's something where, you know, what have I changed in the last 12 months? I'm making more calls. I'm doing more open houses. Like, I'm being more putting the foot down on the gas pedal. And so that's something, if you're seeing a change in your business, sometimes if it helps if you keep track of it so you know where you're dropping in. And I knew what I was dropping in at, and I could see that. And there's a first reaction of, oh my gosh, my clients don't like me anymore. But it wasn't that. It's, you know, I would reach out to someone like, yeah, we're not really, you know, the rates are a little high or whatever, if I knew they're going to buy like a year or two, and then it's come past that time. And so just realize that if you track your data, you track your market, you track your trends, you will kind of see where that's coming. And so that's something I changed. Sorry, going to your next question. Can you share one lead campaign or tactic that surprised you? So here's one that I use that I will tell everybody you should do it. And Caitlin's got them. My agents in Iowa have gotten them. Is I send video text.
Every single time he texts me, I get a video.
Every time. I do not like. I don't leave voicemails typically. I video text agents. It started with, and my phone's buzzing right now, sorry. It started when I had voicemails that people were telling me that they left me a voicemail, I didn't see it. So I started not relying it on my own end. So when I talk to someone or call someone and I get a voicemail, I would leave them a video text. And then what I started doing is when I get a lead that comes through, one of my tasks in my smart plan within Lofty is that I send them a video text. The response rate on that is ridiculous. It is better than any sort of contact that I can do. It is a face to a name. They hear my tone. They hear my mannerism. They're not reading into the context of my text because it has no context, right? So they're reading into that versus I'm giving them the tone, and they can hear how, I'm hoping they can hear how I'm here to serve you. I'm here to help you. Where are you at? What are you doing? I'm leading with empathy on that video. That's my biggest secret weapon.
So you get that, guys? Now, raise your hand here. Have you ever sent a video text? Decent amount of you guys. That's great. Now, everyone here who claims a frenzy lead, another question I get all the time, how do I get more frenzy leads? One, you download the Realty Portal app. You look up Realty. It's the black app, not the blue one. The blue is consumer. That's where your leads come from. The black is the portal app, and you get push notifications. When you claim a frenzy lead, we're going to ask you to send a video text now. So now raise your hands if your next lead you get from us or anyone else, you're going to send a video text. Everybody. There we go. Everybody here. That's great to hear. And every time there's a question and I speak, I'll give you another tip how to claim those leads quicker.
Perfect. All right. Holly, I'm going to go to you because you mentioned the Epique AI tools. So which tools, you know, AI is such a buzzword these days, which ones do you feel that have actually helped you with your business, they're worth the hype, and which ones, we don't have to name drop, but which ones just really haven't been?
So I use Poe regularly myself. Poe does a lot of writing for me, a lot of descriptive writing, and like ChatGPT, any of those, right? I have it revised it many times over just to figure out which one I like the best. I really love that tool. I am not as big of an AI person, but I will be with the new AI stuff we have coming on because I'm excited. Is anyone else excited about the fact that you can have it write the contract? Hello. Oh my gosh, yes, cowbell, that's for sure. But I really get back to what JJ was just talking about as well, where it is creating that connection, that is your key, and you can't do that through AI. When I first looked at Epique, I will tell you that I was over at another brand where I'd say most of you have come from, and I was recruiting a small team from Better Homes and Gardens that was closing in our market, and they were investigating Real. Well, I knew all about Real, but I wanted to, you know, double check what I knew and compete. And in doing that, someone, whoever you are, I got an email about Epique. Like, I wasn't searching Epique, but I clicked on it and I watched a video and I was like, hello, what? Right? And I called the guy. Now, the guy couldn't answer any of my questions. And that was a turnoff to me because I'm like, that was clever. You sent me an email somehow because I was searching for Real. I want to know how to do that. And, but because you couldn't answer any questions, then I went to epiquerealty.com just to look at their website, right? I want to see how sharp's their website versus my website right now. And it was freaking awesome, right? And I'm from California originally, so I started looking at Santa Barbara just because you never know. I might want to move back to Santa Barbara at some point. And I, within minutes, 310 started calling me. That's California area code. I'm like, I'm a lead. I'm a lead, right? That was Oge. I joined Oge, who's in Jay's team, so I was right there with Jay, which that was important to me, but I loved Oge, and I wanted to support him as well, right? So these are not AI things, but Eric, or I think at the time it was Alex, she started reaching out to me like crazy, and that was AI, right? That wasn't a real person, but it was excellent. It did a really good job, was really relevant. I did ask her, hey, what's your favorite thing about Epique? And she said, I think something like, oh, the culture and this and that. I thought that was pretty generic, but it was really good. I asked a question, and she answered appropriately. So anyway, I think AI is only going to get better and better, and we're going to be able to utilize it in such a big way, but I wish I could give you some more tips, but I think Epique's doing a great job of that.
Yeah, I think that's wonderful. AI definitely doesn't replace relationships, but it does help make your life easier. What about you, Lance? Let's ask you.
I love the AI headshots. Come on, guys. AI headshots, come on. There we go. Everyone thinks I'm always on vacation when I play with those. They're super awesome. I uploaded
And 10 pounds thinner.
Yes, my wife, we did a bunch of AI headshots, and we sent them to her mom, and her mom thought we did like 6 vacations in a week. So we were messing with her for a couple days, so that was great. And then just all the AI, so sticking with the headshots, going into the AI staging and different things, like I made an image of like a kitchen, and I said, make the cabinets blue and the granite white and the floors marble, and like it looked like an image of an actual home that I was looking to buy. It was just amazing. So I know a lot of people use AI for written content, but I love the Epique tools for AI for visualization. So that's one of the coolest things that not many people think about. And if you haven't done your AI headshot, you should go do it as soon as you're out of this room. So it's in the tool set. It's really cool to mess with, and everyone will think you're on vacation outside of Nashville.
I love Nashville, though. Everybody, we're going to do karaoke tonight, so you should join us. So what is your follow-up cadence once a lead comes in, and how do you keep them from going cold? Oh, yeah. You're working our leads, so I'm going to, how do we follow up and keep them from going cold the second they come in?
So I think the key at the beginning is reaching out to them in a timely manner. If you're taking 12, 14, 16 hours to get back to a lead, they probably have already been contacted by 4 other agents. So I always tell people, like, even if it's a text message or an email just saying, I got your lead, I'll be in touch in, an hour. Just letting that lead know that you are an actual human being and that you're present and that you will follow up with them. But if you take a long period of time to follow up with the lead, they're going to move on to somewhere else. Time is of the essence. I'm sure we've heard that a million times in our industry, and it truly is of the essence in lead generation.
Absolutely.
Part of the reason we did NASCAR, guys, speed to lead. That's what it says on all our materials, speed to lead, right there.
Perfect marketing feature. And I think one thing a lot of people forget, like they think, oh, everybody goes to Zillow to search for houses. Everybody goes to Zillow to search for houses. But truly, like a consumer actually starts on Google. So once they are starting and they are searching, you want to be speaking to them while they are actively looking at properties. So if they've come in and they've inquired, they're literally on our search site looking at properties. So super important. You're right. Time is important. Anything else to add, JJ?
Yeah, for me on the cadence part is the smart plan that I have in Lofty. If you haven't built a smart plan in there, I really recommend you get in there and play around with that. But they will never stop getting stuff from me until they tell me to stop. Never. So I have 3 smart plans. The first one is specifically for Realty.com. There's different things it sends them. It's all value-based, right? It's talking about mortgage rates. It's talking about, different things to sell. So it's different pieces of information that I'm hitting them with. The other thing is, I would say on response, is when you get a response from somebody, respond back the same way they did. If you call them and they text you, text them back. If you email them and they text you, text them back. Don't have a pre-notion of how they want to be communicated with. They will tell you how they want to communicate you with when they respond. So I would do that. But then, so I have my first smart plan, which is for Realty.com leads, and then it bounces. I have 2 seller and 2 buyer leads that just bounce back, or smart plans that just bounce back and forth. So until they tell me to stop, they're not going to stop hearing from me. So keeping that on there, because you don't know when they're going to pop up. I mentioned to Caitlin yesterday that I had 3 listings last week that all popped up the week before that. Probably haven't had 3 listings for the last 6 weeks. And part of it was just they were responding to my nurture plans. And so don't let them fall away from touch points from you. And there's technology like Lofty with a smart plan that allows you to do that.
Yeah, and then additionally, you've got Fellow too that's coming on after us, and they're another nurturing tool also.
Yeah.
Caitlin, you also need to mention the fact that you all have like templates in your database.
We do.
So I know a lot of the agents are worried about like, how do I respond to this question? Like, how do I respond to this lead? They actually have the templates in Realty.com that go out on your behalf. So you're not sitting there for an hour trying to figure out what to say to these people. They've actually, seen it and done it. So they're actually able to give you how to overcome that objection and send out that response, which I think is awesome.
Right, and I think it's something that gets missed on Realty.com. What I kind of always tell people, even in my demo, I say, hey, I'm not just sending you the lead and saying figure it out. Like the coaching and training is at your fingertips. The scripting is in there. The campaigns are in there. We have served up on a platter as much as we possibly can to give you guys the blueprint and make you successful. Every agent is different. Every region is different. But if you're putting in the work, you've got your follow-up set up, there is no reason, at the end of the day, if you come to me and you say, hey, I'm calling these people 100,000 times, nothing's happening, all right, I'll fall on my sword. We're not perfect. Lead generation is tough. It's hard, and not everybody here buys leads either. don't forget that this stuff applies to your database too. If you're a referral agent, all of these tools and these things that we're talking about also are relevant to your database. Call your database, send them stuff, pick up the phone, and it's not just for online leads. This is for everybody. I know we've only got a couple more minutes. I do want to get to some key questions, though. So I would say, Holly, I want to hear from you on this. I think you've worked a good bit of online leads. What are some of the biggest mistakes that you see agents making when it comes to online leads?
Talking and not interacting. So when I have a lead on the phone, my goal is that I'm asking questions that are relevant to them. They are doing the majority of the talking. They are buying into what I'm saying. For instance, oh, so it sounds like you are interested in this area. And do you have a child? You said you have children, so school district's important. Okay, so let's talk about that. And you're looking at X, Y, and Z, these features in a home. Does that sound right? Is that about right? Did I get that correct? You want them to be agreeing with what you're saying. At the end of my conversation with them, I say, okay, you have homework and I have homework. My homework is I'm going to do a text introduction with my lender, with so-and-so, because if they're not pre-approved, we're not going to win a house, right? I mean, hello, you can't make an offer without that. So I gently explain how this works and that the pre-approval is very important. So you're educating as you go, and then you're asking them, does that seem right to you? You're always asking for the buy-in so that you're not telling them what to do. So my homework is I'm going to do a text introduction with you and so-and-so, and you're going to respond back to them. You guys will set up a time, or he'll send you an application. Does that sound good to you? What's the answer? Yes, that sounds great. Good. Okay, great. I'm also going to send you my contact information to put in your phone. I'm your one-stop shop for all things real estate. Doesn't matter if you buy today, tomorrow, 3 years from now, you need a plumber, you need an electrician. That's what I'm here for. So by the time I hang up, they're like, okay, Holly, thanks, Holly. Okay, I'll do. Oh, and by the way, I'm also going to start you on an auto email. So click on that email, because if you don't, the next one won't come. So I'm educating them along the way. They are talking to me. I'm not talking at them. That, I think, is the biggest difference. You're going to end up with a client when you hang up rather than a cold lead that you're hoping you can keep nurturing. No, you've already set a plan in place. People need to be told what to do, not in a bossy way, but in an educated way that this is how it works. We do this every day. They do it rarely. And so they need someone who says, this is what we are going to do, right? And then they're like, oh, thank God. Thank God it's off of me, right? So those are the keys, I think.
Awesome.
Yep. I think we're just about out of time. So
Yeah, I was going to say one more thing just to wrap it up. I think that this question is important because one of the things I talk about with agents is lead fatigue. When you get too many leads in at once and then you're picking up the phone and nobody answers, and now you're just so defeated, right? So lastly, for Brian and JJ, how do you kind of combat feeling overwhelmed and not getting burnt out?
I'll go first, I guess. I think of that I'm not selling, I'm serving. I never get tired of serving people. Like, I'm here to help. And so my focus on them is to not take it a rejection of me. It's to, they found a better option, So for the fatigue part of it, I just continue to think about how can I serve people better. If they find a better fit, great, they can move on to that. But it's really about, I just don't get tired serving people. If I can help somebody, wherever they are, wherever they're at, I try to do that. And I guess I don't find fatigue in that. I do find fatigue in cold calling. I will say that.
We all do.
So that's why I like video text as an option. So sometimes I might send video text for a while versus making a call or doing something like that. Change things up a little bit. But again, I think if you go into it not selling and serving, I think you'll overcome a lot of objections, and you also won't have as much fatigue if you focus on it that way. Because if you think you're going to convert 10% of online leads when the stat is 1% to 2%, right? You just got to have that expectation going in.
Brian, what about you?
I think first of all, you have to have self-care. Like, sometimes you have to take a minute and focus on yourself to get yourself get yourself back on the path that you want to be in your real estate business. So I always tell people, take a moment, decompress, focus, and then, ask for help. Like, that's why we're all here. We all have servant's heart. We all want to help one another. So don't be afraid to ask for help if you're, having an obstacle or an objection that you can't get past. That's what we're all here to do is, to help. So don't be afraid to ask for help.
Perfect. All right. We are out of time. I could sit and preach on this probably for like 4 hours. But if you guys need any help with your Realty.com account, please come over, say hey. If you want to upgrade, we also love that too, right? But hopefully you guys got some little nuggets out of this time. Thank you guys so much for doing the panel for us. Lance, you want to say anything to cut us off?
Yeah, so once again, I'd like to thank Josh, Janice, and Chris. Here's something interesting. If you're a Realty.com paid client, most brokerages get a rev share back. We don't do that with Epique. We give you the money back. So I think Monday we mailed checks to all the paying clients on Realty.com. You got a check coming your way. And I think Brian's got a check coming his way. You got a check coming your way. So basically, I send Josh every month or so a picture of just a stack of checks. They're supposed to go to Epique, but instead, Epique gives them back to you guys because that's how much we believe in the agents between RevShare Plus, Realty giving the checks back. This is an amazing company to be at. I'd like to thank everyone for being there. And like Caitlin said, if you want to go around the frenzy, come see at the booth. We've got some options, and I look forward to the next event and continuing to grow with Epique. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Golly. Maybe I won't trip up these stairs. Hello, hello, hello. Everybody fed? Happy? Good. Well, I'm Mary Baggett, and I am so honored to be leading a group that is so dear to my heart, the Power Girls. We started with this small little mission of bringing women in our industry together for collaboration, communication, being uplifted, and have a safe place. Well, we're growing. We're doing more. We're going worldwide, y'all. I can't wait. So right now we bring events to us locally, online, and soon, you ready? We're gonna have some Power Girls retreats. How cool is that? Yep. So, we're here for sisterhood. We're here to make a movement, to build a movement together, and that's just what we're doing. We're doing this together. So I'm so excited to be here. I'm so excited to see all of you here. You'll notice up on the screen here, just as a little bit about us with a QR code, I'd love for everybody in this room to go ahead and click on that QR code. That's gonna take you to a page to help you remember when all of our events are, our local events. We're putting some strong ladies in place for state leaders and local coordinators. So we're gonna be bringing this party to you guys locally. But now, I wanna introduce somebody very, very special to me, and you all know her already, I'm sure. But Dawn Loading is our Power Girls National Director of Education. She's not only that, but she's my best friend and my sister. And oh, by the way, she came to me through Power Girls. So I hope that happens for you. All of these sisters in here, this is a sisterhood. This is all of us together. Dawn Loading.
Hello, hello, hello. Okay, I'm on. Okay, so we are only up here for a moment. We're going to introduce our speaker. We have a speaker today who is amazing. And my story, if you follow me at all, I put it all out there. Like, it's been a long journey. I've had 24 years of real estate, and it's not been easy. And a lot of the times I didn't do the right thing with my money. And so the journey from the journey from living a life in scarcity and survival mode over to living a life of abundance starts with taking a big look in the mirror at what you're doing with your money, and that is so important. And so I met some people, and I learned about the money books, and I was like, I have to be a part of that. And so we brought this group into our Power Girls group, and they were our speaker a few months ago, and now we actually have one of the authors of one of the books as our keynote, as the Power Girls keynote speaker today. So I'm gonna put my glasses on and really show my age here.
We're so excited for
I
this.
want to read, because this introduction, I could not memorize it. It's too amazing. So I'm gonna introduce the co-author of this, Kim Schooler, How Money Works. This is the one for women. You're gonna see all the other ones that they have today, but I wanna tell you a little bit about Kim. Kim Schooler is recognized as a leading advocate for financial literacy. She has been an attorney for more than 30 years and served as in-house counsel for one of the largest financial services companies in the world. Her last 4 years at Transamerica, she served as the president of their broker-dealer with the largest number of registered representatives. As one of the few broker-dealer presidents in the US, she's traveled around the country talking with people, especially women, about the steps to identify and achieve their financial goals. Wanting more control over her time, Kim left her corporate career to start her own financial business and law firm based in Atlanta area. A certified financial educator, Kim continues to speak to people about the importance and impact of financial education that leads to literacy. She recently co-authored the book, How Money Works for Women, Take Control or Lose It, with Sharon Lechter, who also co-authored Rich Dad, Poor Dad. So we all know that book, right? So Kim is a part of all of that, as well as several other New York Times best-selling books. In 2024, their book received the Independent Press Award for Women's Issues. So I proudly present Kim Schooler.
Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was
Thank you so
wonderful.
much. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Congratulations for Power Girls.
Thank you.
So, hello everyone. It is really great to be with you all today. Now, as Dawn mentioned, I co-authored the book, How Money Works for Women, Take Control or Lose It, and my wonderful co-author was Sharon Lechter. Now, how many of you have read Rich Dad, Poor Dad? Yeah, what a great book, right? Do you know she was president of the Rich Dad Company for 10 years before leaving to collaborate with the Napoleon Hill Foundation, where she wrote Think and Grow Rich for Women, Outwitting the Devil, 3 Feet from Gold, just to mention a few of her New York Times best-selling books. Sharon was all in on this project to help educate more women. So I see a lot of amazing men in our audience, and this presentation is for men and women. Why is that? Well, by 2030, women are expected to control $30 trillion of the wealth in this country. That's 2/3 of the financial assets in the US. That's only 5 years from now. Do you want to be part of that? Yes. Okay, you want to hear another statistic? Over the next 20 years, by 2048, the great wealth transfer will occur. And you know who's getting most of the money? Women. 54 trillion is going to surviving spouses, 95% of whom are women. 47 trillion are going to daughters and granddaughters. Now, when I talk about these numbers, I mentioned, wouldn't you like to be at the beginning of a trend? These numbers are happening. This is a fact. And so jumping on the bandwagon to help educate more women about money, to help women make informed financial decisions is so important. Now, in addition to the great wealth transfer and all of the money we're coming to inherit, we've also made amazing strides in academics and in the workplace. We earn the majority of college and undergraduate degrees. We make up nearly half the workforce, and we represent more than half of the management and professional careers out there. But there's always a but, right? We still earn just 82 cents for every dollar earned by a man. Now, we've heard it. The main reason given for this is that we take time away from our careers to raise our children, to take care of aging parents. Maybe we have a sick partner. And that time away from our career is time that we don't get in terms of, applying for raises or promotions or building a business. So for women, over a whole career, in fact, over a 40-year career, that ends up being $400,000 less to us. That's $400,000 less that we have to pay off debt, and that's $400,000 less that we have to save for retirement. So by the time we do retire, we will receive 80% of what men receive in Social Security benefits. So what are some of the things that we can do to level the playing field? Now, in the book, How Money Works for Women, we talk about a lot of things. We encourage women, we encourage everyone to start talking about money. It's been kind of a taboo subject. We also encourage women and everyone to know your financial situation. And we've got a lot of great tips in the book on how to go about that. And then once you know your situation, how can you eliminate the unnecessary? And I sit down with so many people who say, Kim, I'm living paycheck to paycheck. There is nothing unnecessary. Well, we typically find some things. And so read the book and find out what are some of the things that maybe you can eliminate or treat in a different way to provide more money into your household. Now, the next thing we encourage people to do is to set your financial goals. And when you set your financial goals, we want you to think in terms of a time frame: short term, medium term, and long term. And when I sit down with clients, one of the goals we always talk about is buying a house, or maybe buying a bigger house, or maybe buying a vacation home, or buying an investment property. Where does that fit in terms of setting your financial goals? And then once you set your goals, let's come up with a plan. Now, unfortunately, most women don't plan for their financial future, especially retirement. But you know, ladies, we are great at planning a party. We are great at planning a wedding. We are amazing at planning a vacation. Don't even talk about planning a girls' night out. If we took those same organization and creative skills that we apply to those things that bring us so much happiness to our finances, there is nothing that we can't accomplish. Now, why is it so important for women in particular to plan for their financial future? Well, 80% of women die single and 80% of men die married. So you may think your partner is taking care of the finances and your partner's doing a great job at it, but in the end, you're probably holding the bag. So the sooner you participate in the family's financial decision-making, the better off you'll be if you do find yourself alone in the future. And I have to tell you, I sit down with many widows. And do you know the number one question a widow will ask me? Will I lose my home? That's what they're scared of. Will I lose my home? And if they haven't participated in the decision-making, they don't know where the money's coming from. They don't know what the bills are. They don't know what the mortgage is, or the homeowner's insurance, or the HOA fees are. And so it's so important to involve women in all of those discussions. Now, we end up living longer than men. 70% of nursing home residents and 2/3 of Alzheimer's patients are women. Now, I hope it's not you, I hope it's not me, but if it's not us, it's going to be somebody we love. It's going to be our best friend or our sister or our coworker or our next door neighbor. And so women collectively have to be better examples for financial planning. Once you come up with your plan, then let's save and invest more money. Now, the number one financial regret for women, and in fact, for men and women, is that they don't save and invest more money. And there's this misconception out there that you've got to have a lot of money in order to invest money. But that's just not the case. I sit down with so many people and we talk about starting small. $1 a day, or maybe $5 a day, one latte a day. In a month, that's $150. In a year, that's $1,800. $825. Or maybe you can save $10 a day. A latte and a muffin. That's kind of my favorite. So in a month, that's $300, and in a year, that's $3,650, and that doesn't even take into account investment earnings. And then the last thing that we recommend people do is that they continue their journey in learning how money works. Now, when we sit down with people to help them put their plan together, we talk about the 7 money milestones. Now, these are the components of a solid financial plan. Some of these are going to be more important than others, just depending on where you are in your life, in your career, with your family. But it all starts with financial education. And then making sure you've got proper protection in place in case anything happens to you or the breadwinner in your family. And then next is an emergency fund. Make sure you've got 3 to 6 months of income set aside, just in case there's an emergency. 4 is debt management. And in the book, we have a lot of really great ideas on how you can lower or reduce your debt and kind of different ways to think about debt. And then the 5th milestone is cash flow. And this is having a really good understanding of the money that's coming into your household and the money that's going out of your household. If you've got less coming in than is going out, then you've got a problem, and we need to sit down and talk. And oftentimes, what we talk about are ways to not only increase the money coming into your household, but also decreasing the money that's going out. Now, the 6th milestone is my personal favorite, because this is the milestone where you get to dream about the future. Maybe it's dreaming about that vacation home or that larger home or whatever it is you want in your life. But this is where you get to set aside money for your financial goals. And then the very last milestone is about preserving your hard-earned wealth. And that's making sure you put an estate plan in place so your loved ones have a roadmap for what happens after you pass away. It's also a great milestone to think about creating generational wealth. Now, in the women's book, How Money Works for Women, we talk about those 7 money milestones and basic financial concepts through the lens of 9 characters. And most of these characters are an amalgamation of women that we've met over the years. But tell me if any of this sounds familiar to you. So Zoe is 19, and she's dealing with student loan debt. Maria is 27. She wants to start her own business. She's also planning her wedding, and she's trying to figure out, how do I share my money with a boy? You know, what does that look like to have shared financial goals and shared money? To Val, who's a stay-at-home mom, she's a blogger, she works from home because she's got a special needs child. 1 in 6 children have special healthcare needs. To Dana, who is an HR director, she's using her employee benefits to set money aside for her retirement, but she's also trying to figure out, okay, how do I save money for my kids' college education at the same time? She's trying to balance those competing goals. To Sarah, who's a real estate agent, I'm going to talk a little bit more about Sarah in just a minute. To May, who's a history professor, she's taking care of her aging father, and her adult son also lives with her because it's too darn expensive for so many young people to buy a home for themselves these days. To Hope, in her 60s, she finds herself divorced, and she's trying to figure out Social Security. When is the best time for me to make a claim? To Fatima, who at 73 never participated in the family's financial decision-making. She was busy raising the kids and taking care of the house. But she finds herself a widow, and now she's got to figure it all out, and she's completely overwhelmed. To our very last character, who's Jan. Jan is a real-life person who, through her whole life, she and her husband followed the 7 money milestones. So Jan now, her husband since passed away, is living the retirement that she always dreamed of. You know, she owns her own home, she owns her car, she goes on trips to Europe, she goes on trips to visit family, she's setting money aside for her grandchildren and her great-grandchildren. Now, I want to spend a little bit of time talking about Sarah, who is the real estate agent in the book. Now, Sarah is 49, and Sarah, like Jan, is a real-life character. Sarah is a real-life client of mine. So 12 years ago, Sarah left an abusive relationship with nothing but full custody of their 2 children. She moved back from Florida to Georgia. She moved back in with her parents to save money, and she took a real estate license. And now, 12 years later, she's one of the top real estate agents in Georgia because she made some really smart financial decisions early on when she was rebuilding her life. She bought her own house. She put her 2 kids through college. Her youngest child is getting ready to graduate. She met the man of her dreams in church, and they got married about a year ago. They've got this beautiful blended family now, and so she finds herself a grandmother. And so for Sarah, being a real estate agent and making some very smart financial decisions really helped put her on track for the kind of life that she wanted. Now, let me share with you a few of the statistics about domestic violence. Per the CDC, it is the #1 public health issue in the United States. 1 in 4 women will experience domestic violence in her life, and 99% of those women are also victims of financial abuse, because the best way to take control of somebody is to take control of the money. Now, one of the most shocking statistics to me is that domestic violence hotlines in the US receive around 20,000 calls a day. So we believe with financial education, providing women, providing everyone with more information so they can take control of their finances, but women in particular, that we can move the needle on domestic violence. That's 1 in 4 women, 1 in 4 women. So if we're ever going to talk to women, we've got to talk to those women. Now, this is just one of 3 books in the How Money Works series. We have our original book, How Money Works, Stop Being a Sucker, and we also have here today the co-author of that, Tom Matthews, and he's going to be signing books over at the table a little bit later today. But that book was released at the end of 2019. It's the #1 personal finance book in the United States with more than 1 million copies in print today. In July of 2023, we launched the women's book. And then just recently, a few months ago, we launched How Money Works for the Next Generation, Act Now or Pay Later. And so those are important books that we hope will actually change the world. Now, if you want to find out what your financial literacy score is, where do you fall? You can get this QR code, or you can type in, take the FLQ, that stands for Financial Literacy Quiz, take the FLQ.com/Ramsey Real Estate. Charles Ramsey, who's the Portland, Oregon, or the Oregon broker, is here with us. You can go to that site and you can take the 25-question quiz to find out what your financial literacy score is. And then one more thing for you all. You can download the free ebook, Change Your Literacy, Change Your Life, co-written by Tom Matthews and myself and Andy Horner. It is a primer for financial literacy. And you can download that ebook by going to this QR code or going to the link that you see on the screen. So you all can see why financial literacy is so important for everybody, but for women in particular. We find ourselves at a special moment in time when we are at the beginning of a huge trend. And I hope all of you will be part of that. Thank you very much. So I am, along with Tom Matthews, we are signing books over at the table. We've got maybe 20 of the women's books, but if you give us your information, we'll make sure you get a book. We've got a few more of the original books that we'd love to share with you. So stop by the table when you get a chance and get a signed copy by the author. Thank you.
Hello. Are we coming back? Hello. 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 Nope. Hello, everybody. Did everybody get drunk at lunch? Yay! Those were, if you stayed in here, those were some, oh, by the way, this is tea, not Jack Daniels. For anybody who's wondering, I get asked that a lot. I drink the same tea every day, and it's definitely not Jack Daniels. It's not that delicious. We had some amazing breakout sessions. We just wrapped one up with Power Girls, and I want to thank you guys who were here for that. But breakout sessions are over, going back to general sessions, and we are about to start our next presentation, and you don't want to miss it. I will tell you this. If you're not in your seats, you're not paying attention, then you don't get whatever the free benefit is, okay? Okay. So we got one more coming up, and then we have Simon Bailey too. Hold on. What do you want, Jill? Huh? What? Who taught? Thank you. She just wanted to tell me you do you. Thank you for interrupting me to say that. Awesome. Okay, we're about to start. So everybody, grab your seats, and let's go.
Testing. Oh, I work. Hey guys, I'm Sylvia Dana. Woo! Are you guys having a good time? Doesn't it feel good to be here? Like it feels so good to be here. Hey, video. You know, we've been talking about video. Realty.com, they talked about video text messages. Yeah? Yeah? Well, how many of you are super, super confident about doing videos on social all the time, every day? How many? Not a lot. All right, Big View. How many know about this app, Big View? Anybody? A few of you. So Big View is an app that helps you create videos for social media content, or really anything, AI-powered videos in minutes. So we have a little presentation. Big View couldn't be here in person because the rep is in Spain and they're headquartered in Israel, which obviously it's hard to travel right now. So they made a video. It's 5 minutes. Please take a moment to watch it, and they have a great offer for us. So get your phones ready to scan, because it's like first come, first serve on some free stuff. Okay, so ready, set, go Big View, I hope.
What if you could create a professional, engaging real estate video in less than 5 minutes? And the best part, you don't need any editing skills. Hi, my name is Bruno Lopez, partner manager at Big View. Before showing you how to create engaging videos, let me just tell you why you should do it using some numbers. 73% of homeowners say they're more likely to list with a real estate agent who uses video. Are you already creating videos? The second reason why you should use more videos is to build your authority. 80% of home buyers are watching content on social media to learn more about that specific community, the property, why that place is a good place to live. And the last reason, listings with video will receive 400% more increase than those without it. Let's see in action. The first thing I'll be doing is creating an AI script. I just need to click on this plus icon at the bottom. I will choose AI Magical Write. I just need to say 10 words about that subject. I want to create a script about it. Real Estate Market Update Michigan 2025. And this is the script I created. And second, to go directly to the second step, I just need to click right here on shoot. And when I do this, Big View will open the teleprompter. I can use some beauty effect. You can retouch your teeth. If you're drinking a lot of coffee, that could be something that you may want to do. So this is normal. I can make it whiter, whiter, whiter. Now it looks way better. Let me just create this video and I'm going to show you the result. I just need to hit on the record icon at the bottom. Today we're diving into the top 5 real estate market trends to watch in Michigan for 2025. As you can see, I'm using a Bluetooth remote clicker to pause and unpause the teleprompter so I can improvise whenever I want by pausing the teleprompter. When I want to go back to the text, I just need to press again and continue reading the text. First up, just to sum up, I just did AI scripting and recording in 2 minutes. It takes me 30 seconds to create my script. Now I just need to shoot the video using the teleprompter so I always know what to say. I don't have to memorize my lines. And the best part, I'm not focusing on me all the time because I have the text right there. How can I make that video more dynamic with captions, logo, music, and a few overlays? You just need to choose one of the captions templates we have on Big View. To start editing my captions, I just need to click on the brush icon at the bottom. Let me choose a template that I like. Let me add a happy song. Your logo will appear right there at the top on all the videos that you create, so you don't have to do this every time. This is the editing process. AI is doing captions, logo, music, and the overlays for me. And this that I'm going to show you now is the result of this video that we just created from scratch. Today we're diving into the top 5 real estate market trends to watch in Michigan for 2025. If you're thinking about buying, selling, or investing, stay tuned because these insights could seriously impact your plans. What if I could post this video across all my social channels with one click? I'll choose to post on social channel. I just choose all the channels where I want to share the video. And now take a look. AI is writing the title, description, and tags for me. So I don't have to do that myself. AI will do it. This is the process of video creation that you could have in place now. AI creating the script, you record with the teleprompter, AI doing the editings for you, captions, logo, music, and overlays, and at the end, you'll be able to share this video everywhere in all social channels that you have with one click. Let me share with you now a testimonial from one of the Big View clients.
What I loved about Big View is you can have an individual agent using it, or you can have a big team or coaching organization like myself use it, where you are giving access to those scripts to all of your clients. And that to me is a very, it allowed our consistency to go up. It allowed them to perform at a higher level. It allowed them to perform more consistently. And again, the consistency is where it's so important because it took the guesswork out of it. We've had coaching clients go from having 0 referrals to doing 30 days of videos and or 30 days of different things we're teaching in the program using video and having 8 referrals after 45 days of video.
We have a great offer for those of you attending this session at PowerCon. The first 50 agents that scan this QR code will get a 30-day subscription of BigView for free. For the rest of you, we also have a very special offer. You can use this QR code to receive 20% off on our annual plans. The first 20 agents that purchase an annual plan will also receive a real estate social media audit, where a BigView member will sit with you, discuss strategies, what you're doing on social media, depending on the goals that you have. If you want to attract more home sellers, home buyers, more agents. Until the end of the event, you'll be able to purchase BigView with 20% off on our yearly plans. Just use this QR code here on the right side. And I'll see you in the next PowerCon event.
Being an agent and a team leader who built one of the top teams in the country, I know how important seller leads are. That's why we created Fellow, to make it easier to drive seller leads on autopilot. Fellow does not sell you leads. What we do is we empower your team with a marketing suite full of products to drive significant amount of organic seller leads. So I'm excited for you to see why Fellow is chosen by the top teams all over the country to help power your seller lead generation.
Hey everyone at Epique, I'm Carrie Kleckner. I'm our VP of Sales here at Fellow, and we are so excited to be here. We could not be more aligned with all of the messages that we've heard today about AI. The goal of the next 5 minutes is for me to give you a little taste of who we are here at Fellow, and if you're interested in learning a little bit more, come visit us at the booth, and we're doing tons of exclusive offers for the Epique group today for being at the event. If you've never heard of Fellow before, like Epique, we started about 3 years ago. Since then, we've had about 20,000 agents join our platform. We've got 500 of the Real Trends mega and large teams on the platform as well. I just say that to say that Fellow is for everyone. Whether you're a single agent here today, you're on a team, you're looking at this for your coaching group, we've got a package for you. Across all of our clients, we have over 40 million contacts uploaded into Fellow that we are nurturing every day. So what do? Fellow is a data-driven platform that helps you convert more listings out of your existing database. We find that agents have amassed databases over time, and you may not know that your next listing might be in that pond or that archive stage or sitting somewhere deep in your Lofty account that you didn't know. Over those 40 million contacts nationwide, we see about anyone's database, 7% of their database is going to list every 12 months. So everybody put your hands up. Keep your hands up if you have 100 contacts in your database. Okay, that's good. Keep them up if you have 500. And when I say database, I mean your Lofty account, your Facebook, your phone. Think wide about what your database could be. All right, keep them up if you have 1,000. Wow, that's pretty good. Keep them up if you have 5,000. Nice. Keep them up if you have 10,000. Anybody still in the 10? We got some in the 10,000 group. All right, we'll keep going. 20,000? She's got more. 50? Okay, somewhere between. All right, so we've got some pretty big databases in the room. Let's just use 1,000. Many of you had at least 1,000. That's 70 listings that occurred in the contacts that you already have. Right? And so our goal here at Fellow is to use the platform and AI to help you identify who in that 1,000 contacts or in that database is going to list their home next. These are the top 3 reasons when agents join Fellow, the reasons why they're not capitalizing on that 7%. And you'll see here in a second, these are all the problems that you'll solve with Fellow and our AI platform. The first thing is you're missing home addresses. When I'm coaching agents about how to become more listings focused, I ask them, well, how many homeowners do you have in your database? And they always seem to look at me like I've got like horns on my head or something's on fire. They're like, well, how would I know that? We see about 80% of any database comes to us because they were built on SOI or buyer leads, which is great. But now you're blind to how many of them actually own homes. So that's step number one. We'll take a look at your entire database. If you're missing addresses, we're going to turn your database into a database of homeowners by attaching current home address. And if you have outdated addresses, we can update them for you as well. Now we've got a clean database of homeowners. We're going to get the right messaging to the right people at the right time. Winning a listing or starting a conversation about selling is all about being in front of them with the right message when they're ready. And so we don't believe in a spray and pray method. It's really about making sure that you have different messages if they have a 7% interest rate versus 2%, if they've got an AVM over $1 million versus someone with a $200,000 value on their property, right? So right message, right person, right time, all on automation. And then you don't know who to call. If you've already got the call blocks on your calendar, that's step number one. But many people don't want to just call down their entire database. So Fellow's going to show you through our national MLS, national mortgage, and national public record data who is most likely to end up on that 7% list in the next 12 months. So this is how we do that. I'm going to take you through some product shots here really quick. And again, come see us at the booth if you have more questions. We're going to start by syncing your database. We've got great partnerships with those like Lofty and Realty.com that make it really easy to upload and sync your database into Fellow. Anything that happens in Fellow is then going to push right back into Lofty for you, so you're really only working out of one platform. We're then going to enrich your database. If you don't have those addresses, we're going to fill those in for you. We're going to automate the marketing. It's fully white labeled. Nobody has any clue who Fellow is. It's all about you and the Epique brand. And then we're going to show you how to convert them. You'll see some scripts and some segments and lists here in a second. I've called out some of our friends here already, but Fellow seamlessly integrates with any platform that you have. So bring your database, bring your CRM, and we're here to help you out. This is what our home dashboard looks like when you log into Fellow. Again, on a day-to-day, if you prefer to work out of Lofty, great, we love that. But if we also have a dashboard here for you to see how Fellow is engaging with your database. We're also going to do a diagnostic test on your database on day one. We're going to show you how many of those contacts have bad or invalid information and how many of them we can go get home addresses for you. So on day one, we're cleaning that up. We're then going to give you a little bit of a gut punch. And everybody gets, this is the worst part of Fellow, but it's all up from here. Now that we have all of the addresses for everyone in your database, we're going to run it against the MLS and public records, and we're going to show you everybody in your database contacts that you paid for, people in your SOI that listed with another agent in the last 12 months. Ugh, all right? Don't worry, it only gets better from here. Now, month over month, we're going to help work together to make sure that we're increasing your conversion on that and show you how that we're doing that together. So when you see this report here, this is just over the last 90 days. This agent in this scenario, they had about 654 million in volume transact out of that database, and that team only captured 53 million, right? So that really starts to show you where that 7% is happening. We then run some automated campaigns for you. Here are some examples of what that looks like. We can take you more through that at the booth. This is what we have going for the Garland group here at Epique today. Jason Lash is also a fabulous client of ours. Again, emails, postcards, landing pages. We give you text and links for text campaigns as well to make sure, again, right message, right person, right time. We then start to show you who's that lowest hanging fruit that you need to make sure that you're following up with. So I love numbers 9 and 10 on here. If you don't know where to start, I can show you everyone who's been in their home for more than 20 years who you probably should reach out to with a downsizing type message, right? I can also show you everyone who has high equity in their home who's likely to list. I can show you people who have over a 6% interest rate or who have recently expired on the MLS. This is all low-hanging fruit that if you're going to go and make calls, those are the people that you really want to focus on. And finally, we make it even easier for you by giving you AI-generated scripts. So if you're ready to call those lists but you don't know what to say, just ask Fellow and we'll help you out with that as well. So thank you all for attending today and listening. We are super excited to meet with you all. The last thing I'll leave with you with is what I'm most proud of at Fellow is our customer success team. I always love to give them a huge shout out. If you're overwhelmed of like what would it take to implement all of this, very white glove, our team does all of it for you to make sure that you're set up for success from the very beginning. So thanks everybody.
in a world of algorithms. Human-centric organizations that will thrive in the next decade will put people before profit. Accountability is about making people better, making that bet pay off by making others better. That's what we do. But if they get just a little life breathed into them, like, okay, we're gonna be okay as we work on the numbers. How are we ensuring that we are hugging them with our words? When we hug them with our words, in that moment, we have upgraded our verbal software, because language is the software of the mind. Every single day that you show up to serve the guest, to solve a problem, to meet them where they are at the most critical point, that spark mindset is not just about doing, it's about being. You weren't born to be ordinary, you were born to be epic. And when you understand that you are born to be epic, you begin to recognize that epic is a French word that simply means to be legendary. Now, I'm just going to pause just for a moment, because we have some people that are having a conversation in the back. And if y'all want to hear me, you just tell them that we're going to wait. Would you like me to continue? So if the word epic comes from a French word which means to be legendary, when you do the deeper dive, legendary means to be significant. And when you understand that you are born to be epic and significant, you realize that being significant is deeper than success, because success is about me, but significance is about we. And when we begin to understand that, we realize here at Epic, homes are not just sold, homes are felt. And the reason they are felt is because you put your soul into what you do every single day, and every person that connects with you and interacts with you recognizes that it's not just about a number, but it's creating an echo and changing generations to come, all because you decided to create an epic experience for them. Now the question becomes, okay, Simon, if I am born to be legendary, if I am born to be significant, if I am truly epic, in fact, I want everybody to say, I am epic. Now we're gonna say, I am significant on three. 1, 2, 3. So when I am significant, being in my epicness, then what I begin to realize is I'm not just doing something to do it, I'm doing it because I love it. How many of you love what you do? And for those of you who have come from other places, the competitors, have you recognized that being here at Epic is not only special, but different than other places? And the reason it's different is because you feel the love. And when you feel the love, you feel the kindness. What you begin to understand is that culture, great cultures, don't happen by accident. It's intentional from the beginning to ensure that kindness is baked in at the very start. Do I have any folks here from Louisiana at all? Any folks from Louisiana? So in Louisiana, one of the things that it's known during the Thanksgiving time frame is that there's something called deep fried turkey. Anybody ever had deep fried turkey? I mean, it is like a kiss from sweet baby Jesus. I mean, It's the deal. And if you know anything about deep fried turkey, is they take the seasoning, they melt it down, and they put it into a syringe, and they put the syringe into the turkey, they release the seasoning in the turkey, and they put the turkey in the refrigerator overnight. How many are tracking with me so far? Then the next day, they take the turkey out and they put it in that hot peanut oil. I know some of y'all are getting hungry right now. And when they take it out of that hot peanut oil and they begin to cut it, they're like, oh my goodness, it is like a Krispy Kreme donut moment, hot turkey now. And you are enjoying it, and what you begin to realize, it's because of the seasoning and the love that went into the turkey. What's the point? Whenever you connect with a buyer or a seller who is looking at the most important purchase of their life and they deal with you, what they realize is that because you make it so much about them, this is not a transaction, this is a transformation. And the reason they come back to you is because they feel your kindness, they feel your love, they feel like you are for them and in their corner. And you're probably saying, so Simon, how does that benefit me? Well, the word benefit is a French word and it means to do good. So you've experienced amazing benefits because you are legendary and you are significant, and because you feel good, you extend good to others, yes? And as you are extending good to others, you believe in the law of reciprocity. What goes around comes around. So the question becomes, okay, Simon, this is great. How do we now become what I would call the epic spark? And the epic spark is all about creating these moments that people will never, ever forget. I remember a number of years ago, September 21st, 1996, I joined the happiest place on earth. It took me about 2 years to get hired at Disney, and finally they hire me and I'm at Disney University, and at Disney University is where you drink the Kool-Aid, you sniff the pixie dust, and you get the microchip planted right here, and you come out singing, "It's a small world after all." And all of a sudden, I'm there, and I'm excited, and I received this invitation in interoffice mail to have breakfast with the president. Now, this is a big deal. So the invitation said, arrive at Disney's Yacht and Beach Club Resort at 7:30 a.m. on a particular day, and I showed up at 6:45. And I noticed there were name cards that were on the table where everybody was supposed to be sitting, and I noticed that my name card wasn't next to the president. So what would you do if you were in my shoes? Did a little switcheroo, yep. So 7:30 comes, sitting next to the most powerful man at Disney, and at Disney on a first name basis, his name is Al, and he says, "Good morning, Simon." I said, "Hi, Al." I said, "Can I ask you a question?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "What do I have to do to get ahead here at Disney?" And here's what he said. He said, "You need to know who you are, and you need to know why you're here." And when he said it, it just like whoosh, went right over my head. I was like, really, dude? Is that it? Like, you know, is there something else? But what he was really saying to me is that you're not here just to do a job, because a job stands for just overboard. Number of people went and did, quote unquote, a job. The lights were on, but nobody was at home. They were one flight short of a picnic. Elevator didn't quite go to the top. They were just kind of like there. There was no energy. They were doing something, but it wasn't coming from their soul. They didn't have that spark, or if I was in Boston, they didn't have that spark. That spark in creating a moment is something that you absolutely love to do. In fact, yesterday I ran into a few sparks. Where is Adrian Rivera? Adrian, that's married. Hey, Adrian, that's married to Melanie. When I saw Adrian, he was just lights on. He had that spark. Where's Kathy Fowler? Where's Kathy Fowler at? I saw Kathy, and she was like, what? And we're like, what's happening? Today I met, let's see, Allison from Georgia. Allison, where's Allison from Georgia? Allison Allison, when I met you, you had that spark, you had that epic love. It was amazing. Where's Dwayne from Houston? Dwayne from Houston. Same thing. He was like bright-eyed, bushy tails, like, what? Like, bring it. I was like, shut the front door. Where is Stacy Martinez? Stacy Martinez. I promised her I wouldn't call her name, but somehow it just slipped out. It's Lisa? Lisa Martinez? I am so sorry. Where are you, Lisa? Now I'm going to make you stand. But my whole point is, when I met you, you had that spark in your eyes. It was that energy. It was this ability to say, I am significant. I just don't sell real estate. I sell moments that matter. And it's the moments that matter are the things that people talk about. I've been flying Delta Airlines for 33 years, and I sat down in my seat not too long ago, and I get this handwritten note. I'm like, what the heck is going on? And I said to myself, did the flight attendant like read this and say, oh, Simon T. Bailey's gonna be on the plane today and write this note? It wasn't just a note, it's what was said in the note. It became that moment that was just different. And I'm talking about it today, and Delta's probably not gonna send me a free check for this free advertisement. But my point is, every single day, in every way, you have an opportunity to create a moment. Where's Brooke from Indiana? Where's Brooke? So Brooke, who I met at Leadership a year ago, Brooke shared something with me really powerful. And Brooke, you didn't know I was going to talk about you from the stage. But she shared something that was so profound. She said, Simon, when I heard you at Leadership, I had 6 agents. Today, I have 88. And I was like, what? Give it up for her. Yes. I said, sister, can I pull up a chair? Tell me more. And she said what she recognized being here at Epique, it wasn't just about what she could get, because she had been at a previous competitor who was all concerned about the numbers. Burn them and churn them, get them in as many as you can, sink or swim, do or die. How many know what I'm talking about? But she said, here at Epique, I wanted to slow down, and I'm paraphrasing this, Brooke, slow down to the speed of the moment and understand, how do I become epic within myself before I invite people on a journey to go with me in their epic journey. And when she said it, something said to me, a leader can never take people to a place they have not been themselves. Because they understand it's not about what I can get from you. It's about what I can give to you. In fact, everybody hold your hand like this. Hold your hand like this. And say this to me. Say, Simon says, an open hand is always full. See, the open hand mentality, this epic, this legendary, being significant. I want to give you an example. Where is Carmen Hamilton at? I'm going to call Carmen. Is Carmen here? Hey, Carmen, how are you? Can you stand, Carmen, so I can see you? Hey, there you are. You're like waving in the back as they bring the lights up, Simon says. Okay. So, Carmen, if I can for just a moment, you are committed, Carmen. You work harder than anyone else. You go above and beyond. You never leave anything to chance. And I don't know how you do it. You are a wife, a mother of 4, and somehow you balance all of these things and still show up to mentor people, to develop them, to not leave them hanging out in the cold, wondering, will they ever be epic? You're like, I got you. And because of that, you show up in such a special way that creates stickiness. When people want to leave, they stay because you have created a moment for them. Give it up for Carmen. So Carmen, we celebrate you. We celebrate your example. So you say, okay, Simon, if I create moments that matter, why are moments so important? Let me give you the research. Dr. Daniel Kahneman says there are 19,200 daily moments. How many? So if there are 19,200 daily moments, every time we interact with a buyer or seller through the platform, it's a moment. When they interact with us, it's a moment. Moments create momentum, and momentum creates monumental results. But before we even think about the moments that we create for others, we have to start with ourselves. A number of years ago, Mom and Dad dropped me off at Morehouse College, and at the end of my freshman year at Morehouse, they called and said, we don't have the money to send you back to Morehouse, nor do we have money to bring you back home to Buffalo, but we do love you. I mean, to realize I didn't quite feel the love. This is where you insert bless his little heart. So, dropped out of school, moved into a drug-infested community, southwest part of Atlanta, Georgia, mattress on the floor, bright green beanbag from the 70s. It's probably one of the lowest points in my life. I walked past the bank and I tripped the alarm. I mean, it was just a sad situation. And I was not creating a moment for me. In fact, I got offered a job to go and work at the Ritz-Carlton Buckhead. When you read the book, Be the Spark, you'll discover my whole story, because I was working at a Days Inn where they were paying me $5.10 an hour. And then I'm offered this job at the Ritz-Carlton where it's like, oh my goodness, they're gonna ask me, would you please pass the Grey Poupon? You know, it was that kind of, rich, bougie type of place. And I didn't feel like I fit into that environment. And here's what I discovered. Here was the moment for me. It's not who you are that holds you back. It's who you think you're not that holds you back. So before you create a moment for others, I want you to start with every single day. And I want you to look yourself in the mirror and say, I am epic. What? In fact, let's just practice that. I know this is going to totally make y'all uncomfortable, but listen, can y'all go with me for a moment? All right, on 3, I want you to say, I am epic. What? And you got to lean. You got to put a little soul in it and lean, all right? On 3, 1, 2, 3. What? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Now let's build on this. Let's build on this. After we understand moments, how do we understand that being calm is not only a superpower, but it's our confidence? In the book, Resilience at Work, I introduce you to 4 personality archetypes that show up in the midst of uncertainty. Their names are hurry, everybody say hurry, worry, ready, steady. Now, what's interesting about worry, according to research from Dr. Christian Mursko at Princeton University and the psychology department, when the brain is worried about tomorrow, the brain slows down. When the brain slows down, it doesn't create neurogenesis, which is the process of growing neurons, which grows the brain. So when you tap into I am epic, I am significant, I am legendary, what you're doing is you are rewiring your brain from the inside out. You are sending a message to the central nervous system that says, whatever goes south today, I'm just going to remain calm because I understand who I am at the core. Let me give you an example of what this looks like real time. Where is Hillary Copeland? Where is Hillary Copeland? Is that Hillary? Hillary. All right. Hey, Hillary, how are you? It's good. Everybody say hi, Hillary. Hi, Hillary. Do you feel the love, Hillary? Do you feel the love? You feel the love? Okay, I'm going to turn you up a little bit. So, Hillary, here's the deal. I want to call you helpful Hillary, because not only do you know the transaction from end to end, you are what they would call in Boston wicked smart. You have this way to figure out how to get people to buy or list even when they don't want to. And it is in your magic It's because of your calmness, it's because of your confidence. And Hillary, you have found a way to build trust, belief, using data. What? That's right. So you look at the data, Hillary, and you're like, how can we make this happen? And the other interesting thing about you, Hillary, is you find the yes in a no world. And when you find the yes in a no world, not only does it become a transformative experience, but because of your Mississippi calmness, because of your understanding how to read the tea leaves of what's happening real time, people connect with you because they realize that it's not just about you, but you make it about them. When it comes to agents, you take joy in developing agents, and you want them to succeed because it reminds you of when you started at Epique and how you wanted to make a difference and others made a difference for you, you make a difference in others. So Hillary Copeland, today we celebrate you because you are Epique. Give it up for Hillary! Hillary! So you're like, okay, Simon, this is great. Is there another example of what this looks like? Where is Lee Garland? Where's Lee Garland? Everybody say Lee, 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 Lee. Lee, I'm gonna call you Limitless Lee. Because as a coach, sir, you have the ability to, how do I want to say this limitlessly? You have the ability to vuja day. In a world of deja vu, this is the way it's always been done. You vuja day, you unleash your inner salmon to swim upstream to say, how can we get this done, instead of we can't get this done. And the limitless nature of who you are as a coach, you have the ability, sir, to point people through the windshield of where they can go instead of the rearview mirror of where they have been. And the awesomeness and the genius of how you show up to just be calm, cool, collected. As a matter of fact, your presence and the decades of experience that you carry allow new agents, a part of Epique, to say, man, Lee is the bomb.com, because you understand that the more you give out, the better you feel. In fact, at Emory University, Lee, they have released research that says when you help someone else, the reward centers in our brain begin to light up almost as if we have been on the receiving end of the person we just helped, and they call it the helper's high. I believe you want us to get high up in here, up in here. Give it up for Lee. So when I say calmness creates confidence, oftentimes the question I get, Simon, how can I be more confident? And if you're taking notes, I want you to write these numbers down or capture them on your phone. Please capture 15, everybody say 15, 7, 30, 90. Starting tomorrow morning, I know you're here in Nashville, but would you be open to carving out 15 minutes, the first 15 minutes of the day, and just starting with yourself, taking that 15 minutes and chunking it down into 3 5-minute segments. The first 5 minutes to meditate. In fact, let me just take y'all. Can I say y'all here in Nashville? Does that translate? You gotta ask, where is he from? I want everybody to sit up straight, feet flat, feet flat. And I want to take you through an exercise that you can use in the first 5 minutes of the day, and it's called centering. In a moment, I'm going to invite you to take a deep breath, inhale, exhale, and for those of you who saw me at leadership, this will be a reminder for you. So on 3, inhale, exhale, and we're going to do it 3 times. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Last time. 1, 2, 3. A part of getting calm in that first 5 minutes is to set the tone for the second 5 minutes when you read or listen to something that inspires you. The third 5 minutes is you stretch and you get aligned with the day. Now here's how the formula works. 15 minutes a day creates 7 days. 7 days creates 30 days. 30 days creates 90 days. Now we heard the brilliance from my brother. We see the same barber. He was talking about habits. And here's what I want to piggyback on something that he said, something I heard years ago. Heard it from a guy named Mike Murdoch. He said, you don't decide the future, you decide your habits. And your habits decide your future. The secret to being epic is hidden in your daily routine. It's in the daily routine. So I want you to think about, what is it when I come from a place of calmness? How do I ensure it starts on the inside? All right? Now, looking at the great work that you do, and my PowerPoint deck was built and submitted before I saw all of the presentations this morning. And can I just tell y'all, I work with a lot of companies, I go to a lot of places, and I'm not just saying this because of the amazing founders that you have and what they've built in 3 years, but y'all got it going on. I sat there today, I said, you know what? I think I need to sell some real estate. I mean, my goodness. And what I discovered, sometimes you can't see the picture when you're in the frame, but y'all have something really special. I mean, you start early. This morning I met Anthony and Hilda, and they had Gianna, who's 9. Can you stand up? You can stand on the chair so everybody can see you. Epic starts early at 9, right here at 9. And I want to tell you, Gianna, tus eres brillante. You are awesome. You are special. You are going to take over the world because, Gianna, you are epic. So being digitally human agents is understanding when we connect people to our platform. See, an algorithm follows a set of rules, but the algorithm doesn't have soul. When you add your soul, your spark, your essence, your kindness, your ability to help someone else, people connect with it. Let me give you a real-time example. Where's Drake at? Where's Drake at? Where's Drake? Hey, Drake, how are you? Drake, what I so appreciate about you is you are an open book. You share your strategies, you share how you do it, and it's not about, oh my goodness, if I give this away, what does that mean for me? No, sir. You show up and say, how can I help someone else without expecting anything in return for who they will become? And even if they never say thank you, you did it from a good place called what? Kindness. So thank you, sir. Because Drake, you demystify in leveraging a digital platform how to do it at scale. And you never make a person feel less than or as if they're asking a dumb question. There's no dumb question. There are only questions that need an answer. And through your kindness and through your intelligence and through your experience, you just don't share what's in your head, you share your heart. And that is the epic difference. Give it up for him. And part of the reason why I'm sharing with you real-time examples, because I want to make sure you find these people. Today, tomorrow, find these people. Where is Karen? Where's Karen at? Where's Karen at? Karen, 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 Karen. I know Karen's like, where is this going? I don't know this guy. What did they tell him? Karen, what I so appreciate about your story is that when you joined Epique, you were only gonna do it part-time because you had another little side hustle going on. But because of the support here at Epique and you being surrounded with, hey, you can do this, you said, and I'm paraphrasing, the heck with the other business, I'm gonna go all in. And when you went all in, you did. Now, you had some challenges. And sometimes, folks, challenges in business are a gift. Because Karen went through some challenges, but she understands sometimes you have to rate challenges as PG. Patience and grace. And when you begin to look at challenges through that lens, you begin to realize that the challenge came to extract from you everything that was in you so that you could spark your epicness. So Karen, we celebrate you today. Give it up for Karen! Why do I share this with you? Because when you own your own story, you begin to recognize that the reason you weren't born in the 18th century is because you weren't needed. You exist right now, wherever you are in your epic journey, whatever city or community or state you're from, it's because you're needed. You're necessary. You're important. Just turn to the person sitting next to you. Look them in the eye real quick. Look them in the eye real quick and say, you are needed. You are necessary. You are important. You are epic. December 10th, 2001, I'm sitting at my desk at the happiest place on earth. And whenever you work at Disney, you never talk to the media unless authorized. And I sensed that there was something more for me to do. And can I tell you, when it is time for you to make an epic leap, you will come to a place called frustration. And frustration and being fed up is the sign that it's time to make a shift. How many tracking with me? Because shift in owning your story, shift means see how I fit tomorrow. And when you make that shift, what you begin to discover, everybody that's been assigned to aid and help you on your epic journey will show up at a place called there. But they don't get there until you get there in here. So I cashed in my entire 401k with significant Disney stock, took out a line of credit on the house. At the time, my then wife, who didn't work outside the home, she said, I'm with you, whatever you decide to do. And sometimes you just need to have somebody that's in your corner that says, I'm with you. How many know what I'm talking about? So I step out. At that time, Daniel was 4, Madison was 18 months old. They are now 23 and 26. I totally went for it, turned down 4 jobs because I didn't want to be like everyone else that 30 years ago they went to work and they settled for a chair, a check, and a cup of coffee in Cubicle Farm and were more negative than an undeveloped piece of film, always complaining, wah, 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 wah. I'm like, I'm not going to be that guy. So I said I had to own my story. So fast forwarding, in 22 years of being a solopreneur, has it been easy? No. I've dealt with, can I just be real with y'all for a moment? I've dealt with prostate cancer. Talked to my mom, and she said, baby, you know, sugar runs in the family. I said, Mom, it's called diabetes, Mom, diabetes. My A1C was 13.1. I had to do some work because I love sweet potato pie and I love apple pie a la mode, red velvet cake. Where my folks at? Know what I'm talking about. But a brother had to do some pushbacks. had to get healthy, had to lose weight. Went through a divorce after me being married 25 years. She said, you give everybody the best of you, but you give us the rest of you, and I don't want the leftovers anymore. And I realized I built a house but lost a home. Was chasing money but had no meaning. Got contacted by the IRS. You owe us $500,000. How many know right there, I probably wanted to quit? Probably wanted to throw in the towel, says, what the heck is going on? And somehow, in owning my story, I remember my father, who was an immigrant from Jamaica. 60 years ago, my father came from Jamaica and he picked oranges in Mount Dora, Florida. He moved up to Perry, New York, and he picked apples, taught himself how to read. He would come in our room on a Saturday morning at 4:30 a.m. and say, get up, do something, clean the bathroom, figure it out. My dad put an ethic in me, and he said to me, the best hand that will feed you in any economy is the one at the end of your wrist. Everybody hold up your right hand, hold up your right hand. And I want you to say, Simon says, the best hand that will feed me in uncertainty is this one. All right, high five your neighbor, make sure they're awake with the program. So when I begin to understand that, I'm going to paraphrase this, I begin to recognize epic essentials. Because I believe when you own your story, then you will embrace Marketing Monday. You will embrace Tech Tuesday. You will embrace Win It Wednesday. You will embrace Touch Point. And you will embrace financial freedom. All because you understand that if I'm going to be epic and essential, I have to own the story. I want to celebrate a person who's owned the story. Where's Brandon? Brandon, Brandon, Brandon. Brandon, first of all, thank you for 20 years of service in the U.S. Air Force. In fact, real quick, I want to just go down a tangent just for a second. Brandon, I'm going to come back to you. Are there any people here in the room who are vets who have served our country like Brandon? If you are here, can you just stand up real quick, real quick, real quick? Let's just honor our vets. Honor our vets. Honor our vets. Honor our vets. Woohoo! Woohoo! Our vets, we honor you along with Brandon because you allow us to be safe in our country. Thank you, muchas gracias. Thank you. Thank you. Brandon, you have found a way in Arizona to go to wherever the agents have an opening. You're always finding a way to say thank you and to celebrate what they are doing right. What's interesting, Brandon, research says 1 minute spent on recognition creates 100 minutes of initiative. So whenever you recognize the epicness and the awesomeness and the significance of an individual, you literally are becoming encouragement, which is oxygen for the soul. And when you do what you do, how you roll, they know that you come from an authentic place, you come from a genuine place, that you are there to serve and to help and to give because you serve owns your story and you invite them to own their epic story. And they recognize that the reason their experience is different and good and sometimes challenging, because if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. But you find a way to extract from them that ability to say, we just didn't give you a hammer, but we're going to come alongside and hammer with you. Because we are in this together. We are epic. What? Give it up for Brandon. So when I first got the call from Ernesto and Jill and Josh, and we were talking about this, because I'm inside a lot of companies, I said, how do I sum up what you're really about? And I just came up with just 3 words. Everybody say 3 words. And here it is. Vibe fuels epic. The reason some of you are here and you've been attracted to this amazing company where AI serves humans is because of the vibe of kindness. Because of the vibe where the agent is in the center of the story. It's benefits to do good because you're good. You're valuable. You matter. And when I say vibe fuels epic, epic has taken the friction out, or better yet, the fear out of what you can't do, so you know what you can do. So right now in this moment, I want you to realize that you're creating history, that you're rewriting history. And every vibe has a frequency. So when people connect with your frequency, they vibe with you and you're on the same page. Have you ever met somebody and you just resonated with them and they wanted to do business with you? Because it's that vibe, which is the alignment of head, heart, and hands. And when you have the alignment of head, heart, and hands in the vibe, the feet will follow. And when people show up into your quantum field, they pick up on your energy of honesty and trust and competency. So as you begin to introduce them to this vibe of epic, they begin to say, wow, it's kind of different. They're not pushy. Because when you understand vibe, you don't have to push, you pull. And you pull because of your energy. So let me give you just a few quick thoughts, because I know I stand between you and the bar. He's a very wise man who can read the room. I want you to think about how do you build. And when you understand how to build and you look at these, I want you to say, if you zero in on anything, I really want you to zero in on the L. Eric Hoffer, a noted philosopher, says, in times of change, the learners will inherit the earth, while the unlearned will find themselves beautifully equipped to live in a world that no longer exists. Epic is and Josh, if I can just borrow this for a second. Epic is a tech learning company. And as a tech learning company, all of you amazing epic sparks, you are learning every single day that causes you to outpace the competition because you are learning and unlearning. And it's in the unlearning where you are discovering how to let it go. Or as my dear friend Mel Robbins would say, let. So this whole ability to learn, and here's my challenge. Before your head hits the pillow tonight, you heard a lot of information today. I want you to scan over what you wrote down, what you captured, and you make a promise to yourself. What's the first thing that I'm going to do? What's the second thing that I'm going to do? What's the third thing that I'm going to do? Because that's how you build. Just doesn't happen overnight. And what allowed me to overcome prostate cancer and overcome going through the divorce and overcome and getting healthy is because every single day I had to wake up, get off my blessed assurance, and go and work out because nobody was going to do it for me. And when I realized that, I started to see the results. Was it hard? Absolutely. Are there times when I lay in bed when I don't want to get up? Absolutely. But why do I do it? I do it because I want to, not because I have to, because I want to build something that lasts. Let me give you an example of what this looks like real time. Where's Jesse at? Where's Jesse at? Hey, Jesse. So, sir, I so appreciate how you represent the epitome of Epic. You go above and beyond. You have built a nurturing lead system in CRM that is just wicked smart and simple. You are always the first as a team player to raise your hand to say, how can I help? Especially when you have your female colleagues who need to go on a remote land visit. You're like, wait, I got you, and I'm packing if necessary. I put that in there. But Jesse, you, sir, are so special and unique because when you show up at Epic, you are selfless, not selfish. And you represent this brand because at the core, your values are all about how do I serve without expecting anything in return. So Jesse, I celebrate your awesomeness. And y'all, as I am saying this to Jesse, I'm saying it to all of you as well. Jesse is the person that I've identified in this moment. But I want to amplify you, sir, because you are absolutely significant. You are awesome. You are valued. And if I was to borrow a line from the movie The Help, you is love, you is kind, and you's impotent. All right? Give it up for Jesse. Okay, real quick, we're going to do something fun. And I have two questions. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to stand, and I want you to find somebody that you don't know. And when you find them, I want you to answer this first question. Each of you are going to answer it, and then I'm going to say switch, and you find another person that you don't know. Preferably somebody that's not sitting behind you or in front of you. I want you to work the room. Yes? All right. Now, before I tee up this question, here's how I want you to think about the question. And I want you to think about in your Epic journey, who has amplified you? Who has expanded you, elevated you, encouraged you, have reminded you that you are legendary here at Epic? And I want you to share who that person is when you connect with Oh Brilliant Spark, okay? So on 3, everybody up, find your first person. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, find the first person.
So someone that's amplified me here in Epic, I'm going to say Stacy. She recently became a team lead, not directly my team lead, but I also got to meet her and found out that she is the person that introduced the person that introduced the person that introduced me.
Wow. And your name is Rita. Yeah. It's Stacy in Houston. In Houston. Okay, thank you. Okay. If you can hear my voice, clap once. If you hear my voice, clap twice. Okay. Here is the second question. The second question is, who will you amplify? Find another person. Find another person. Who will you amplify? Who will you amplify? Okay, you can return to your seats. You can return to your seats. If you hear my voice, clap once. Hear my voice, clap twice. Hear my voice, clap 3 times as you return to your seats. Everything that Epique stands for is how do we amplify another? And I say this to all of you because what you want wants you. And the moment you begin to amplify someone else, what happens is people find a way to amplify you when you least expect. Yes? So let me tell you about a person who I think is the epitome of amplifying others. Where's John at? Where's John? He couldn't make it. Okay. So, Brandon, you're videotaping this for John? So, John, I am here at Powercon. Everybody say hi, John. And first of all, John, we want to say congratulations to you and your amazing wife as you are expecting your first child in September. John, we want to say thank you for your service to our country through the Navy. We appreciate you. And John, what I so value about what you do here at Epique is you are in the spirit of serving everyone, especially agents, in their Epique journey to learn as much as they can. You go above and beyond to demystify why they can't do something by simplifying what they can do. And as they learn from you, sir, you are the consummate teacher. You have this ability to understand that hearing is a compliment, a courtesy, but listening is a compliment. And you listen deeply, and we thank you and we celebrate you. You are significant. You are legendary. You are epic. Give it up for John. When I was sharing with the event team about coming here today, I wanted to, first of all, let you know that wherever you are in your journey, I love you and I believe in you. Now, why do I say that? Because love and respect have no color. And when I see all of you, I don't know what your story is. I don't know what your journey is, but I need you and you need me. And I'm not doing life without you. So how do we help each other on this epic journey? Become better together. And so the only way I know to do it is I want everybody just turn to your neighbor real quick, and I want you to say this to your neighbor. Come on, I know you've been talking to them for a while. Don't worry, we're not going to pass the plate. You won't have to sow a seed. Turn to your neighbor, and here's what I want you to say. I want you to know that I appreciate being on this epic journey with someone like you. I see you, I celebrate you, and I love you, and there's not a darn thing you can do about it.
I'm coming. Jeez. Y'all don't give me any time to say hi to Simon, nothing. Okay, so this is the second time I've had to follow Simon Bailey. Which is great, but also kind of terrible. It's good for Simon, not so good for me. That was absolutely amazing. Y'all, Simon, wow. I got a little confused on the Jesse Miller thing for a second at the beginning. I was like, wait, who's he going to talk about? And then I saw the picture, like, oh, okay. There's two Jesse Millers. So there's an agent, and then there's Jesse Miller, our technology director. Thank you for letting me know he's my brother. I appreciate that. That's good. I almost forgot. My brother, yes. Thank you for that. Awesome. Have you guys had a good PowerCon? This has been absolutely amazing. We've covered so many things. I feel like we need a little bit of a recap. I think I told you before that I have to go to joinepic.com to remember all of our benefits. It still happens. I feel like we need to do a little bit of a recap. So I kind of want to talk about some of the stuff. First one, all 50 states. That was a huge bombshell. In fact, you know that after he announced it, I had to message people and be like, can y'all post something on Facebook? Because we got a surprise announcement today from Chris. So yeah, all 50 states, that's amazing. Crazy. It's taken other brokerages over almost a decade to get there. Huge brokerages. And the fact that we've done it just, after 3 years is just so crazy. So I'm so excited about it. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Brandy, Chris, Excel, everybody, all of our brokers, everybody who's involved in that. Thank you guys so much. Free childcare. This is not just paying for your Urban Center membership. I think I've heard people, we're literally paying for the actual people to come to your house and watch your kids. Literally, you'll be able to just schedule people to come watch your children and we'll pay for them. I mean, it really is really, really crazy. And we'll get a little bit into some Urban Center training about this so you guys can understand a little bit how it works, because it really is just an awesome system with thousands of licensed caregivers all over the country who are, you'll even be able to recommend people that you've used to other Epic agents, like a little badge says, that they're Epic recommended. And so it's really going to change things for our agents who are parents who, sometimes what's crazy is real estate happens on the weekends, and that's when your kids are home. And so you're like, cool, that's great. I'm glad this open house happened on a Saturday. That's when my kids are here. So free childcare, free elder care. It's crazy. When you get to be my age or older, you start having your parents get a little older, your grandparents get a little older, you end up being caretakers, and that's just a normal, the evolution of families, right? And being able to rely on that and have that kind of assistance, I think, is going to be a game changer, because I've been a caretaker, and it takes a lot out of you to get that help, and to be able to leave your house and just go to the store is sometimes a whole thing. So to be able to have the free childcare, free elder care, and the free tutoring, which is awesome. Now, I do want to clear something up. I did see on Facebook that somebody said, great, I need help with my math. And I thought, who is this? So I clicked their profile, and it was a 50-year-old woman. And I want to be clear that this is for the children. We will not be supplying you a tutor to help you with your math, English, social studies, or whatever other skill you're trying to learn. These are for the children of our agents. Also, free pet sitting. Yeah. You heard Chris up here. We chose our house based on our dogs, which is just such a millennial thing to do, isn't it? They say more than half of millennials say that they chose where they live based on their pets. I was like, yeah, I guess we count for that. That's cool. Boomers too, there you go. Everybody forgets about Gen X. I'm a Zennial, so I'm kind of right in there, you know, in the mix. Free pet sitting I thought was absolutely amazing. We have somebody sitting with our pets right now, so I definitely something we use. Free roadside assistance. All the details were kind of thrown up there. I just want to help you guys understand a few things about this. This is not the basic plan. We didn't get you guys the basic plan. Chris negotiated you the best plan that they offer, which is crazy. This is unlimited miles of towing. It's not like, oh, you only get 15 miles and after that it's on you, kid. Nope, unlimited miles of towing. It doesn't just include one car. It includes, if you have multiple cars, because you have a husband, you have a wife, you have kids, it's all your cars. It doesn't just include you. It includes your crazy 17-year-old who doesn't know where they're going half the time. It includes, you know, the crazy spouse who can't drive. I didn't say any names. But Chris, watch out for that boulder. Is that your boulder? I like that boulder. That's a nice boulder. But it includes everyone in your family, which is so crazy. And we actually get to hear some really cool stories about the benefits we already offer, like AirVet and healthcare and prescriptions and how it helps someone save someone's dog's life, did something great for them. And I feel like this is going to be one of those benefits. You know, somebody's kid was flat tire, they didn't know what to do, they didn't know who to call, and they were able to get that kind of help. I think that's really important. And like Chris said, what agent doesn't just live in their car? I mean, if you're a busy agent, that's your office, right? So raise your hand if your car's covered in just like MLS sheets and bottled waters and signs in the trunk, right? Like all of us. Like if you're a busy agent, that's your life, right? And so he's like, I want to ride with you. I'm like, I don't think you do. I don't think you do. I haven't cleaned it out. It's a mess. I'll meet you there. So free roadside assistance, I think, is going to be a very important one. It has life-saving implications. It has implications for you and your kids and your spouse and just your whole family, your whole household, which I think is great. And then Epique Estates. That's our luxury division. When I talked to Trey about starting a luxury division, and Trey had been in luxury divisions at other brokerages, I said, I don't want to do the same thing. I don't want to do the old stodgy luxury, division or luxury brokerage where they're only pitching to people who live out in the Hamptons and not pitching to the newer generation of luxury owners, right? So it used to be that it was the luxury owners were people who were, they were past their prime when the internet came out, so they weren't into tech, right? But now as, the generations that were younger when the internet came out is getting to that stage where they now own luxury real estate, and they're a little older and they've built up a life, and that includes luxury estates. They're more tech savvy than ever. And what I want us to be the first luxury tech brokerage. That's the goal. To be a modern luxury company. Not to be, stuck in the old things and the old formulas, the old marketing that doesn't work, and it's more about your ego than it is about selling your home or getting you more money or getting you more clients or all of the things that you actually want. So I'm so excited about Epique Estates. I really think that it's going to change so much for you guys. Yeah. All right. Next, we talked about Epique en Español. Me encanta. I love that we do Epique en Español. I love that we are currently right now translating for people in Spanish right now. I think it's really important. I talked about this a lot at our shareholders conference. Most buyers of real estate right now are Latino, which is crazy. And I believe that most agents, I think if it's not now, it will be soon, most agents will be Latino. It's really important that we understand that and that we recognize that and that we ensure that we are built for that. And so Epique en Español is not about just translating things. It is about building an entire community that supports, Latinos and their clients and agents, and making sure that everybody has a true home here. So I'm very excited about Epique en Español. All right. I just love the cowbell every time I hear it. Okay, and then Lofty and our teams. The teams add-on on Lofty, if you guys have went and looked at it, you can add it. You could have added it all this time if you have a team, but it's such a huge benefit because it really just gives you control as a team leader of how your leads are being dispersed. We do a lot. We actually announced a lot for teams today, but this Lofty partnership just keeps getting deeper and deeper, and we keep integrating more of these add-ons in for our agents. I don't know if you guys know this, but we have about 2 to 3 times the number of teams of a traditional cloud brokerage. So, yeah, we have a lot of teams. About 1 in 3 of our agents are either running a team or on a team. Did you guys know that? That's crazy. That's a huge number. And we said last year we want to be the #1 brokerage for teams. And our teams division is really building that out. So I want to thank, DM and the whole team for doing that. Thank you guys so much for working on that. All right. We also had Mr. Rob Stein. Talk about the Power Coaching Command Center. This was something we really need, our Power Coaching division, because if you've met Rob or you've met some of our area leaders, some of our amazing brokers, some of our amazing team leaders, we have the most intelligent, the strongest group of leaders here at Epique. And I'm just constantly impressed by the groups that we have. And looking right here at Dawn Loading, who's like, I'm not a coach, but she's like the best coach, right? But we have such great talent here. And to be able to help them build a true coaching career, I think would serve everyone. It would serve, Epique, it would serve them, it would serve the greater real estate community to give them a voice and to give them the tools that they need to build and launch a coaching career, and that's what we're doing with Power Coaching. So, thank you guys. So excited about that. And Redo. Redo is now for everyone. That's awesome. One clap. You don't know what Redo is. Redo is now for everyone. Redo is something we announced at I think shareholders, or was it PowerCon? Shareholders? Last PowerCon. Redo, we launched it just for our Power Award agents. And everyone else got like a great discount. It was one of those that was really just too expensive for us to be able to afford for everyone. But Redo is the future of online real estate. It captures an entire home and helps clients be able to manage their home inside of one platform. It also allows you to take your listing and let the client make the listing how they want it before they buy it. So they can literally go on there and say, I want hardwood floors in that room. I want this room painted blue. I want quartz countertops in here. And it can all be done before they move in. And whatever it costs can be rolled into the mortgage. It really does give you this tool that no one else in the industry has. And we're giving this to every single agent at Epique. This is crazy. It's such an amazing platform. Can you believe how much we've done on day 1? This is just day 1. I do want to give you guys a little tip. If you've never been to a PowerCon before, don't ever leave early. Because we saved the best for last. This was just the intro. Thank you guys. It's been an awesome second day. Thank you guys so much. All right.